Delete them pictures off of Facebook. Take my kids off Facebook. We don't want nothing to do with you because when I found out about my brothers and you denied my brothers to me. Well, then why did you say I don't have the money right now? Can you just wait? I could have waited. I already waited a year before my van got fixed and it's broke down again. Can you help me now?
I got pregnant with Ariella. I was only sleeping with Mr. Zara. Me and Mr. McCaffrey stopped sleeping together years ago.
She was pretty much the community jump off. She was sleeping with me, my boy, and him, but who knows if it was all at the same time.
Mr. Hughes is stuck between two crazy moms in court today. One is his mother, and the other is his ex's. Ms. McBirth, his mother, is sick and tired of her son having so many babies. That's why she's denying her potential grandchild and demands a paternity test.
Father, this woman is trouble. She is trouble with a capital T. She, as a matter of fact, I call her the 3 T's. Trash, trouble, and trifling. That's what she is. The little boy looks nothing like my son or any member of my family at all. Can I show it? Can I?
Absolutely, ma'am.
Oh, look at her go. She really brought a picture of father and baby to court, saying that they look nothing alike. Back to the ex-girlfriend, she insists that Ms. McBirth is in denial and is projecting her feelings on the baby's paternity.
So why do you think she's in so much doubt over your child?
I have no idea, to be honest. Like, maybe because he is so white?
Because he's all the white. He ain't got no black in here. Everything I see got powder puff on it. I don't see no chocolate nowhere, okay?
That was a very racist thing to say, Ms. McBirth. Does this woman realize that genes work in the funniest ways? What a thing to say in the courtroom. Sure, she may be tired of her son having children willy-nilly, but that does not give her the right to be mean to her son's baby mama.
Okay, so a little over a year. Were you in a committed relationship?
I thought we was.
You did, okay. And was he the only person you were intimate with during that time?
Yes, ma'am.
Now she knows she lying. She lying.
Yes, ma'am.
This DNA right here has been in our life. She's never was a girlfriend. You are a vampire. You are just a...
Whoa. It seems like we have 3 crazy women in court today. Now, where did all of this even come from? Who is this woman, and why is she all up in Ms. Jackson's business? If she says she believes was in a committed relationship with Mr. Hughes, then let the poor woman be.
Thank you. A side chick.
And it's all she has done is she's been trying to put the baby on us.
Force it. Yeah, you have. Don't sit up and act like you haven't.
But the thing about her,
she trying to push that baby on. That ain't mine. I didn't sleep with her. That child is not ours.
When you say she's trying to push the baby on you, what do you mean?
Now, Ms. Terrell and Ms. McBirth both claim that Ms. Jackson simply wants to throw the baby to their family. They believe that the baby sure as hell isn't theirs. Now, wait a minute. Isn't it suspicious that the supposed father of the baby has not said a word since we started this case? What a family of assertive women.
Tell me about the first time you met Elijah.
I seen him at the doctor's office where I was taking his real children to the doctor, and it was a newborn, and I walked past him, and I kind of glanced over there, and I seen this little white baby. I knew it wasn't mine, and I ain't had nothing else to say or do about it since then. She need to get that out of her head. That child is not mine.
Whoa. Hold up. Look how this woman is ready to go head-to-head with Judge Lake. So many things are wrong with everything Ms. McBirth just said. First, his real children. She was taking her son's real children to the hospital. How many kids exactly does this man have? From how many women too? And what, is he mute?
I'm sick of all these little hookers trying to say my son is the daddy. I'm sick of it. I get babies dropped off here, dropped off there. I'm sick of it.
But
it stops today. Because that baby is not my son.
Here's the thing that she does.
It is.
Here's the
sorry.
That's a lie.
Yes,
No,
That's
it's
a lie.
not.
That's a lie.
First of all, she's a liar because you just had a wild sex.
There was a sex party? The police came? What about the baby? Where was the baby while all of this was going down? Also, can someone please tell Ms. McBirth that the baby she'll be picking up would definitely not stop today, considering that her mute son already has about 1 million kids already?
Some order. Miss McBirth, I have to ask you, you're very tough on Miss Jack. Do you have anything to say about your son's behavior?
My son, he's a handsome guy. He's my son. And I know what he do. But he still, no matter what he do, he's still gonna be my son.
So hold on one second. Just take a look at the monitor. When you look at this picture...
Of course we cannot expect Judge Lake to sit still and take all of that from crazy moms. She's sitting up and asking the right questions. Her son has been in the court since the start of the case, and he has not said a word. We have no idea whether he accepts the child or not. Now she's saying the sight of her son being loving to his baby makes her want to throw up.
Do you believe you are Elijah's father?
I just gave him the benefit of the doubt because I'm biracial. My father's white, you know.
That child is not my son's.
Oh my goodness, she married a white man? After all of that, she still has the guts to be so racist about her potential grandchild. Considering that his past is biracial, that provides more reason for the baby to look white. What What an unreasonable woman Ms. McBirth is proving to be. After all of this endless bickering, we get to hear the results.
Are Elijah's.
You a lying trick. What did you do? What did you do? She probably get rid of Satan. You save my life. I'm through. I know that's a damn lie. I know that's a damn lie. I'm sick of that.
Mr. Johnson says that Ms. Owen tricked him into signing his son's birth certificate. Currently, he does not believe baby Dakari. However, she sees a semblance between a 4-year-old baby Dakari and her ex, Mr. Tyson, now passed. Could possibly be another father. Apparently, all her focus was on Mr. Johnson. Now she says she's a woman and would not be referred to by anything else? Let's all play the petty card then. Ms. Owens called Mr. Johnson Little One numerous times in court today. He flipped the coin and called her a girl one time, and she is not having any of it. These two having a serious conversation is almost like a joke. Even Judge Lake has a problem with getting a word in. Now, Mr. Johnson is extremely bothered by Ms. Owens keeps trying to be dramatic. This time, maybe you should sit down instead, Ms. Owens. Now, we're talking. All of that bickering to Judge Lake, it looked like we were never going to leave court today. For such a long time, they're completely losing sight of what's most important right now, and that's finding Dakari's paternity.
Because it'll be a part of my son, I have something.
It's impossible to imagine how Mrs. Williams is feeling right now. Mr. Johnson's last name, too. Imagine having a child for 4 years and then having that ripped away from you. Let's find out if there is a third paternity option nobody knows about.
Of related is 99.99.
Kids with his wife and says that getting married to her was a mistake. Mr. Wallace is back in paternity court and he's back here with chaos. This man is the epitome of irresponsibility, and the women just can't get enough of him. Right now, there are 2 crazy moms in court with Mr. Wallace. So he has 2 women with children for him, and if he claims to hate the mothers, why exactly did he go to them to have not one, but numerous babies? What a guy. It's crazy that he believes he's single each time he walks up to a woman. How about the woman you consented to marry, Mr. Wallace? How about that? Oh, now that right there is a big mistake. Ms. Austin admitting to falling for what he says even after everything she's hearing in court? Women involved in all of this. God only knows the amount of damage Kendra Lynn has done to have been sent out of the courtroom. What a
court, the bailiff to Miss Reed and Miss Austin.
Well, I believe we have all experienced a bunch of emotions from Mr. Wallace's case today.
Mr. Wallace, you are the father.
I gotta go.
Mr. Wallace, how you feel?
He keeps denying the baby only when the mother says that they can't be together. What a man. Ms. Marsh and Mr. Reed have been in an off-and-on relationship for the past 8 years. Now she's moved on, but Mr. Reed is not having any of it. He claims that she wants to trap him with the baby.
In your mind, was this a relationship or what?
She knew I was dating other women.
I never knew he was dating other women. On Torrance's birthday, he asked me to go on a trip with him to a resort with his family. 2 women pop up at the hotel room, and he said, "This is my wife." And I said, "It's over."
Your Honor, on the way to the
what?
Your Honor, on the way.
Hold on now.
I told her I was taking her to meet my wife.
Whoa. There's just so much going on. He threw a birthday party for her daughter that she had before she met him after he claimed that nothing was happening between them, and he took her on a vacation alongside his already existing family, where she met 2 women that he already married. Now that justifies this crazy mom. Who?
Pregnant? I didn't see her because he came out to be a very nice, strong person.
And Miss Marsh, your tears right now, what are you feeling? You just feel...
It's like, I've been knowing him since I was 18 and this really hurt. This hurt. And then he want to go travel state to state to have different babies. And
oh my goodness, she was 18. Now it makes a lot of sense that she would fall for all of his bamboozlement. Why be in your 30s and go after an 18-year-old, Mr. Reed? To think that his mom was involved and she kept on doing the most unsupportive things.
So we went to the store, got a whole bunch of pregnancy tests. Then we went to the pregnancy center, we got an ultrasound. And then later on, he had left to go console a girl in California that was having a miscarriage.
You knew this?
I stay in California, I stay in Chicago.
If you do so much as drop a hint to a man, most especially a father of many nations such as Mr. Reed, that the baby is not his, he will drop you like it's hot and find his way to the other side of the earth.
You're angry with him. Do you tell him this is not his baby?
Because he's always trying to do something.
But that's yes.
But
that is yes.
And it only happened once that I told him that.
3 times.
It never happened 3 times.
Women just don't seem to understand. That's a bell you can't unring. If you looked at him and said, "This is not your child," in an argument,
Oops. Ms. Marsh just confessed to another man being in the picture. They had intercourse on a day so close to the time she spent with Mr. Reed. It's not like he is any better too, Mr. Companions in 4 states. Who's to say how many companions he has per state too? Hats off to him for the diversity.
So, Tamari is 1 year old.
Yes.
How much of a relationship have you had with her, Mr. Reed?
Well, I stayed with Miss Marsh for the last, 7 months?
So now you back staying with her?
No, I left.
Well, well, well. Turns out he has been staying with Ms. Marsh for 7 months prior. Looks like he was present for most of Tamari's life since she's just about 1 year old. Now, with Ms. Marsh and her mother's argument saying that he has never supported her apart from the time he threw a birthday party, who do we really trust to tell the truth?
If for some reason he is not Tamari's biological father.
It would hurt, but I know that's his daughter. Like, my baby looked she's light-skinned, but she looked just like him.
And you believe?
If baby Tamari ends up not being his, that would be such a shock to everybody. Considering that the baby girl is so attached to Mr. Reed right now, it would be really hurtful to see. Where does Mrs. Marsh go from here? Does the other man even want to be a father? Has he been present in baby Tamari's life?
Mr. Reed, you are not the father.
Now I feel like the goofy. I done went through all this, and
That's why
all
you
the time,
got
I'm believing she knew this. I done
believe
flew
so.
all the way down here to
Listen.
look like a goofy.
Oh my goodness, Judge Lake is on a roll. Turns out the baby is not his, but that gives him no right to drag Ms. Marsh through the mud like that. He dragged her through the mud for literally half her life, with all the lies and whatnot. Now this man is saying he feels like a clown? Oh, please.
Say something. It doesn't feel good when the shoe is on the other foot. So obviously, Ms. Marsh, there is someone else.
I know who the father is.
Is it the person that
Yes,
you
it's
talked
the
about?
person.
Does he want to be a part of Tamari's life?
Well, he has 10 kids, so.
He has how many?
He has 10 other kids.
He missed out on 22 years of her life. Still, Ms. Thomas wants her father to walk her down the aisle. You heard that right? Growing up, everybody around her had their dads around them. Not having a father around in the house throughout her life was really depressing.
Just felt like he didn't put enough effort in trying to get to know me.
Mr. Powell,
Yes, Your Honor.
why didn't you put the effort in?
Because I found out she was pregnant through a family member, and one of the family members was like, that ain't your kid.
That is something. So he found out about the pregnancy through a family member. Also, turns out there has been a lot of confusion with the paternity of the baby since day one. After hearing about the possibility of another man being the father, Mr. Powell is bound to have a mountain of doubt.
The summer she came and spent with me, she was a teenager, she was with my other kids. Her and my other kids had a conversation, and they was all discussing like, you don't look like none of us. And I got 6 other kids that been DNA, all 99.95%.
Well, well, well. Don't we all, Mr. Powell? Hearing all of that as a child from her peers must have hit Ms. Thomas where it hurt, especially because it came from his other children. Sure, the semblance card is wildly off, but was there another man in the picture? Ms. Thomas's mother is going to be the one to answer that part.
I was at a party this year. I was discussing with some of the folks that I know back in the day. I was telling them about the situation I'm going through because they knew Miss Shelton, and I was discussing with one of my guys.
Now we're just getting started. Men have been messing around with her from way back. Isn't that wild? Now, Ms. Thomas is denying this. Come on, what are the odds that someone would lie about something like that? Especially since it was so long ago and he recognized her immediately too.
I know who I've been with, and whoever you lying on or making up a person that
I
don't
just
even
asked him, did he mess with her at this time?
First of all, the only one that I was messing with around,
yeah.
the only person I was messing with was you, to be honest.
Okay, hold up, Ms. Thomas. You keep denying every single thing Mr. Powell says, and it's getting suspicious. What do you mean he's making people up that don't exist? Mr. Powell has nothing to gain from lying about this situation, so would he really lie? Now who's lying and who's telling the truth?
$43,000 in arrears for child support.
Yes.
And you still have no certainty that this is your biological
What I don't
daughter.
understand is that to get down to, you could have been said something about all the doubts you said you had.
Whoa, $43,000? That's a whole lot of money for a child that he has so much doubt about too. Now what's Ms. Thomas saying about why he's bringing everything up now? If he's so unsure about paternity, does she really expect him to pay all that money regardless?
When you told me she was pregnant, I've been finding
when
out
I told you,
kids
you already
not my
knew that I
kids
was
all
pregnant.
the time.
Like I said, when I was pregnant with her, you was there, you and everything. You came to visit and everything.
Well, Okay then. Now surely it's so hard to believe that they are having a paternity test after 22 years. If everything that Ms. Thomas says is true, as they've been good for all those years, why then is this happening? What is causing all the insurmountable doubt? She says she has been faithful to him.
Somebody said this. That's a lie. You could have kept that.
I don't know
because
why
you
you would have lied about it.
You already know that it was only you and my ex.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. So there really was someone else. Now why are you just saying that, Ms. Thomas? This case could have been over already. If it was not just Mr. Powell, but your ex as well, why then is he not a possibility? It only takes one time after all.
Regardless of the fact, hold on, Ms. Shelton, regardless of the fact there was one ex or even a third person which he described, regardless, if there was him and an ex, there still is a question.
Right.
You got that right, Judge Lake. Now this woman is about to realize that she just made the biggest mistake. She came to court knowing that there was a possibility Mr. Powell was not the father, yet she pinned everything on him, with all that money from child support too. Let's get to the results.
Mr. Powell, you are not the father. That is not your daughter's biological father. 22 years. 22 years of being told one man is your father, and the entire time, he is not.
This grandmother does not believe it's her great-grandson. She's in court on behalf of her grandson and their family to deny the paternity of the child. She adds that there are reasons why Ms. Brugger is intent on pinning the paternity of the baby on her family.
All right, you claim your granddaughter knows for a fact your grandson was sterile.
Yes, Your Honor.
What do you believe Ms. Brugger's motives actually are?
Money, gold digger. Right after Parrish got killed, she went for Social Security.
Well, well, well. Now she just called Ms. Brugger a gold digger. Apparently she knows that her son W's sterile too. What an interesting turn of events. The way this woman keeps talking like she was the third party in her grandson and Ms. Brugger's relationship is simply alarming.
And the fact that they're saying he was sterile, he was never told by a doctor. That was just him because he never had a child.
Me and Parrish clearly had a conversation before he passed that he wasn't sure.
Oh, I see. So there was no doctor to diagnose his sterility. The only doctor present here is Ms. Warner and her granddaughter in court today. The way these two women are so confident in the sterility story is absolutely something. How could you possibly be sure enough to bring sterility to paternity court without clinical diagnosis?
We lived together. We were a family. He told everyone my girls were his stepdaughters. He called them his stepdaughters, everything. He was there through my whole pregnancy, all the doctor's appointments, everything.
Now it's crazy that all these things add up. It honestly looks suspicious. It's enough to bet that if Parrish Senar were in court today, bless his soul, he'd almost be jumping to support Ms. Brugger. So what exactly is going on with the Warner's testament? Why are these women against Ms. Brugger? Are they about to make an insane mistake?
While you were in this relationship, he's going to doctor's appointments with you, and he's excited about the baby and calling your girls his stepchildren. Is he expressing any of this excitement, Ms. Warner, Ms. Beasley, to you that I'm having a child, I believe it's mine?
Whoa, whoa, whoa. Now, what exactly is wrong with these women? He's told you about how he feels about having a family and how excited he is about having a baby with Ms. Brugger. But for God knows what reason, they simply don't believe it. And this is why they're here. What a duo!
Because of Parrish. Parrish was alive then. That was his baby. But to me, that's not his job. He loved the baby, Your Honor, but the baby doesn't even look like him. He doesn't act like him. His forehead's not like... There's nothing about him to tell me that that is my grandson.
Again, what is wrong with these two? His grandmother went to his child's baby shower, listened to him go on about how it is his baby, but she does not believe it. Now she's going on and on about the semblance card. Ms. Warner, do you realize that this is your great-grandson and not your son?
I invited them to my son's first birthday party. They didn't show up.
That's not my son. That's why I didn't show up.
And if y'all felt this way about my son, why did y'all never say nothing
Parrish so much. I loved Parrish.
When his father was alive.
I loved Parrish and I wasn't...
Oh, I see. She never wanted to come between Parrish Sneer and the baby. She loved Parrish so much and she did not wish to hurt him. All of this applies for when he was alive. Now that Parrish has passed, why are you doing this, Ms. Warner?
Your Honor, there was also times when Parrish would call my grandmother that Rochelle wasn't picking him up from work. He was late to picking her up, and she couldn't explain to him on why all that was happening. There was times when she kicked Parrish out. He came to my grandmother's house. She had to give him money to stay at a hotel room.
Hold up a second. These women thought they had Ms. Brugger in a corner. She came out of that and defended herself off so fast, it knocked the bitterness right off their faces. If anything, these women have started to regret coming to paternity court right about now.
Okay, I have a question though, Rochelle. If it comes back and that is his, is my grandma even going to be able to see the baby?
You cannot.
You act so funny. You act so funny with him.
I'm so funny, but
Why
you act
weren't
so
y'all
funny with him.
Why
weren't y'all at the baby
I wasn't
shower?
there because my 1-year-old was sick.
Just look at these women. They're completely into bickering right now. They don't even see anybody else. Would you look at that? It's a lot to imagine how Parrish Sinar would react if he were in this courtroom, but things would certainly take a different turn. To cut things short, let's see the results.
Mr. Harvey is related to Parrish Brooks Jr. Therefore, Parrish Brooks Sr. is also related to Parrish Brooks Jr.
Okay, all your apologies.
His girlfriend slept with another man on the same day. He then gave his son his first and last name, then found out the baby may not be his. Mr. Woody is in court today only to figure one thing out, if he is the biological father of Ms. Wilson's son. Now, Ms. Wilson reveals that she had been intimate with another man around the time of conception. Now, we do not know who the true father of baby Woody Jr. is.
I have a 3-year-old daughter already, so when I found out I was having a son, I was excited because what man doesn't want to have a junior? You know, all the stuff a father's supposed to do with his son, so I'm just ready, so I'm ready to be a father to a boy now.
Of course. The whole thing about Mr. Woody not being romantically involved with Ms. Wilson really did hit him like a ton of bricks. Now it's like he just realizes that there's a significant chance he might not be the boy's father. Oh boy, talk about a bombshell. It seems like things just keep getting more complicated.
When I met Mr. Woody, I was walking down the street with my friend. We were drunk and we were going up to the store, and he was in an apartment complex holding, with his daughter in a stroller, and he said, "You're cute." And I was like, "Oh, you cute too."
Well, isn't this a twist? Well, talk about a roller coaster. So now she's telling the court that there was only one other man she was involved with during that time? This information would leave either of them potentially as little baby Woody's father. Right now, it gets even more interesting.
The girl that I was dating was responding to the messages that she was sending me. I have a couple of pieces of evidence, and I got a picture of me and my son, and I have the messages from Facebook.
What a text. Now everyone's sitting on the edge of their seats to find out what Mr. Woody's girlfriend responded with. The message itself shows that something is up. Ms. Wilson is ready for a fight and will not hesitate to give it to him if he brings it on.
First message I got back was, I think he said the B word, "You're lying," or something like that. And I honestly thought it was him. And so when I got that message, Your Honor, I'm like, I basically went off like, all I want is your money, point blank period.
Wait, what? After learning he could potentially be the baby's father, Mr. Woody is not shying away. Instead, he returned to town and stepped up to the task, accompanying Ms. Wilson to ultrasounds, attending her doctor's appointments, and being there every step of the way. He stepped up.
While I was sleeping with Mr. Woody, I had sex with my boyfriend and everything. He was the last person I initially had intercourse with. So the last time I had intercourse, it was with Mr. Woody.
Now wait a minute. The big question is, if they were both potential baby daddies, why did Ms. Wilson not tell the other guy that she could be having his baby? Yet another question now is, when did Mr. Woody start having doubts since he did all of this for the baby? He already believed he had a son that was completely his own. So what changed?
I'm at one of my friend's wakes. He had just passed away. So, we at the wake or whatever, and I see her sister, good friends with her son's father. I think you should go get a DNA test.
What a ride. The stories here are getting a lot more complicated. Now, Ms. Wilson, why would anyone walk up to Mr. Woody asking him to take a paternity test so randomly too if there's nothing to be suspicious about? How exactly does that add up?
I've seen her stand in the apartment complex with 2 dudes, so, they all go their separate ways. So the dude one of the dudes come back by himself, so I stop him like, "Hey, bruh, you feel me, is she pregnant?" And he like, "Yeah, by my brother."
Well. After hearing all of that, there's no possible way Ms. Wilson does not feel a mountain of regret. How do you sleep with so many men during the same time frame and expect one MM to claim paternity of the baby without a paternity test?
It's been a roller coaster,
yeah.
Meaning one day you think you're the father, the next day you don't know if you're the father. Then you back in town thinking you're the father, then the guy comes down the street and says you're not the father.
For sure, Judge Lake took the words right out of our mouths. What a roller coaster it must have been for Mr. Woody, really. All these men, all these doubts popping up from nowhere, every time. It makes one wonder if he really is the father of the baby. Well, we'll find out soon enough. Here are the results.
Mr. Woody, You are not his father.
What?
Jerome, will you please have her sit down?
He had his pants down.
Why is you sitting here lying? I have to get a second job just to help my mom in the house. You don't do anything.
He ain't nothing.
So, Mr. Redmond has been in and out of jail for owing over $10,000 in child support. Yikes. And he is adamant that these kids are not his. But Ms. Patterson, on the other hand, is 100% certain that Mr. Redmond is the father. The tension is already sky high, folks.
Quandria Redmond and Kaisha Redmond, who you say are not yours. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Patterson, you say you are 100% certain that both girls are his daughters, and you cannot wait to prove the truth today. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Redmond, why is it taking you so long to get this issue resolved?
Your Honor, over 19 years, I've been taking care of these kids, and Your Honor, I've been going to jail.
But wait, it gets even crazier. Mr. Redmond starts off by presenting some evidence to the court. He claims he caught Ms. Patterson cheating on him multiple times. Oh, the drama. Let's take a look at the evidence on the monitor.
I placed a secret tape recorder in the air vent at my apartment after I caught her, the dark-skinned fellow coming out of my apartment. The trust was gone. So I put the tape recorder inside the air vent.
So that's your tape recorder. You put it in the air vent.
Yes, ma'am.
So you could record what was going on in your house?
In the bedroom. Yes, sure. I heard moaning and groaning. I heard a man's voice in my room, in my bedroom.
Oh my goodness. According to Mr. Redmond, he caught Ms. Patterson and her friend in the bathroom with their pants down. But hold on. Ms. Patterson denies these accusations. She says it's all a lie. The tension in the courtroom is palpable, folks.
I went to Ms. Patterson's workplace. But at this point in time, at her job, the front people told me where she was at, how to find her location. I went back there to find the location that they told me to go to.
Okay.
I observed Ms. Patterson in the bed with another man. On top of the man.
Really?
Yes, ma'am.
Wait, so this is you observing?
Yes, ma'am.
And it doesn't stop there. Mr. Redmond also claims he caught Ms. Patterson with another man in their apartment. Talk about a scandal. Let's take a look at the picture he submitted as evidence.
That was against the rules. I would have lost my job. Your Honor, I don't know what he's talking about.
So, Mr. Redmond, you really believe she cheated? All of these instances add up to you in your mind that she cheated?
Yes, Your Honor. I have one more incident, if you don't mind me telling you. Yes,
okay. You can step back to the podium now. I'll hear it from over there.
Whoa! This picture allegedly shows Ms. Patterson coming home from work to find a tall, dark-skinned man leaving their apartment. Mr. Redmond reveals that he secretly recorded their bedroom using a tape recorder hidden in the air vent. Oh, the suspense is killing me. Let's hear what he discovered.
You thought maybe he could be her father because she was having a relationship with him as well?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you sitting on another man's lap, Miss Patterson?
No, Your Honor, I was not.
Why do you think he is just making all of this up?
Your Honor, I don't know. To tell you the truth, this is what I used to go through when we was married. So this is basically why the marriage had ended.
Oh my goodness, folks. Mr. Redmond claims he heard moaning and groaning, and even a man's voice in the recording. This is like a scene straight out of a dramatic movie.
Caught her cheating on me. Her and her friend was in the bathroom, and he had his pants down.
That is a lie. That is a lie.
All right, so let's get to the second pregnancy because you all managed to stay married long enough to get pregnant again.
Yes, Your Honor.
So why do you feel Kaisha is not your child? That's what I want to understand.
All right, let's take a breather here. Things are getting heated in this courtroom. The tension between Mr. Redmond and Ms. Patterson is off the charts. But what about the children? Let's bring in LaQuandria and Keishia to hear their side of the story.
That's why you feel like you're not Kaisha's biological
That's not
father.
true, Your Honor. That's not. The reason why he ain't sleeping in the bed, he was never at home. He'll come home when it's time for me to go to work. So
Why would I come home to a woman that's cheating on me?
How you gonna sleep in the bed and you too much in the streets?
Because I didn't want to look in your face.
You wouldn't work. You wouldn't keep a job.
I would work if you knew how to take care of your own kids.
And you want me to be with you?
Small kids, Your Honor.
LaQuandria and Keishia enter the courtroom, and boy, they are not happy. They both believe that Mr. Redmond is their father, but they also feel abandoned by him. The emotions are running high, folks.
When I left him in 2000.
Were you also there for the entire birth while you had this doubt? Were you there for all of the appointments, the birth, everything?
Yes, Your Honor.
And so at that time, Ms. Patterson, did you believe he doubts my children, or were you thinking that you all were just a married couple having children?
Yes, Your Honor.
Which one?
That we was married and, had kids.
Do you remember him expressing doubt over...
LaQuandria courageously speaks up, expressing her hurt and disappointment in Mr. Redmond. She recounts how he was never there for them, even when they were homeless. The tears are flowing and hearts are breaking.
Kept them away from me so that I would not be able to have a relationship with these kids.
Why is you sitting here lying? I have to get a second job just to help my mom in the house. You don't do anything.
Where are you? Where were you? You didn't even look her way. When it comes to Kiesha Redmond, it has been determined by this court.
And I don't care.
And Kashia shares her pain too. She recalls how she called Mr. Redmond for help and he never came through. These girls have been through so much, and it's clear that they yearn for a father figure in their lives.
Hello, ladies.
Hi.
Please state your name for the court. You first.
Kiesha Redmond.
Kiesha. And your name?
LaQuandria Redmond.
All right. So we are here today discussing some paternity issues that are affecting your family, okay? And I wanted to hear from you because the gentleman on the plaintiff's podium, Mr. Redmond, you believe he is your father, right?
I mean, yes.
That's what you've been told.
Yes, ma'am.
All right, folks, it's time for the moment of truth. The DNA results are in, and they are about to be revealed. Let's find out.
Mr. Redmond, you are the father.
We both look alike.
Mr. Redmond, you are the father.
Apologize to
he don't need him.
He need to apologize.
He don't need
No,
him.
seriously, he needs to
I
apologize.
do apologize. I try to have a relationship with them, Your Honor, but they won't stay around. They say I'm too mean, I'm too strict, I'm too this, I'm too that.
Kiesha, is there something you'd like to say to your father?
All right, let's set the stage for today's drama-filled episode. We have Ms. McCrory, who claims that her late ex-husband, Mr. Gino Bailey, is the father of her 3-year-old daughter, Navoy. She's here to fight for her share of the Social Security death benefits. But hold on, because Ms. Smith, the ex-wife of Mr. Bailey, and her daughter, Sierra, are saying it's medically impossible for him to be the father. They're convinced that Ms. McCrory is just in it for the money. Let the drama unfold.
Ms. McCrory, you and your husband claim the defendant's ex-husband, Mr. Gino Bailey, who recently passed away, fathered your 3-year-old daughter, Nevaeh. You say you will return to court to fight for your share of Social Security death benefits after...
Oh boy, the accusations are flying left and right in this courtroom. Ms. Smith is not holding back, claiming that Ms. McCrory is only after the money. But wait, Ms. McCrory fires back, saying that if Mr. Bailey is the father, he should support his child, even in death. Oh, the drama is heating up, folks.
Today's test proves he is the father. Is that correct?
Yes, Shauna.
Ms. Smith, you and your daughter say it would be medically impossible for your ex-husband to be the child's biological father and state the McCrorys are in this only for the money. Ms. Smith, how can you be so sure that your ex-husband isn't the father of Miss McCrory's baby?
Now, things take an unexpected turn when Ms. Smith drops a bombshell. She reveals that Mr. Bailey had a medical condition related to the XY chromosome that could result in miscarriages if he fathered a child. Oh, the suspense. But Ms. McCrory is not buying it, claiming that miracles do happen, and her daughter is proof of that. The tension is building, and we can't wait to see how this medical mystery unfolds.
Ms. Smith nor Ms. Minto, they don't have anything to do with how the Social Security office divvies out death benefits. You understand they are not in charge of that.
Yes, I do.
If she believed that my late ex-husband was the father of her child, why didn't she get a DNA test?
The courtroom is getting intense as both sides present their testimonies. Ms. Mento, Mr. Bailey's daughter, is adamant that Nevaeh cannot be her sister, and she won't have anything to do with it. She believes her father when he said it wasn't possible. But hold on, folks, because Ms. McCrory and her husband, Mr. McCrory, have some photos to prove their case. They claim Nevaeh bears a striking resemblance to Mr. Bailey. Oh, the suspense is killing us.
I believe that all
Ms.
she
Minto,
wants is the money.
I see this is upsetting.
Okay.
It's hard to hear people talk about your dad and the fact that he may potentially have another child, Ms. Minto.
I really don't care if she is my sister. I won't have nothing to do with it. Because I had 19 years and I want to remember my father the way he was, being his only little girl.
Yes.
When I spoke to my father, he told me that it wasn't his.
The tension reaches its peak when the birth certificate is brought into the mix. Mr. McCrory's name is listed as Nevaeh's father, but he stepped up because Mr. Bailey didn't want to take responsibility. Oh, the drama! But wait, Ms. McCrory drops a bombshell. She reveals that Mr. Bailey texted her on the day of Nevaeh's birth, saying, "Congratulations, can I see her?"
That I can guarantee
Well,
you
you know
didn't
what?
do.
You must not know. Maybe you weren't good enough then.
I was married to the...
Okay, hold on. And let's keep the testimony respect. So you believe that was the time you conceived? And shortly thereafter, that's when you found out you were pregnant and informed?
Yeah, after we kind of like drifted apart because I wasn't going to be with a male whore. I'm sorry to say it that way, but that's what he was.
And one of his relatives even said growing up they called him male gigolo. And there's even another child saying that...
All right, folks, it's time for the moment of truth. The DNA results are here, and it's time to find out if Mr. Bailey is Nevaeh's biological father. Drum roll, please, and oh my goodness. Drama llamas, the results are in, and it's a bombshell. Mr. McCrory is not the father. The courtroom erupts in gasps and shouts. This case just took a wild turn.
Okay, I think Nevaeh looks like Mr. McCrory.
Ms. McCrory, who's on the birth certificate?
My husband.
Oh,
I can explain why.
So what?
I know, I can explain
do
why.
Do you have the birth certificate with you? I'd like to see that.
Yeah, we do.
Ron, let me see this birth certificate.
I took responsibility because he didn't want to. He said that he
Because
was
I
about
was his
to
one
get
and
rid
only.
of...
You're not his one and only. He said that.
Keep your seatbelts on, because we're not done yet. Since Mr. Bailey is deceased, they had to perform a sibling test to determine if Nevsay and Sierra are related. The stakes are even higher now, and the tension is through the roof. Will they be revealed as sisters, or is this just another twist in this roller coaster of a case? Get ready for the big reveal.
Mr. McCrory, you are not the father.
Thank you.
Told you. Are we ready for the next result?
Yes, Your Honor.
That Nevaeh McCrory and Sierra Marie Mento are not related.
Yes.
Told you.
Yes, told you.
Now we're both even.
Now the harassment can stop.
Yeah, well then maybe you better find out who your baby daddy is.
Maybe.
We've got Ms. Moody, who is desperate to prove that the defendant, Mr. Brackens, is the father of her adorable 2-year-old daughter, Ray Lynn. But here's the kicker, folks. Mr. Brackens has some serious doubts, and it's tearing their relationship apart.
Ms. Moody, you have petitioned the court for a DNA test to prove that the defendant is the father of your 2-year-old daughter, Raylan. You hope these results will save your family. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Brackens, you say the plaintiff admitted to sleeping with another man, and your doubt is overwhelming.
Now, before we dive into the nitty-gritty, let's take a moment to appreciate the sheer intensity of this situation. Can you imagine being torn between two men, not knowing who the father of your child really is? It's like living in a drama movie, folks.
If the DNA results shock you, you'd consider staying together. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Oh, so Ms. Moody, why are today's results so important to you?
Because my family is so important to me, and if the results don't turn out to be the way that I need them to be and the way that I have full 100% confidence that they are, my family is on the line. And like I said, my family is everything to me.
So how did this hot mess come to be? Well, Ms. Moody and Mr. Brackens have known each other for ages. They even went to school together. But after graduation, they went their separate ways. Fast forward a few years, and they reconnect through social media. Cue the romantic music, people.
And so tell me about that. How is it affecting your relationship?
I look at this little girl every day, Your Honor, and I've been there for her since day one. I was there cutting the umbilical cord and everything, and I broke my back, Your Honor. I built a foundation, and this means the world to me. It means everything to me.
But the doubt.
The doubt?
That permeates through the fabric of your family.
Ms. Moody falls head over heels for Mr. Brackens. But here's where things get complicated. While Mr. Brackens was away, she couldn't resist the temptation and ended up sleeping with another man. Oh, the drama. But she claims she chose Mr. Brackens and cut ties with the other guy.
So tell me, how did we get here? How did a beautiful couple, family, get to a position where your family's on the line because of a paternity issue?
Your Honor, I take fault for that. Anthony and I grew up together, went to school together. We've known each other for a very, very long time. After graduating high school, we lost, went our separate ways. He went to school, I went to school.
Turns out, Mr. Brackens had no idea about Ms. Moody's little fling. He thought they were in a committed relationship the entire time. Can you say major trust issues, people? This is a roller coaster ride of emotions.
I can't tell no lies. I can't say I was perfect because I wasn't. I was still doing my own thing. Regardless that I had these strong feelings for him, he wasn't here. And I was lonely. I needed affection. I needed attention. Physical affection and attention, not just a message that I'm receiving from somebody. I looked elsewhere for that.
So, you slept with someone else.
Yes, ma'am, I did.
Now, let's fast forward to the bombshell moment. Ms. Moody finds out she's pregnant just a week and a half after breaking things off with the other man. Talk about bad timing, am I right? And this is where the doubts start creeping in for Mr. Brackens. He's left wondering if he's about to become a father or if it's another man's baby.
Caught up in this life that I had been living behind his back while he was gone, that I didn't know how to put it into that. And so that was very hard for me to figure out, okay, how am I gonna stop this and pick this up and be faithful to him and show him he is what I want in life. He is where I wanna be. It was very hard. It was very hard for me to tell the other guy because I can't lie. I had caught feelings there too.
And that's not all, folks. The other man starts claiming that Raylan looks like his other children, and he even asks for a DNA test. Can you believe the audacity? It's like a soap opera villain trying to steal the leading man's child.
I was happy, but at the same time it was like, oh my gosh. What do I do? How do I do this? Because I had been in a situation kind of sort of like this before.
Have you ever met this other person?
We grew up together.
This is a man you know?
Yeah, a man that I know, see just about every day.
Oh my goodness. How soon after you broke up with the other man did you find out you were pregnant?
A week and a half.
All right, fam, it's time for the moment of truth. The DNA results are in, and they've been prepared by DNA Diagnostics. You can practically feel the anticipation in the air. Will the results save this family, or will they shatter their hopes and dreams?
Mr. Brackens, you are her father. How does it feel, Mr. Brackens, to look at your beautiful little girl with no doubt in your mind, not another thought?
It's amazing, Your Honor.
And it's because of the way you love Mr. Brackens, it's because of the way you love your family that you were willing to lay it all on the line.
We meet our first contestant, Ms. Thomas, who claims that the defendant, Mr. Hadley, is denying her 7-month-old son, Jeremiah. She's had enough of living a double life and wants the truth to come out.
Towards a relationship when he's staying with me.
Who are you intimate with right now?
Miss Starworth.
When's the last time you were intimate with Mr. Hadley?
A couple weeks ago.
You just go back and forth, Mr. Hadley.
I have.
We're in a love triangle, and this is just going on for way too long.
You understand why Miss Thomas has reason to believe you potentially could be her child's father, right?
There's no way.
But hold on, folks. There's another woman in the mix. Enter Ms. Stallworth, who is in a gearing towards a relationship with Mr. Hadley. Oh, the plot thickens.
Mr. Hadley, you say your current relationship with Miss Stallworth is in jeopardy because Miss Thomas is convinced you are the father of her child.
Yes, Your Honor.
But you say you have hard evidence to prove that you are not the biological father. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Miss Thomas, why is he denying your son?
I don't know, Your Honor.
Ms. Thomas alleges that Mr. Hadley acts like a father to Jeremiah when he's with her, but denies their relationship when he's with Ms. Stallworth. Talk about playing both sides. And here comes the bombshell, folks. Ms. Stallworth believes that Mr. Hadley is not the father because Ms. Thomas was sleeping with someone else around the same time. Drama, drama, drama.
When Miss Stallworth is not around, he's a good dad to Jeremiah.
Yes.
He's there.
Yes.
He treats him like it's his child?
Yes.
Explain.
Well, when he doesn't watch him, however, if he's crying, he'll go to him, pick him up, make sure he doesn't fall off the bed. He'll give him his bottle. When I make his bottle, he'll give it to him, make sure he's drinking his bottle. He'll make sure he put him to sleep.
Mr. Hadley drops a bomb of his own, claiming that the first guy Ms. Thomas told about the pregnancy wasn't him. Oh, the tangled web we weave. Let's take a moment to appreciate this adorable photo of Mr. Hadley with little Jeremiah. Look at that smile. Could this be a clue to the truth?
That's you, right, Mr.?
Yeah, but I didn't fall asleep like that.
Yes, he did.
No.
Yes, he did, Your Honor. He was holding him. He's gonna wake up and not let me take a picture.
So what are you saying? She placed the baby there?
That's a lie.
And took the picture?
No, Your Honor.
First, what I want to know is the relationship. Talk to me about the nature of this relationship.
I was friends with Mrs. Thomas.
Ms. Thomas presents her evidence, a calendar showing the dates she had sex with Mr. Hadley and another guy. She believes that the timing lines up with her doctor's estimation of conception. Could this be the smoking gun?
Out of all of them, twice.
Take me to this pregnancy. You tell Mr. Hadley you're pregnant.
Yes.
When you find out, what do you say?
I told him I was pregnant. I even sent him a picture of the pregnancy test as well. He asked me if I was keeping it, and I said yes. That was the end of it. The next day is when he started doubting it. The same day I told him was the day he told Mrs. Stallworth.
But hold on, folks. Mr. Hadley has his doubts. He claims they did a home DNA test that came back inconclusive. Enter Mrs. Stallworth, who believes Mr. Hadley is not the father because of the inconclusive test and Ms. Thomas's alleged infidelity. This love triangle just keeps getting messier.
You said go ahead and give the child my last name.
No.
Yes, he
So
did.
you didn't consent to Jeremiah having the last name Hadley?
I just didn't disagree due to the fact that her whole family was in the room.
Why are you so convinced he is your child's biological father, Ms. Thomas?
Because around the time where we had sex and the time my doctor told me that I conceived my son.
Do you have any evidence to support that?
Yes, I have my calendar right here.
The tension is palpable as we await the results. Will Mr. Hadley be revealed as the father, or will another man be thrown into the mix? The truth is about to be uncovered. The moment we've all been waiting for has arrived. The results are in, and it's time for the big reveal.
Mr. Hadley, you are not his father.
I feel, now we can move forward now, and she can stop letting...
No, you gotta stop.
Yes, he has to stop.
Because you're going back and forth between these two women, and they're letting you. That's a whole other conversation.
Today, we have an episode that will leave you on the edge of your seat. So sit back, get ready, and let's jump right into it. Mr. Dansby is petitioning the court for a DNA test to prove that Ms. Simpson has been lying about him being the father of her 3-year-old son, Tanoris. But hold on, folks. Ms. Simpson is countersuing Mr. Dansby for child-rearing expenses.
Mr. Dansby, you're petitioning the court for a DNA test to prove that the defendant, Ms. Simpson, has been lying in her claim that you are the father of her 3-year-old son, Tanoris. Now, Ms. Simpson, you're countersuing Mr. Dansby for child-rearing expenses in the sum of $3,361.56, which is half of the money you claim to have spent on Tanoris.
Yes, Your Honor. Mr. Dansby wastes no time in accusing Ms. Simpson of lying, claiming that she had been seeing another man while they were together. Uh-oh, things are already heating up in the courtroom. Let the drama unfold.
I had been trying to get you to do a DNA test, but you chose to run. You didn't want to go to the child support place to do the DNA test.
Is that true, Mr. Dansby?
So,
ma'am, that's not true. Miss Simpson, she had been lying. I had doubts about this kid, Tanoris. If this so much as my son, she have not let me see. I don't even know the kid.
Ms. Simpson denies these allegations, but Mr. Dansby is not convinced. He recalls a phone call he overheard between Ms. Simpson and the mysterious other man. The tension is rising, folks.
Miss Simpson had another man who she was dealing with.
When you met her, explain.
Okay, what happened was it was one particular school morning. I was getting her kids ready for school. Okay, I got them on the school bus. Miss Simpson was taking a shower that morning. I just so happened caught the phone call. It was another dude.
The court asks Mr. Dansby about his efforts to get a DNA test done, and he admits that it took him 3 years to finally take legal action. 3 years, people. Can you believe it? This case is full of twists and turns.
Mr. Dansby, the man told you that she was his lady?
Yes.
And then what did you say?
No.
I spoke with her about it. I thought he heard.
So you all just hung up. After that, you hung up, and then that's when you had the conversation with her?
Yes.
All right, so at that point, you were on notice. There was Another man.
Ms. Simpson fires back, accusing Mr. Dansby of avoiding the responsibility of taking the DNA test. It's a battle of he said, she said, and the tension is palpable in the courtroom.
When did she say this?
Okay, and that
This was like, it was in 3 months before he was even born.
It was not 3 months. It was not 3 months.
Hold on. I want to understand this. Get me to this conversation 3 months before the baby was even born, where you say she told you the baby wasn't even yours.
I asked. We was talking over the phone, and she somewhat got an attitude with me.
The court wants to dig deeper into their relationship, and Mr. Dansby spills the tea about how they met through a mutual friend. But wait, there's more. He reveals that Ms. Simpson had another man in her life. Oh, the plot thickens.
So now you really questioning.
I'm questioning Yolanda like one behind the other. I'm trying to find out what's the truth. Is she lying to me or not?
So now July 2012, Tanoris is born.
Yeah, he was born, and I was trying to, I had got in contact with Ms. Simpson. I was trying to find out whether it was my son or not.
Ms. Simpson tries to defend herself, but Mr. Dansby is not having it. He accuses her of being a compulsive liar. Whoa, this case just got even more intense. Grab your popcorn, folks, because this is getting juicy.
You say it's the first time you met Tanoris. What was shady about that?
That was my first time ever seeing tonight. But I feel like if she's so confident about this, my son, why it took 3 years for me to see tonight?
Okay, but I got evidence that
we did
you
take
put a on
picture.
Facebook.
What is that evidence, ma'am?
It is a picture of him and Tanoris where he says that.
Jerome, will you hand that to me, please?
The court wants to know if Ms. Simpson was involved with anyone else during their relationship. And guess what? She admits to the possibility of another man. Oh, the suspense is killing us. Who could the real father be?
You felt like he wasn't making enough enough effort?
Yes, Your Honor.
Your Honor, it had been several occasions, several times I had tried to reach out to Ms. Simpson as far as me and her getting together, sitting down and talking like grown people about Tanaris. It was all talk, no action with Ms. Simpson.
Mr. Dansby presents his timeline of events, highlighting all the lies he believes Ms. Simpson has told him. This case is like a never-ending maze of deception. Can the truth be uncovered?
Ms. Simpson, the expenses that you've outlined here, of course, food, bottles.
Yes.
What else have you bought for the child?
Clothes, diapers.
They total $6,723.12, which is why you're suing for half that amount, because you feel like that is what's owed to you.
Yes.
Post. The tension reaches its peak as Mr. Dansby reveals that he met Tanoris for the first time in October 2014, 2 years after he was born. This poor child deserves to know the truth. Will justice prevail?
How much have they taken out?
They be taking 100. It only took like about 360 from me already.
240.
240, 360.
240.
240. They don't
Yes,
they don't took
that's
me out.
all
That
I
shit like
have
3 separate
received
occasions.
is 240, and that
So
was the payment.
they took $360, but you've received $240, ma'am. Okay.
Finally, it's time for the moment we've all been waiting for. The DNA test results are in. The tension is thick in the air as Judge Lake reads the results. Is Mr. Dansby the father of Tanoris? Will Ms. Simpson's claims be proven right? Oh, the suspense is killing us. Get ready for the truth bomb, people.
Mr. Dansby, you are Tanoris' father.
Thank you. Thank you.
I've said it this been many days, and I've asked men to enumerate. Tell me what your doubt is and what it's based on. And there are some times when, men just get in their head that they're not the father, they can't be the father.
All right, folks, let's set the stage for this drama-filled episode. We have Ms. Andrews, who was living her best life until she had a chance encounter with a man named Mr. Glenn at a fancy restaurant. Little did she know this encounter would turn her world upside. Andrews is understandably skeptical. She's never known Mr. Glenn, and she was raised by a loving father who was present in her life. But hey, sometimes life throws us curveballs, and this can cue the courtroom drama, folks. Ms. Andrews and Mr. Glenn are here, ready to face off and get some answers. The tension in the room is palpable. Ms. Andrews makes it clear that she has doubts about Mr. Glenn's claim. After all, she had a great relationship with the man she believed to be her father, but Mr. Glenn stands firm, insisting that he is her biological father and that he has evidence to prove it. Hold on to your seats, folks, because it's time for the moment of truth. The DNA results are in, and they will reveal once and for all whether Mr. Glenn is Ms. Andrews' father. I can feel the anticipation building. Let's talk about the emotional roller coaster this case has been for Ms. Andrews. She's dealing with the loss of her father and now has to face the possibility of a whole new family dynamic. It's a lot to process, and our heart. Right, folks, it's time to reveal the DNA results and put an end to this intense courtroom battle. Will Mr. Glenn's claims be validated, or will Ms. Andrews' doubts be confirmed? Get ready for the moment of truth.
Mr. Glenn, you are her father. Oh my God. What is this that you perpetrating on these two men? I mean, you just got them all messed up in the head. Thought he was the father, then he heard you cheated, then he didn't want to be the father, but he is the father. You're finally done now?
I think I'm starting to see the light, Your Honor.
He don't just slip on a banana peel and land between your legs. We shoot it straight in here, baby. And you know what? As women, sometimes we just have to be honest enough to say, you know what? That hurt me. But you let him invest his heart and soul and his money and his time. And then you sit up in front of this court and in front of me as a woman and suggest, oh, you just did that to get what you wanted to get out of it. What does he want to get out of it? It was gonna be about you.
Mr. Jordan thought he had it all figured out. He was the proud papa of little Caitlin. But according to him, Miss Heim had other plans, and she turned his world upside down. According to Miss Heim, she's the victim here. Mr. Jordan abandoned her and her daughter, and she's here to prove he's the father.
Jordan, you claim the defendant tricked birth certificate and being a daddy. But 2 years later, you were told that another man is her biological father.
Mr. Jordan was convinced that Ms. Heim tricked him into believing he was Caitlin's dad. He claimed she lied and said the other guy, Mr. Knight, had already taken a paternity test. But according to Ms. Heim, Mr. Jordan had been there for everything, from the cravings to the afterbirth.
So, Mr. Jordan, you say Ms. Heim tricked you?
Yes.
Explain.
She tricked me into thinking that I was the father. She tricked me into thinking that Caitlin was my first daughter.
So Ms. Heim is a little bit of a trickster, huh? If Mr. Jordan is telling the truth, this case could be an uphill battle for Ms. Heim. And what's up with her just standing there and smiling? Like, are we hearing the same thing?
Yeah.
Were you being deceitful, Ms. Hine?
No, ma'am. He's a great father, and I only had sex with one man when we were together.
Ms. Heim might have been smiling because she was confident. She seemed super sharp giving that testimony. That's why I don't understand how she fumbled it at the end. For the 100th time, I just know does not count as evidence in this court or any court for that matter.
And he needs to stop listening. No, he listens to his family members, my family members, the people on the street, and everything about that. And I just came today to show everybody on the street.
Yeah, she must have been smiling through the pain because Ms. Heim just cued in the waterworks. That's a tough question to answer, especially when you're not sure who your kid's real dad is.
Yeah, if I will, there's never been a moment where Caitlin and I have been around each other and she feels like I love her less than or anything like that.
I'm not judging your cravings, Ms. Heim, but did you eat the pickles with the ice cream? Either way, Mr. Jordan was there to provide both, which makes the fact that they're both here today pretty crazy. What's even crazier is that Mr. Jordan was and still is ready to be a dad to little Caitlin.
But this is what I don't understand. It was all going well.
It was, you know what I'm saying?
And so how does it go wrong?
This is where it goes wrong. Her and the family member get to like an altercation or whatnot, like an argument. It wasn't even an altercation, an argument.
Now that, folks, is what we call a bombshell testimony. Props to Mr. Jordan too, cause not everyone could have narrated that story so smoothly. I can't imagine what must have been going through Mr. Jordan's head at the time, after all those foot rubs and pickles. Oh, and it gets worse.
But as she was saying it, she pulls out phone and she started showing me I could pull it up. I ain't gotta lie. It's what the family member tells me. And I'm like, that of the other guy and my daughter, you know what I'm saying, like having moments together or...
See that, Ms. Himes, that's what real evidence looks like. The picture of a stranger holding your little girl with a caption claiming he's the dad. I can't help but feel bad for Mr. Jordan because as things stand right now, it seems like Ms. Heim took him through the ringer.
So this is another one posted up, and this is from
Santavius
Night, and it reads, "Me and my baby Kate."
Time to even take my daughter over to somebody else's house. Like,
oh man, Miss Heim has been playing a dangerous game. How did she not think this would come back to bite her in the ass? Come on, the least she can do right now is come clean for Caitlin's sake.
Santavius said he's calling her his baby.
I didn't tell him that. I told him I was pregnant.
Miss Heim, I'm gonna need you to tell me what deal is. I need to know what's going on.
Thank you, Judge Lake. Everyone, myself included, is getting sick and tired of Ms. Heim being caught up in one lie after another. What's the deal, Ms. Heim?
She's old enough to know. Father is Mr. Jordan or Santavius. Have you ever told Santavius Knight, this gentleman here, that he is her biological father?
All I said was that I was pregnant when I first found out I was
Trying to get Ms. Heim to talk is like trying to get a dog to break dance. It's just not happening. Judge Lake is as frustrated as everyone else in that courtroom, and Mr. Jordan's case just got a whole lot stronger. This case could be a done deal once Mr. Knight steps in.
We are here discussing the paternity of Caitlin, and it has been brought to this court's attention. There are pictures of you with Caitlin where you put in a caption that this is me and my baby Kate, where you are
just as I expected, Mr. Knight's testimony has Ms. Heim stuttering. This is turning into a beatdown. Every single testimony has been destroying Ms. Heim's case, and she hasn't had a single good response. I guess that's what happens when you tell that many lies.
Down in April, I had sex, and then I found out I was pregnant in June, so how is that possible? I just called him and let him know that I was pregnant.
What did you say she said to you again?
She told me that it was my baby. She said, I'm pregnant. I said, what you telling me for?
Ms. Heim has to be kidding. Either that or she's just a terrible human being. Because why in the world would you play two men who genuinely want to help like that? I'm just sad she roped her daughter Caitlin into this whole mess.
Why did you tell Mr. Knight he was the biological
I did not.
father?
I said I was pregnant.
Where's he getting all these stories about making the birth certificate right and all of this?
I don't know. I called him when I found out I was pregnant and told him that I was
Oh my God, the lies just keep coming. At this point, I'm not even sure Ms. Heim is her real name. She's probably even lying about being in the courtroom. Quick, someone tap her on the shoulder and make sure she's not a hologram.
What is this smirk? You had the same smirk on your face. Burst out crying when the case first started. You're just so tired of this, and you're just tired of going through this. What is the smirk? What is behind your eyes? What are you feeling? Why?
Finally, an honest statement from Ms. Heim. She's been dodging those questions like a pro boxer, but at least she answered the most important one. And sure, it took some tough love from the judge and a whole lot of tears to get here, but Ms. Heim might finally be accepting the truth. She messed up.
It's okay, because when you tell her, they can't hold you hostage anymore. It can't. You're in your own prison. And that's why you're just spinning and spinning and spinning and spinning and lying and telling this person one thing and this person one thing. It can't hold you hostage.
Finally, the results are in, and this monumental mess is finally going to get cleared up. You've got to appreciate how Judge Lake handles this one, though. She even had some wise words for Ms. Heim at the end. Well, there's no more hiding from the truth now. The DNA test results are in, and Caitlin's father is about to be revealed.
It has been determined by this court. The biological father is Mr. Jordan. Mr. Jordan, you are Caitlin's biological father.
Man, this case was a total mess from the start. Ms. Petty is trying to figure out who the daddy is for her little girl Alea. And just like the last case, she's got two potential fathers, Mr. Ballet and Mr. Daniel. It's another love triangle gone wrong.
Miss Petty, you say you grew up without a father and claim you don't want the same for your daughter, Alea.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, you've asked the court to DNA test two men who may be her biological father.
This seems pretty clear-cut, right? A woman who believes one man is her baby daddy and another man who believes he's the baby daddy. I didn't say it was normal, I just said it seems straightforward. But as we've already come to expect from this court, nothing is ever as simple as it seems.
So, Mr. Ball, tell the court, why do you have doubt?
So the reason I doubt her is because she was sleeping around with me and Peter at the same time. The only reason I started messing around with her was to get my son.
And all she wanted was what? Yeah, that caught me off guard too, Judge Lake. Ms. Petty is wrong for using her son as a bargaining chip, but hey, she must have really wanted that. You know?
I'm waiting to hear these doubts.
Miss Petty told me she was on birth control. I tried to stop messing with her, but every time I would go ahead and bring like, well, you can't see your son and all this, you ain't gonna be able to.
Well, if that doesn't give you doubts, I don't know what will. I get where Mr. Ball is coming from, because there's no way I'm accepting paternity over a child who's got named after another man.
First of all, first, that I was pregnant before I even told Mr. Daniel. He told me because he was in a relationship, he didn't want to ruin his happy home. He didn't want nothing to do with my daughter. He told her I wouldn't.
Who's telling the truth here? One of these two is lying, and it'll all come crashing down soon enough. But I'll tell you what, Ms. Petty is looking awfully suspicious, and I don't think her stories are going to stay straight for very long.
I feel like I'm watching a tennis match. My neck's just going back and forth and back and forth, and you right here in the middle. And I need to know from you how you got here.
That's exactly what happens when you test Judge Lake's patience. You get burned. Mr. Ball actually had some good points. He should just wait his turn to give them. And come on, Ms. Petty. Growing up without a father is no excuse for resigning your child to the same fate. Well, at least she's here today looking for answers.
When I first met Mr. Ball, I fell in love with him. He told me about some stuff he was going through, and he knew what I was going through. And everything was fine, and then he left. And while I was pregnant with my son, I went through kids making fun of me about it.
That was a very emotional testimony from Ms. Petty, but can we really buy it? I mean, I feel for her. I really do. But I don't think that justifies sleeping with two men. Still, those women that bullied her were way out of line.
Why is it that you give her another man's name?
Exactly.
You didn't want her to asking the question.
Sorry.
Miss Petty, tell me what you're feeling.
I'm feeling like, regardless of the result.
Ms. Petty doesn't look like a player, but the way she's juggling these two men, she's in the big leagues. Mr. Ballet is clearly frustrated, and again, who wouldn't be? He seems like the victim right now, but based on how quickly things change in this court, that could change pretty soon.
So during the window of action, about how often were you sleeping with each man?
I would have sex with them on the same day.
I was afraid I was going to hear that.
All she was trying to do was break a relationship.
I take back what I said. Ms. Petty isn't in the big leagues, she's in a league of her own. Sleeping with two men without protection on the same day? She's just asking for trouble at this point.
I wasn't even avoiding it. If the case is...
This is laughing. You said you weren't avoiding the DNA test. Did you hear this, Jerome? He's not avoiding it, but why can't Mr. Daniel take it right then and there?
I'm pretty sure Mr. Ballet is just freestyling now. He's all out of evidence and clapbacks, but it's a good thing the other witness is around. Well, maybe not good for Ms. Petty, but who knows? Maybe he'll end up making her case stronger. Let's hear what Mr. Daniel has to say.
Having a sexual relationship with Mr. Ball, also with you. But you two were in a relationship, right? Yep. You obviously have doubt, but how did that doubt come about?
We were at the hospital, and there was a situation where I looked at her.
Okay, well, that wasn't a very strong opening, was it? But to be fair, Mr. Daniel wants the baby to be his, so he'll probably go easier on Ms. Petty. On the other hand, Ms. Petty openly admitted to cheating on him with the guy standing right in front of him. How is he so calm?
What's going on here? It sounds like you are caught between two men.
I am feeling like I'm stuck between the two. when me and Mr. Daniel got together, I cut ties off with him.
Damn, is Judge Lake a part-time detective, because those are some smooth deduction skills. And what's up with Ms. Petty? We don't know for sure, but it looks like she's with a great guy who's a great dad to her kid. But she still wants to be with Mr. Ballet, a man who wants nothing to do with her or her daughter.
You and Mr. Ball had a sexual relationship.
Last week.
It was not last week. Your Honor, the last time we had a sexual relationship is when she said they broke up.
Mr. Daniel, I see you stomping your foot. Is that anger?
You better grab some popcorn, folks, because this is heating up. Ms. Petty is sneakier than I thought, and Mr. Ballet is no saint either. I'm no expert, but having a secret phone is probably in Chapter 1 of the Cheater's Handbook.
Remember she said, I always come to her asking. No, she'll text me telling something, what's up with Snakey and stuff like that.
That is actually correct.
Are we still on paternity court, or did someone switch shows to Cheaters? And getting caught is bad enough. Laughing and smiling about it, man. That's just downright disrespectful. Ms. Petty's tears are all dried up now, and she's looking guiltier than she ever did.
I can see the truth is from the look on your face that you all had another sexual encounter that day.
I wasn't even trying to that day.
But
I promise. I worked all night. I wasn't even trying to. And then,
come on, Mr. Ballet, really? By the way he was talking about her a few minutes ago, you'd think that Mr. Ballet wouldn't even look twice at Ms. Petty. But boy, oh boy, that man can lie. Now, I don't even know who's the bigger liar. Is it Mr. Ballet or is it Ms. Petty?
Young, beautiful baby here in this present moment that deserves to know who her father, right? One man in particular you hope is her father?
Either way it goes, I just want them to be a father.
With all the chaos going on in the courtroom, we nearly forgot the reason why we're here, baby Alea. Judge Lake has heard enough, and it's time to reveal the DNA test results. Everyone is on edge, and the stakes couldn't be higher. You might want to sit down for this one.
Mr. Ball, you are her father. Absolute silence.
He do not deserve to be father.
Ms. Brown's life is about to change. She was adopted when she was just a baby, and after all these years, she was contacted by a man who might be her birth father. Keyword might. That's why we're in this courtroom today, to find out if Mr. Hampton is really Ms. Brown's long-lost father. Talk about a life-changing revelation. And the way she found out is wild. Some girl just slides into her DMs and a message from a dad you've never known on Facebook? Yikes, that's enough to make anyone's head spin.
And so what were you thinking when you read that?
Who are you?
So you've never met this man?
No.
Never heard of him?
Nope.
And next thing you know, he's on your Facebook saying,
what a story indeed. I'm dying to know how this one unravels. I also have a bunch of questions, but I bet Ms. Brown has a lot more than I do. The good thing is we're both about to get some answers because Mr. Hampton is about to join us. Well, I don't really agree with how she said it, but I definitely agree with what she said. If Mr. Hampton was there through her mom's pregnancy and birth, why did she end up getting adopted at 3 months old? If I was her, I'd be salty too. Would you mind answering that question, Mr. Hampton?
I had the opportunity to take when I met her at the mall. I didn't know whether she wanted me to take you permanently. I couldn't take you at the time. I had to go back to Seattle.
Something tells me Mr. Hampton is skipping some major parts of this story, and saying Ms. Brown's troubled mom is the reason he left sounds super sus. Well, that was underwhelming. Again, some people may knock Ms. Brown's attitude, but man, I'd have said so much worse. If anything, she's just trying to protect herself from the pain of standing next to a man who may have abandoned her when she was a toddler.
that may be true, that in the picture, the baby you're holding is your daughter, but why are you so sure that it is Ms. Brown?
He was off to a shaky start, but hopefully Mr. Hampton has some actual evidence to present this time. Either way, I can't blame the man for trying. After seeing so many men trying to deny their children, it's good to see one fighting to claim his daughter.
When's the last time you saw her? Before today, if this is in fact your daughter.
I haven't seen her since she was about 2 weeks old, Your Honor.
About 2 weeks old.
2 weeks old, Your Honor.
If Ms. Brown is really Mr. Hampton's daughter, this is going to the most difficult reunion ever. His daughter was 2 weeks old the last time he saw her, and the craziest part about it all is, they could literally be in the same room right now. Let's just hope this next piece of evidence is better than the last one. It's not the most convincing photo, but it's definitely a step in the right direction for Mr. Hampton. Everyone is seeing the resemblance between the baby in the photo and Ms. Brown. Everyone, including Ms. Brown.
Your Honor, I contacted social services, Your Honor, and I told them I didn't want my daughter to adopt. They told me that I needed to get a paternity test, Your Honor.
I don't know why. I mean, I'm 20.
No offense, Mr. Hampton, but I'm pretty sure you didn't look hard enough considering Ms. Brown hasn't really been hiding. And to be fair, Mr. Hampton has been looking for his daughter. We still don't know if that's Ms. Brown or someone else entirely.
I want to hear from your Ms. Brown, please stand. And first ask you, have you ever seen this picture of your daughter?
Yes, I have.
You have?
I have, and I'm curious to know how her...
Well, things are getting interesting. How could Kayla's biological mom have that picture, let alone know that it exists? I've got a ton of questions that just keep piling up.
So when you adopted her, did you have any information given to you about father?
There's no one listed as a father on...
What are you reading? May I see that?
Your Honor, I got child support papers.
Things just went from 0 to 100. I could have sworn a few minutes ago the most complicated thing about this case was a creased up photo of Mr. Hampton, his baby mama, and his daughter. But now, we've got adoption papers and child support documents. Where do we go from here?
And yet you're telling me 3 or 4 men were tested, and every test...
Yeah, because we wouldn't have been able to legally adopt. We had her from the time she was 3 weeks old. She came to us.
Ms. Brown's adoptive mom, Alicia, clearly loves her daughter, and it's good to see that even though Ms. Brown didn't have her biological parents in her life, she had a great family to support her. And the fact that a bunch of men got tested and the results came back negative has to be good news for Mr. Hampton.
They had me paying child support, Your Honor.
Let me see that paperwork.
They knew.
That doesn't make sense.
Paying child support.
That's what
Don't they have to determine paternity to be able to make you pay child support?
Yeah, you do have to have a paternity affidavit.
Well, then they must have proved that I was your father then.
This is starting to look a lot less like a court case and a lot more like a mystery thriller. Ms. Brown's adoptive parents were searching for her real dad. Mr. Hampton was paying child support for a daughter he'd barely ever seen, and Ms. Brown's biological mom was nowhere to be found. Oh, Mr. Hampton is really serious about this. He truly believes his daughter Kayla is actually Ms. Brown, and all these years, he's never stopped believing. That's the kind of energy you can't help but root for. And as the case goes on, his story is getting more and more believable. Well, that one stumped him. I'm actually surprised he didn't have a rebuttal for that question, but I'm more disappointed than I am surprised. I was really rooting for Ms. Brown to be Mr. Hampton's daughter, but if he's been lying about something as major as Ms. Brown's mom this entire time, I don't know what to think anymore.
I mean, honestly, I kind of feel like you are, but you didn't take me when she asked you, you know? I don't care for how long. It does, you know, even if you couldn't.
After one hell of a mystery, the court is full of every kind of emotion you can think of. Ms. Brown feels abandoned, Mr. Hampton feels anxious, and the entire courtroom feels like clicking on fast forward to get to the results. The DNA test results are in, and this may well be the biggest reveal of all time.
Mr. Hampton, you have desperately waited for this answer. You are not her father.
Nathaniel Webb and his girlfriend, Aubriana Reams, are in court to dispute Tasha Cole and her mother's claim that Webb fathered Tasha's 6-month-old daughter, Majestic. Tasha asserts that Webb denies paternity to protect his relationship with Aubriana. Oh, this looks like there will be loads of drama. Let's dig in.
All right, so Mr. Webb, how can you be so certain you are not the child's biological father?
I never had sex with her, Your Honor.
Well, that would rule you out. You've never had sex with her?
No.
Yeah, he did.
She's a liar. She's crazy.
Ms. Cole, we've heard a lot of defenses in this courtroom.
This is a tricky situation. Is it possible to father a child without being intimate with its mother? I don't think so. Plus, Mama Cole said Webb stayed at her daughter's house, and she and her husband took care of him. So, things don't add up.
You know dang good and well that me and my husband took care of you the whole time you were there.
I didn't see you but one time the whole time I was there.
Yeah, you were in her.
All right, let's get some order.
You're a sideshow. You need help just much.
Let's get some order. So, Ms. Cole, you said you and your husband were taking care of Mr. Webb?
Yes.
There are only 2 explanations for why Webb could stay with another woman. Either they were in a non-exclusive relationship, or Webb wasn't her boyfriend then. Who would be okay with their partner staying at someone else's place, even for a short visit? Webb's girlfriend jumps into the conversation just as this question hangs in the air.
I've known him for 7 years, and he is not like that at all. And you called me, and you called me with his friend telling me that he was there for 3 weeks, and you guys were having sex, and blah, blah, blah. At first, I did believe that. But then I heard his story, and none of it. Shut up, I am talking.
Hold on. Let's be respectful.
So anyway,
Nobody does, Judge. Not a single person. Webb denies responsibility for Tasha's pregnancy, claiming he argued with her about it over text. However, Tasha alleges Webb previously admitted to being the father.
Ever acknowledge that he was the father?
He admitted to my
you are a liar.
He admitted to my cousin that he was the dad.
What do you think, Mr. Webb, is Miss Cole's motive if you say you've never slept with her? Why manufacture all of this?
I think she's obsessed with me.
This is getting exhausting. Now there's some confusion about who Tasha's baby daddy is. Initially, it seemed like it wasn't Webb, but her due date made her suspect it might be him. Her explanation clarifies things a bit. Let's see what she has to say.
For certain that the other guy was the dad until my due date got changed a month ahead, which would make him the dad. It went from February 22nd to January 28th.
You submitted a calendar to the court, am I correct? Oh, you have another copy. Jerome, let me see that, please.
Well, despite Tasha's explanation, Webb insists she's wrong. That quickly died down, and the judge decided to get into the whole partying situation.
If it goes on that long, are you sure that one night of partying didn't lead you to sleep with her and you may not even recall?
You know, I've actually...
Or want to admit in front of your girlfriend?
No, I've thought of the possibility. Yep. Me and her have had this conversation over and over. She knew I was over there partying. I didn't hide nothing from her.
Oh, wow. At this point, someone needs to hold Tasha. Or better still, she needs to stay out of Aubriana's sight, or else she wouldn't like what's coming for her. Webb's girlfriend was beyond mad when Tasha made that nasty statement.
Plenty of times.
It's about
I've
that
known
big.
him for 7 years.
It's about that big.
Definitely not. And don't you dare tell him about his penis.
To find out if he's the father. I was without my father for 39 years. I want to know that my grandchild has a father. It's pretty bad.
It ain't me.
Not having a dad.
Everything just keeps getting worse and wilder. At some point, they all started to argue about baby Majestic's skin color, which was not even funny. None of their testimonies seemed to provide a solution to the issue of Majestic's paternity. We all know only one thing can definitely help, the DNA test result. I'm eager to find out what the result says. Let's find out, shall we?
Mr. Webb, you are not her father.
You're crazy. You need to go to a mental hospital.
Ms. Webb.
There, get her there. Get her there.
Mr. Webb, Ms. Reams.
But I want a lie detector.
Listen, we don't clown in this courtroom.
This might feel like a win for Webb, but unfortunately, baby Majestic's biological father remains a mystery. Ultimately, as the judge acknowledges, the show's purpose is to determine the child's true paternity, regardless of personal rivalry.
I know you probably feel relieved, vindicated, but at the same time, there's a beautiful young baby whose life and paternity is still at issue. Ms. Cole, you stood firm in your testimony that you were intimate with Mr. Webb.
Yes.
And this other guy.
Yes, Your Honor.
Lopez is a mother to 2 children, Aliana and Noah. She is in court to establish that her ex, Horatio Carbajal, is their father. This comes after Carbajal and his family conducted a DIY DNA test on the children to determine paternity, which Lopez alleges was falsified. At the start of the case, Judge Lauren inquired about when the paternity doubts arose.
Paul, take me back. You meet each other.
Yeah.
Yes. Because I'm trying to figure out why was there ever doubt in the first place.
Well, I met her through a social network. She told me, hey, come see me, for the weekend or just one night. So I want to go see her. And that day that I want to go see her, we basically have sex that first night.
Lopez's testimony clarifies that Carbajal didn't plan to have a baby with her, yet they had 2 in 3 years. Meanwhile, Carbajal accused Lopez of being a gold digger, claiming she deceived him into thinking he was Aliana and Noah's dad.
She knows my
I don't
family.
care
She
about
knows
money,
my
okay?
family has money, and she knows I don't work.
I don't care about
don't
money,
work,
Your
right?
Honor. I growing up, I did not have a father, and I did not want my daughter growing up without a father.
Well,
It hurts me to know that she does not have him around. He says he's the father. He even has her name tattooed on his arm.
Hold on a minute. So, Carbajal was wholly convinced that Aliana was his daughter, right? But then it took a single photo, a picture of some random guy his sister's friend thought resembled the baby, for him to start questioning his paternity. That's unbelievable. Even Judge Lake was shocked to hear this.
Okay, so all you got is a picture on a cell phone and you go, oh, this guy looks just like
my niece, I don't think my brother's the father. What other doubt do you have? Did you witness? Did you hear about her sleeping with other people?
My family was, when they were born, they didn't look nothing like us. My mom and my dad were saying
Your daughter did look
that
like you.
they had nothing related to us.
Looks like Mama Lopez is ready to defend her daughter. She jumped in to speak as soon as the Carbajals made their accusations. Judge Lauren even had to intervene and seat Mama Lopez next to her daughter so she could talk. What will Mama Lopez say?
That you'd like to add? They're saying they were at the hospital. You say they weren't?
They were at the hospital after they were born. I was there when Aliana was born, when she was being pulled out of my daughter. Second time around, he wasn't there either for Noah's birth. I was there for Noah's birth. I was there for both babies.
Why could I be?
Why is it?
Because you were never around.
I was gonna go.
You changed your phone number.
Mama Lopez might be onto something with her picture theory. After all, the Carbajal sister relied on a photo herself to rule out her brother as the father. Now the tables are turned, and Carbajal is using a physical feature, Noah's cleft lip, which, according to him, isn't present in his supposed family, to argue against paternity.
Why was he born with the cleft lip? Why was he born with the cleft lip?
That has nothing to do with genes from you guys.
My family does not have a history of cleft lip.
It doesn't matter.
Whether it's my mom or my dad's side.
So you have an issue regarding the fact that he has a cleft lip. You say no one in your family's ever been born with that. So you believe he's not yours.
Everything this woman says hurts her case the more. New evidence? I'm not surprised. The judge even brought up the Carbajals' DNA test again. Let's see what that's about.
Ms. Lopez, you say Mr. Carbajal perpetrated a DNA testing scam.
Yes, Your Honor.
So that he could get out of taking care of the kid.
He did a paternity test that he bought from the store. I did not know about it until he gave me the results that came back.
Here we go again. More pointless arguments. Judge Lauren, hoping to avoid further drama, quickly moved on to examine Carbajal's over-the-counter DNA evidence.
So here are the results of the test, but I don't see any identification, no need for a witness signature, and you say one of the names is spelled wrong?
Yes, my daughter's first name is actually spelled wrong on there.
And so, Ms. Lopez, you're saying that this test is fraudulent?
Yes, I was not there to witness it.
The initial DNA test wasn't reliable and was discarded. Now, to determine whether Carbajal is the father, we need a new, accurate DNA test. Time to get the real DNA results.
Mr. Carbajal, you are not her father. Okay, now we have the answers for Aliana. We still have to get Noah's.
My mom wouldn't have spent so much money on those tests to
We
be
spend
swabbing
a lot of
other
money.
people.
We spend a
other
lot of
kids.
money to do those tests.
What a disappointment. Instead of waiting patiently for all the results to be presented, everyone just started arguing again. This prompted Judge Lauren to reprimand them for their childish behavior.
We have the results now from a laboratory-conducted DNA test, and you sitting up there still arguing about a home DNA test. Now I know you all don't have no sense. You're just looking for something to argue about. You're just looking for something to say.
The judge wasn't finished lashing out at Lopez. It's understandable why she was so upset with her. Lopez's testimony made the Carbajals look like the bad guys when she was the deceitful one.
Mr. Carbajal, you are not Noah's father.
Thank you, Your Honor. What do you gotta say for yourself? Why you been lying to me that they're my kids when they're not?
And you know my
Who you
mom
been
got really
sleeping with?
attached to them. You know how much that's gonna hurt my mom?
Yes, I do.
Jason Deggs believed he was Jason's father because Garen told him so. When Jason was 6 months old, Garen admitted Deggs might not be his biological father due to her infidelity, which Deggs already knew about. How did Deggs discover Garen's cheating?
At the time, we were moving out of my best friend's apartment, and it was just about that I got the truck loaded up with everything. And I went upstairs to grab my last box, and my best friend at the time pulled me aside and told me him and my brother had both slept with me.
What?
I was hurt.
They both.
Wow, that's unbelievable. I never would have guessed this would happen. It's crazy that she cheated on her boyfriend with both his brother and his friend. Even the judge was surprised and wanted to know how she ended up in this mess.
Garen, how did you end up with his best friend?
Well, honestly, it just happened. I didn't do it out of spite towards him or anything. It's not because I'm a bad person. At the time, I was lacking affection from him. He was never home. He was always...
I work, Your Honor. I work full time to make
Okay,
sure that
and then
her nails
after
and
he
her
would
hair
come,
get
after
done
he would get off
to make
work,
sure
he
that she
never
was
came
happier.
home.
This is a disaster. Not only did she cheat, but she showed no regret. Apparently, Deggs cheated too, making things even in her mind. Afterward, they even had a baby together, with Jason by her side the whole time.
Yes,
I was
he was there.
I cut the cord. I've been there since day one, taking care of this baby and this woman. I was there. And then she has the nerve to wait.
Mr. Diggs, you thought this child was yours.
Something.
Yes, Your Honor, I sure did.
No doubts in your mind. You're going
No
on
doubts
about
at
your
all.
life.
Ready
with
to get
your
my
new
family
baby.
established.
Judge Lauren dropped the truth bomb. The courtroom tension didn't ease, though. Guerin and Deggs kept arguing about who the worst parent was, and things took a turn when Deggs' ex, Marshall, stepped up to the box. She firmly declared that Deggs absolutely takes better care of their son, Jason, than Guerin ever could.
And I
You
couldn't do
cheated
that
on
to
him.
Jason.
Why don't you tell the truth?
So
You cheated on him
basically,
too.
you're here today
Father.
because you feel as if Jason, Mr. Diggs, is a better parent than Ms. Guerin.
100%. Oh my God.
Thank you. You may be seated. Ms. Guerin, this is complicated because you have a new boyfriend and you say he's also stepped up.
Felton, Guerin's boyfriend, naturally took on the role of Jason's father figure. He insists he isn't replacing Deggs as Jason's biological father, but does his best to support Jason. Guerin has grown accepting of this, as she hopes Deggs isn't Jason's biological father.
No, I do not want Jason to be the father because every weekend it's drama. It's another girl.
Mr. Deggs, what do you want from today?
I want to be in Jason's life. I love Jason.
That's why
with
he's
all my
called us
heart and
for the
soul.
And if he is your son, are you willing to step up?
The wait is over. It's time for the big reveal. Let's see how that goes, shall we? Did anyone else catch what that woman just said? Unbelievable. After all they've been through, that's her response to the revelation? This is unbelievable. Even Judge Lake seems stunned.
Taking care of a 3-year-old child.
I am disgusted that you would perpetrate this lie on this man during your entire pregnancy up through a delivery room, let him cut the cord on a baby I know you know good and well.
But the judge wasn't even close to finished. She unleashed a verbal beatdown on Guerin. Did this shame Guerin into an apology? Absolutely not. Not even a crumb of remorse for Deggs. Instead, she had the nerve to do this.
Still trying to be involved with me and also being.
Oh,
Yes,
I should have
that's the
known.
root of it.
I should have known it was gonna be about you.
It's not about me.
Now, you're standing here, and the only one emotional on the brink of tears. You say your family is in jeopardy of being torn apart.
Yes, Your Honor.
You've dragged your husband, Mr. Merrifield, to paternity court to prove that he fathered your 20-month-old son, Kane.
Yes.
You claim he's been denying your son since birth.
Yes, Your Honor.
As the couple takes their seats, you can already feel the tension in the air. Brittany is furious at Devontae's denial of their son, while Devontae insists that Brittany cheated on him. This is going to be one explosive courtroom battle.
You have the divorce papers already
Yes, ma'am.
filled out. They're just, what, awaiting execution?
I need to find out the answer if this is my child or not.
He always
Get some
results
help.
to that. Anytime we have a fight or an argument or whatever, it's always divorce. It's never work it out, let's talk, whatever. He always throws up divorce in my face like.
Brittany is seething with anger and ready to set the record straight. She's been with Devontae for 16 years, on and off, and has given him 3 kids with 1 on the way. But now, she's facing the ultimate betrayal. Let the truth be revealed.
He lets his imagination, his mind go off. Oh, well, if you said this, then it's probably this and this. And if you did this, then, if you said this, then you're probably thinking this. And I know, guys, and, but it's okay for
But you admit you were texting someone else, another man.
I did, yeah.
Devontae, on the other hand, is convinced that Brittany cheated on him. He claims to have found text messages from other men and even suspects that her ex-boyfriend might be the real father of Kane. Can Devontae's doubts be proven right?
Is this a person you've been intimate with?
No, I've never been intimate with the person at all. But let him tell it, you're lying. You have to be. Every time I talk to somebody,
you've been together how long?
16 years off and on.
The courtroom erupts into chaos as Brittany and Devontae trade accusations. They both admit to texting other people, but the double standards are flying left and right. It's a battle of he said, she said, with no shortage of drama.
When we get into a situation about somebody, if she catches me, like she said, talking to a woman or someone, a friend, I will fix it and end it. Or someone
No,
that's
he
more than
doesn't,
a friend.
because he has a female to
Right.
this day. Still has his number. He made me change my number, but he won't change his number. And he tells me just because they crossed the line one time, they can still be good friends.
The evidence starts pouring in, and it's a wild ride. Devontae presents text messages and call logs claiming Brittany was talking to multiple men, but Brittany fires back, accusing Devontae of doing the same. It's a never-ending cycle of betrayal.
The texting app, that fake app, goes and downloads a fake app. And now she's texting
because he goes through my call log and he calls every number on there.
She's calling
every number.
She goes
it could be
she
anybody.
Can do it to me,
if it's a block call,
get my numbers.
Who's the block number?
She could go through the
bill collector or this or that.
She's been so sneaky to me.
He just goes beyond. It's all his imagination.
It's not my imagination. It's proof.
Oh boy, this couple needs some serious relationship counseling. They can't seem to trust each other or communicate properly. It's like watching a soap opera unfold right before our eyeyes.
Enjoy texting or talking to other men.
He criticizes everything I do. Oh, I would have had this whole thing done within an hour. You're supposed to do it this way. I don't live with my father, never have. I'm a grown woman. And
thank you for the correct, but I get the point. So, Mr. Merrifield, this is your wife. Your child was born within your marriage. Were you intimate with your wife during the time the child was conceived?
Let's take a step back and understand the backstory. Brittany and Devontae have been together since high school, but their relationship has been rocky from the start. They've broken up, gotten back together, and now they're facing the biggest challenge of all, the paternity of their child.
Because she wasn't raised with her father. But he's too stupid to know that. He thinks I'm against him. I'm for him. Always for him. But I'm for her too. I can't always be on his side because he's not always right. She's right sometimes and sometimes he's right. She's wrong for doing that text. I told her she shouldn't do that. I'm never telling her or encouraging her to treat him bad.
Finally, the moment we've all been waiting for, the DNA results. Will Devontae be proven to be the father of Cain, or will his doubts be confirmed? The tension is palpable, and we're about to find out the truth.
Mr. Merrifield, you are Cain's father.
I apologize for having doubts that he wasn't my son, but if you can't understand from everything that's been going on of where the doubts are coming from, you're not perfect. I haven't even put some of the stuff out there, what I think of my doubts.
We've got a real doozy for you guys. In this episode, we have Ashley Ellison accusing Nathan Jenkins of being a serial cheater and the possible father of her daughter, Olivia. Oh, the drama is about to unfold, my friends. It's to cheating on her boyfriend with Nathan, but now claims he's the biological father of her baby. Meanwhile, Nathan believes Ashley is just trying to rope him back into her life. Talk about a messy situation, folks. Nathan starts off by dropping a bombshell. He claims that Ashley admitted to being with multiple guys while they were together. Oh, the betrayal. Can you imagine the shock on his face when he found out? And just when you thought things couldn't get any juicier, Ashley drops another bombshell. She reveals that Nathan made promises he couldn't keep, claiming he would show her a better life. Oh, the broken promises. Now let's talk about the ex-boyfriend. Ashley admits to sleeping with him too, just to add more fuel to the fire. Can you imagine the shock on Nathan's face when he found out he might not be the only potential father? This is like a paternity roller coaster, Oh, the suspense is killing us. Who will be revealed as the true father? We're about to find out, folks.
What's the matter? What do you feel?
I just want to know what daddy is. That's all.
So now that
the court orders a DNA test to settle this once and for all. The tension in the room is palpable as they wait for the results. Can you feel the anticipation, folks? We're on the edge of issue once and for all.
Mr. Jenkins, you are her father. So, Mr. Jenkins, you said you wanted to know, and now you know.
Miss Jackson is petitioning the court to determine the paternity of her alleged granddaughter. She claims her son, who is currently incarcerated, would be a fool to think he fathered Miss Pickens' 1-year-old daughter. Talk about a bombshell right off the bat! But hold on, folks. It's about to get even juicy. On the other hand, admits to sleeping with at least 2 other men while involved with Miss Jackson's son. Oh boy, this is starting to sound like a tangled web of love and lies. Miss Jackson argues that Miss Pickens initially accepted the baby with open arms, but now has turned against them. The drama is already heating up, and we're just getting started. Miss Jackson claims she never even heard of Miss Pickens until she showed up at her house with her 1-year-old daughter. Talk about a surprise visit. Miss Jackson is not holding back, folks. She's making it clear that she does not believe this child is her granddaughter. More, Miss Pickens drops a bombshell of her own, revealing that she initially thought another man was the father of her baby. Oh, the plot thickens. She believed her ex-boyfriend was the dad until Miss Jackson's son came around claiming the child is his own. It's a roller coaster of emotions. The room is palpable as Miss Jackson and Miss Pickens go back and forth, each accusing the the other of lying and being unfaithful. It's a battle of words, folks, and the stakes couldn't be higher. Who will come out on top? Will the truth finally be revealed? Add even more fuel to the fire. Miss Jackson drops a bombshell accusation, claiming that Miss Pickens lied about a second pregnancy. Oh boy, this is getting messier by the minute. Tension in the courtroom reaches its peak. Miss Manning, Miss Jackson's son's current girlfriend, takes the stand. She claims that Miss Jackson is more concerned about her and Miss Pickens' relationship than finding out the truth about the paternity of the child. Oh, the drama just keeps on coming! Emotions running high, Judge Lake calls for a recess to allow everyone to cool down. Phew, we definitely need a breather after all that drama. But don't worry, are at an all-time high. Miss Jackson anxiously awaits the verdict, hoping that her doubts will be proven right. Miss Pickens, on the other hand, is on the edge of her seat, praying that her claims will be validated. Who will come out on top in this battle of truth and lies?
Mrs. Jackson, you're focused.
Ms. Baylor had a brief sexual relationship with Mr. Childs, at least so she put it, and the result of the encounter was her daughter. At first, Mr. Childs accepted paternity and was open to being the father of her child. But that ship sailed when Mr. Childs' wife convinced him otherwise and said the baby could not be his.
Miss Allen, you say that after a brief affair with Mr. Childs, you discovered you were pregnant with your daughter, Ms. Baylor. You say Mr. Childs acknowledged paternity until his wife convinced him otherwise. You intend to prove that Mr. Childs is in fact your daughter's father. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. Baylor was pretty direct. I'd give her that. She was asked why Mr. Childs was denying her and her baby, and her reply was sharp. She claimed he was denying her child because of his petty wife, and she had her hands wrapped all around his decisions. But Mr. Baylor came to the rescue in defending his wife.
His petty wife. She been doing that for years. She wasn't there when we were sleeping together or nothing. So I don't think she have anything to do with it.
So you're basically blaming his wife?
Yes.
She should blame herself, Your Honor.
What?
Why did it take you 20 years to figure out that you should get a DNA test?
Because I didn't need to go through the drama.
They both had different memories of how their sexual relationship started. Ms. Baylor remembered that she came over after a football game to spend some time with Mr. Childs, and that's when one thing led to another, and they ended up getting intimate. But Mr. Childs painted a whole different picture for the judge.
Then one day, I just came through after a football game, and he wanted to ride with me. And so we went on and had drinks or whatever, and then that's when we had sex.
Is this the night you believe you conceived after the football game and the drinks?
Yes.
Now Ms. Baylor found out she was pregnant. From her recollection, she claimed that when she found out about the baby, she told Mr. Childs that there was a possibility he could be the father of her baby.
I told him, I said, she may be your child.
You told him directly?
Yes. I told him, I said it's a possibility that she may
not
be.
So you said it is a possibility that she may not be yours.
Exactly.
So you acknowledge this doubt?
Yeah.
As I said, they both had different stories as to how they remembered the whole situation. Mr. Childs claimed when he found out she was pregnant, he reached out to her and asked her to get a DNA test done if she believed the child was his. After that, she disappeared and didn't even tell him when she gave birth.
I'll tell you what, if you're pregnant and it's mine, let's get a DNA test. We can go ahead and get this out of the way. Have no problem with taking care of her because she would have been my first. I don't see her again for months. Probably longer than that, Your Honor.
So, Ms. Allen, when Ms. Baylor was born, you didn't invite him to the birth?
No.
Did you invite any other man?
No.
There was a reason she had been quiet all this while. She was a loose cannon, believe me. Mr. Childs' wife was tired of listening to Ms. Baylor speak, so she decided to drop some truth bombs of her own in the courtroom, and they were not funny at all.
She remember me chasing her up and down the street, but she can't remember who fathered her child. Why am I living in her head rent-free, but she can't remember who fathered her child? Furthermore, Your Honor, he's always been there for my children. So this little song and dance she doing, I'm telling the truth. Why would she? Okay, I think it's important to know too. When we met her daughter, the daughter told us that she had tested someone else.
The truth was starting to pop out, and all hands were pointing at Ms. Baylor to fill in the loopholes. Apparently, a man her daughter didn't know reached out to her and said he had a feeling she might be his daughter, and so wanted to get a DNA test just to confirm.
Ms. Allen, you say this person was never a consideration.
No, and I told him that, but he was insisting on it. I was like, that is not, I wasn't even messing with you back then.
So the bottom line is, Ms.
She don't know. That's the bottom line.
Allen, you have not had a DNA test with any of the other true potential fathers.
Ms. Baylor's daughter was one hell of a smart young lady. She wasn't going to wait around for her mother to tell her who her biological father was. It's not like she knew anyway. She reached out to Mr. Childs and spoke to him about her being his daughter. And the sweet thing was that he actually didn't deny her.
Would come to me like, you're my cousin, TJ's your dad. I'm like, I don't know who TJ is. Who is TJ? And And I went about it myself. I found him on Facebook, hit him up, and I said, look, I don't know what's going on, but I do actually want to know.
And did I ever once deny you?
Nah, you never did.
Never once.
Mr. Childs was not a bad man after all. She actually made several efforts to meet Ms. Baylor's daughter when she was much younger. Well, guess what? He actually did meet her. But the problem was Ms. Baylor. She just wasn't being very truthful with her daughter.
I got in touch with Ms. Baylor, and I told her that I wanted to meet Shy.
11 years ago, you would have been 9, Miss Baylor.
Yes, ma'am.
So you made an attempt to meet Miss Baylor at 9 years old.
Yes, ma'am.
But you weren't informed of any of this till you were 14.
No, ma'am. I met her. I sat down and talked to her at Miss Allen's house.
Well, it's time we brought the cartoons down on this plot twist. Wouldn't you say? It was time to find out the truth and know if the craziness was all worth it. The moment of truth is here, people. Brace yourselves for the results.
Mr. Childs, you are not the father. I'm very sorry, Miss Baylor.
It's okay, Your Honor. You know, at the same time.
It's okay, honey.
To the both of you for that, and we can move on.
That's fine.
For Ms. Lohman, a lot was on the line. She was hoping and praying that the results from the DNA test would reveal that her supposed husband-to-be was the father of her child. Mr. Mitchell, on the other hand, said that nothing would make him happier than finding out that he is actually the biological father of Ms. Lohman's daughter.
Ms. Lohman, you are in court today hoping and praying your fiancé, Mr. Mitchell, is the biological father of your daughter, London. And you and your mother are here to prove it. You say today's DNA results will determine the future of your family together. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
There was no denying it. Trust me, everyone could see it. The doubts about the paternity of the baby were causing so much damage to their relationship. I mean, they are supposed to get married next month, but with the way things are looking, that might not be possible.
London is not to become of Mr. Mitchell, then our wedding is going to be off, and that's going to, it's really going to upset me.
All right, and how is it affecting your relationship now?
Me and Mr. Mitchell, we fight all the time about, me telling Mr. Mitchell that London is his, and he will tell me, no, I don't think she is.
Here is where things start to get interesting. Ms. Lohman claims she was trying to help Mr. Mitchell get out of a horrible living condition, so she asked him to move into her house, and that's when their sexual relationship began. The crazy thing was, when they started being intimate, Ms. Lohman already had a boyfriend.
So he ended up coming to live with us, and I was really happy when he got away from that.
And so your relationship started while he was living with you and your family?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you single at that time?
No, Your Honor, I had a boyfriend at the time.
Ms. Lohman wasn't lying when she said he had a rough childhood. While he was growing up, he was abused as a child. He single-handedly raised his 3 sisters without having help from anyone. And so when Ms. Lohman showed him care and love, there was no turning it down.
And she said you had a very tough childhood. Is that true, honey?
Yes, ma'am. I was abused. I had to do everything for my family. I raised my 3 sisters and my brother basically by myself. It was hard.
I understand. So when you moved in with Ms. Lohman, it was like finding a family, a real family.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now, when Ms. Lohman found out she was pregnant, she automatically believed she was his child. I mean, he didn't know she was intimate with Mr. Mitchell, even to this day. She then drops another truth bomb when she says at the time she believed her ex-boyfriend was actually the father of her children.
So when you found out you were pregnant, your ex believed it was his?
Yes, Your Honor, because at the time I also thought it was his.
Why did you think it was his if you knew you were also having sex with Mr. Mitchell?
At the time I was with him, so I wanted to make myself believe that it was my ex.
Why did she then start to believe Mr. Mitchell was the father of her baby and no longer her ex-boyfriend? Well, in her defense, she claims she remembered she had more sexual encounters with Mr. Mitchell than the ex-boyfriend. Well, that's not how it works, Ms. Lohman.
And I asked, do you have an estimate of when I conceived, because I can't tell you the exact date. And she told me I conceived somewhere between October 12th and October 22nd. And I got to looking back at the dates, and I had sex with Mr. Mitchell more times than I had sex with my ex. I had sex with Mr. Mitchell about every day and only once or twice with my ex.
Even with the doubts in his mind, he didn't back down from being a good father. He was with Ms. Lohman every single step of the way. The only problem was the doubts that just kept ringing in his head. He didn't want to father another man's child.
Yes,
and you're there when the baby's born?
Yes, Your Honor.
Do you sign the birth certificate?
No, Your Honor.
No, Your Honor. At the time, I was confused as to who the father was, so I didn't want to put anybody on the birth certificate except myself.
Okay, well, that's responsible. So you don't put anyone on the birth certificate, but you're still there for the baby, Mr. Mitchell.
Well, the suspense is finally over, and the hassle of who the dad of their child is about to be revealed. Will Mr. Mitchell end up being the father, or are they going to kiss their marriage goodbye in a few months?
Mr. Mitchell, you are not the father.
Ms. Lohman, I can tell that was not the news you were expecting to hear. Are we certain? Is your ex London's biological father, or is there another possibility that we just have not spoken about yet?
No, Your Honor, there is no other possibility.
Mr. Woods felt like the luckiest man on the planet. Well, he was the luckiest man on the planet. He always wanted to be a father, and his girlfriend made that dream come true. His dreams came crashing down when Ms. James told him he wasn't the father.
Mr. Woods, you say your dream of becoming a father came true when the defendant gave birth to your 1-year-old daughter, Addison. But that dream became a nightmare when months after you became a daddy and signed the birth certificate, the defendant dropped a bomb and said you are not her father. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Ms. James dove right into it. Oh, trust me, it was a shocker to everyone in the courtroom when she said Mr. Woods wasn't the father. They were all in disbelief that she had admitted it. She claimed she told Mr. Woods, but he refused to believe her.
I'm here today to tell them that he is not the father, and I did tell him this before.
So it even hurts you because you know the bond they have established. You know how much Mr. Woods loves Addison.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you can see she loves him.
Yes, Your Honor.
But you're saying you have to come here to tell the truth.
Yes, Your Honor.
Well, some eggs are definitely about to break. Their relationship started with Mr. Woods being the shoulder to cry on for Ms. James. She cheated on her boyfriend with Mr. Woods. A couple of months after that, she called Mr. James to tell him she was carrying his baby.
So we didn't talk about it, and then 2 months later I was at work, and that's when she called me and said that she was pregnant, and that was the father.
Wow. So Ms. James?
Yes, Your Honor.
Did you use protection?
No.
So when you found out you were pregnant, you immediately called Mr. Woods?
Yes, but I told him that he was not the father, that it could be somebody else.
When she initially told her boyfriend that she was pregnant, he denied the baby and told her he wanted nothing to do with the child. Having no other option, she told Mr. Woods that he was the father of the child at the time.
He did not want anything to do when I told him that I was pregnant and it possibly could be his daughter.
The other guy?
Yes, Your Honor.
He didn't want anything to do with the baby?
No, yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Woods, you said you were excited. Once you found out you were having a baby, you started going to the doctor's appointments. What else did you do?
Mr. Woods was one sweet dad. He was there for everything. Through the birth and through taking care of the baby, he basically showed up every step of the way. He even signed the birth certificate. The question then remains, where did the doubt come from?
Because I did not want to leave her side or Aubrey's because she's in pain, so I stayed there the whole time. I called off
And
work
did you sign the birth certificate?
Yes, Your Honor, I did.
You did. So, Ms. James, if you had these doubts, why did you allow Mr. Woods to sign the birth certificate?
Because he proposed to me and he knew that it was right to propose to someone if he wanted to take responsibility of the child.
Ms. James kept it a secret from him until 2 months after the baby was born that the child could possibly not be his own. Now that's just wicked. If you ask me, she definitely broke his heart with that statement.
Not till 2 months after she was born.
Not until 2 months after Addison was born?
Yes, Your Honor.
What happened?
We was living together at the time. We were still engaged, and then we got to a big fight. And I walked outside, and she came out with me, and that's when she said that Addison may not be mine, that could be her ex.
It was a really sad day for Mr. Woods in the courtroom. When Ms. James's brother walked up to the stand, he couldn't deny how much Mr. Woods cared for the child. He even said he was the best father figure the child could ever need. That has to be the sweetest thing ever.
Addison, and he is a great father to her. And, I just really wanted to, make it a point to him and Mr. Woods here that, the child support can be devastating because I, am in a position of that myself. And, I would like to see my niece have, a responsible, good father in her life and, have that father figure.
Well, the suspense is finally over and the hassle of who the dad of their child is about to be revealed. It's been a bumpy and funny ride with Mr. Woods and Ms. James. All eyes are on the judge as she unleashes the truth. Get ready, paternity folks.
Mr. Woods, you are not the father. I'm sorry for him and for you and for Addison. Jerome, will you please go and see if you can get Mr. Woods to return to the courtroom and check on him, please?
I will. This is one epic church scandal that I promise you will never forget. Mr. House was in that courtroom to defend his name as he was being accused of fathering the child of a woman who was 28 years younger than him. Trust me, it was one hell of a case.
Who may have fathered a child with a woman.
Well, their funny little story started with a Bible study session. As Ms. Webster talked about how they met, she said she thought she was going to have a normal Bible session, but it ended in both her and Mr. House having unprotected sex. They couldn't get their stories to align, and trust me, it wasn't surprising at all. all. Ms. Webster claimed that they met in church and things became sexual during one of their sessions. Mr. House, on the other hand, said they met at a food stand, and she was the one who wanted a sexual relationship with him.
You ever met Mr. House?
Yes.
Okay. And so admittedly, you were having sex with both of these gentlemen?
Yes, yeah.
All right. Jerome, I think it's time that we meet Mr. Miles Jones.
Mr. Jones, who happens to be the boyfriend in the picture, walks into the courtroom. Her relationship with Mr. Jones didn't particularly start as a romantic one. It began as a sexual one before they both started to have. Now, Ms. Webster finds out she's pregnant. Of course, she doesn't tell her boyfriend because he has no idea she was intimate with her pastor. But guess what? After telling Mr. House he is nowhere to be found, it's as if, as soon as he finds out she's pregnant, he disappears from the surface of the earth. Some doubts about the baby's paternity because she was in intimate relationships with a couple of other men who were not him. But hold up, that was not the craziest part of her story. She waited 6 months before telling him that she was pregnant and that he might be the father of her child.
And then she said,
it was one hell of a case, if you ask me. The hassle of who the dad of their child is about to be revealed. It's been a bumpy and funny ride with Mr. White and Ms. Webster. All eyes are on the judge as she unleashes the truth. Get ready, paternity folks.
Mr. House, it has been determined by this court that you are not her father. Do you know who your child's father is?
My ex-boyfriend.
Angela is worried too, but not just about her son going off to war. She's terrified that if something happens to him, she'll never see her grandson again because of the bad blood between her and Alexis. It's a real fear, and you can see the pain in her eyes. But here's the kicker. Alexis and Angela can't even agree on who little Coda looks like. People are saying the baby looks just like Alexis and her side of the family, and nobody's even asking if Thomas is the dad. That's gotta hurt. Thomas is heartbroken over the whole situation. He's standing there saying he sees himself in Coda and that he feels like he's the father, but the doubt is eating him alive. He's desperate to know the truth before he leaves for deployment. He needs something to fight for, and you can tell he's hoping Coda is in the courtroom is a battlefield of emotions. Alexis is in tears, saying she just wants This case has it all: betrayal, fear, love, and a desperate need for closure. Will Thomas go off to war knowing Coda is his son? Will Alexis and Angela ever bury the hatchet? And most of the drama in this next case was off the charts. This was a showdown between Miss Jackson, the wife, and Miss Lipscomb, the so-called mistress, with Mr. Jackson caught in the middle like a deer in headlights. So buckle up, because we're about to spill all the tea, though. She claimed Mr. Jackson told her his wedding band was from a previous marriage. Men can lie! Come on, who buys that? Miss Jackson sure didn't, and neither do... Now here's where it gets juicy. Miss Jackson revealed that she actually bought stuff for the baby, over $900 worth. She did it out of the kindness of her heart, even though she thought Miss Lipscomb had moved on from her husband. But wait for it. Miss Lipscomb then admits she's still seeing Mr. Jackson. Yikes! Ladies and gents, the plot thickens! Miss Jackson dropped a bombshell. She's pregnant again with Mr. Jackson's baby. And Mr. Jackson? He couldn't even decide which woman he'd stand next to. He chose to stand in the middle like that would solve anything. Hold on to your hats, because it's time for the results. Drum roll, please. Was Mr. Jackson the father of little Keasia? You could cut the tension with a knife, and it was time for Judge Lake to reveal the DNA test results. Prove that Mr. Bailey was the father of her 1-year-old son, Cash. She also wanted some cash, $3,480 to be exact, for child-rearing expenses. But Mr. Bailey and his mom were not having it. They were convinced Miss Knox just wanted to cash in on Mr. Bailey's rising fame as a dancer. Yes, you heard that right. We're dancing straight into this one.
Ms. Knox, you are seeking a DNA test to prove to your ex-boyfriend, Mr. Bailey, that he is the father of your 1-year-old son, Cash. You claim the only reason he's denying your son is because of his meddling mother, not...
The tension was high from the get-go. Miss Knox started off by saying she'd been taking care of Cash all by herself for a whole year, paying for everything. Diapers, car seats, you name it. Meanwhile, Miss Bailey was quick to jump in, accusing Miss Knox of wanting to play the money game because her son was about to hit it big. I mean, can you imagine? Your baby's daddy is about to become a dance star and you're left holding the diapers.
also suing for child rearing expenses in the sum of $3,480. Is that correct? Ms. Bailey, you claim your son is a famous dancer and about to hit it big. Both of you claim...
But wait, it gets better! Miss Knox claimed that Mr. Bailey didn't help at all. Not even in the hospital. But Mr. Bailey wasn't silent. Oh no! He claimed he paid for the baby's circumcision. That's right, folks, $200 out of his pocket for little Cash's big snip.
That I've had my child, I had to struggle to take care of him alone. I paid for everything.
That's because you wanted to, little girl.
That's because
no, ma'am.
No, I paid for everything because he quit his job, and in June of 2014.
The back and forth was wild. Accusations were flying like crazy. Miss Knox said Mr. Bailey quit his job and didn't pay for anything. But Mr. Bailey's mom, she was on fire. She kept insisting that Miss Knox was after fame and fortune. She even suggested Miss Knox was already pregnant before meeting her son.
Yes, I do have
that will substantiate
of all the stuff that I had bought for my child.
Jerome, may I see those, please?
I had to buy wipes, car seats, strollers. I had to buy everything. I haven't seen anything from it, Mr. Bailey.
So these are receipts for...
And then the plot twist. Mr. Bailey found some suspicious text messages on Miss Knox's phone. Text to another guy just minutes apart from his own. It was like a race. Who would get to Miss Knox first? It was a soap opera in the making.
A stroller.
Car seat, swing, baby expenses. They total $6,960.
Yes, ma'am.
Half of which is $3,480, which you say he would be responsible.
But Miss Bailey, she had her own theories. She was convinced Miss Knox was already showing a baby bump when she first met her. She even brought out a timeline board to the court to prove her point. Talk about prepared.
Kiana?
I started doubting when I started seeing her actions. Like, who does that? Around the time I had first went Gala, right? I'm not no phone checking type person. That's not my style, okay? But I just so happened to go through her phone.
The drama didn't stop there. Miss Knox claimed she didn't want to put Mr. Bailey on child support because, let's face it, he wasn't exactly rolling in dough. But then she changed her mind because Mr. Bailey wasn't stepping up. And Mr. Bailey? He thought Miss Knox was playing games, even tweeting about keeping receipts for court. Who does that? Mr. Bailey does, apparently. And oh boy, the courtroom was chaos. Everyone was arguing, and the judge had to slam that gavel down to get some order. It was like watching a game of ping pong, but instead of a ball, they were using their words.
A letter in the mail that says that you were going to be taken off child support.
No, my case would no longer be pursued. I didn't even know.
So when you got that letter,
the only way they would close your.
Just when you thought it couldn't get any crazier, Mr. Bailey dropped another bomb. He received a letter saying the child support case against him was no longer being pursued. What? Miss Knox explained she didn't want to go through with it because she didn't want to wait on a check from a guy who didn't have a job. But then she flipped the script again and put him back on child support.
Mr. Bailey, you are Cash's father.
The judge laid down the law, telling them that Mr. Bailey's right to see his child was separate from his financial obligations. That's right, folks. You gotta pay up, but you also gotta show up. Now, the moment we've all been waiting for, the DNA results.
Mr. Bailey, you are Cash's father.
Ms. Strong has a very strong opinion about one thing. And that one thing is that her husband didn't father the 14-month-old daughter of Ms. Lane. She says one day she was just minding her business when Ms. McLean called her and told her that her husband was her baby's daddy and he needed to pay child support. Ms. McLean, on the other hand, is very certain that her child is the product of a night of passion with Mr. Strong and wants him to take responsibility for Angel.
Me and Miss McClain got together. We were friends, wanted to do something for our birthdays. We had discussed doing a threesome, something my husband had always wanted to do, and I figured if I did it with him, then
you and
he'd
Miss
get out his
McClain
system.
got together to talk about this.
Yes.
Nothing good is ever going to come out of having a threesome with your husband. You might think you're getting away with it for a while, but then BAM! You're standing here in paternity court. Jerome is handing over your files to Judge Lake, and you're in for an emotional roller coaster. That's just friendly advice, guys.
So before you all had this threesome, you set parameters.
Yes, Your Honor.
What were the rules?
It would always be the three of us, never separately. If a baby came out of it, we'd raise it together, the three of us.
Did you get it in writing?
No, Your Honor.
Again, another rookie mistake. If you're going to have a threesome with your friends and husbands and are going to have weird little parameters for having one, the least you could do, aside from literally not doing the threesome, is get it in writing. So that when you eventually land in paternity court, you at least have something to give the judge.
You were nervous at first.
Yes, Your Honor.
Why were you nervous?
Because prior to our first couple months of our relationship, I made a lot of bad decisions. And when she approached me with this conversation, I thought it was another setup.
Do you know what's worse than 2 threesomes? 4. And do you know what's 2 times worse than 4 threesomes? 8. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is how many times Ms. McClain, Ms. Strong, and Mr. Strong slept together. After all of that, one can only wonder why they would ever think that Ms. McClain is lying about having their child. And oh, they had a threesome even after Ms. McClain gave birth. And yes, they did this through the pregnancy too. And guess what? It gets even worse.
I asked her if it was my husband's child, and she told me no.
I was in a relationship at that point in time.
Oh, while you were having the threesomes with them, you were in a relationship with somebody else.
Yes.
Hey, Ms. McClain, how do you know this child you have is from sexual contact A and not sexual contact B? And Ms. McClain's fantastic response is this. Well, I guess sexual contact A was just more passionate than sexual contact B. Too bad, Ms. McClain, but that's not a scientific argument for anything.
They would have been the dad. I thought the gentleman I was with at the time was the father, so I kept telling me, you're the dad. I mean,
But he wasn't the only possibility.
Right, I told you that it was not his child.
Okay, but she's not also mixed with African American either.
What? Does she think there's a third possibility? She's saying the child doesn't belong to Ms. McClain's boyfriend because that man is African American and Angel is decidedly not.
A white person and a black person can still have a white baby.
Well, no, they can't.
They technically can, not to argue with you.
Okay then. But then Ms. McClain has DNA tested the African American she was dating, and it was determined that he was not the father. So Mr. Strong has to be the father, right? Right? Anyway, Ms. Strong says that she and Mr. Strong didn't use protection with Ms. McClain because they believe she couldn't get pregnant because of an accident. And oh, they still had a threesome 2 weeks and 3 days ago.
Well, I hope you all are using protection now. You smiling too. You're real happy about it.
But I'm also on 2 different birth controls.
That was fun. But let's get to the bottom of this. Who is the father of Angel? We can only get that answer from the DNA test.
Mr. Strong, you are not the father.
This is a weird one. Ms. Mullins is accusing her ex-husband of extreme debauchery and over-the-top sexual appetite. Mr. Lamb, the husband in question, says that the opposite is the case, and Ms. Mullins is an oversexed woman always looking to spread her legs. He also says she's a serial cheater, and there's no way he's her 3-year-old child Preston's father.
I did everything I was supposed to do. I was faithful. I never messed around on him. I never cheated on him. You know, we had a family. Our marriage wasn't that great, but I still did everything like I needed to do.
Mr. Lamb says that Ms. Mullins herself told him that he wasn't the father. He also says other men have told him that Preston doesn't look like him one bit. Of course, Ms. Mullins denies this. Mr. Lamb insists and says that another person, Jonathan, is the real father of Preston. He says he's sure Jonathan is the father because of a certain incident. And yes, it's exactly the sort of incident you were wondering about. Why not?
So his friend moved in with us. He had a lot going on in his life.
While you were married?
Yes. It was a temporary situation. Jason had told me that he fantasized about watching me have sex with another guy.
Well, yes, Ms. Mullins. It's great to take marriage vows seriously. But do you also know what your marriage vows don't say? It doesn't say it's okay to sleep with another man in front of your husband to spice things up. That's one thing your marriage vows certainly never said.
That was just the opportunity that we had taken. We went in the bedroom and it all started from there. And then about 15, 20 minutes later, and so we stopped and he got mad that we stopped. I told him, I was like, I mean, you can just finish yourself off, but I'm done with this. Like,
what I can tell Ms. Mullins and Mr. Lamb is that their kids are going to grow up, watch this video, and they're going to have very uncomfortable questions for both of them. That's one thing that's going to happen, no matter who the father here is. Anyway, Ms. Mullins is certain Mr. Lamb is the child because Mr. Jonathan never finished. So there we have it. Easy peasy lemon squeezy.
Mr. Lamb, I gotta ask you, and you gotta be honest. Was it your fantasy to see your wife have sex with another man?
No, Your Honor.
Well, which is it? Who's telling the truth here? Regardless of who's telling the truth, we now know that a threesome happened, and this is the reason Preston's paternity is being doubted. But Mr. Lamb here is pretty certain that Ms. Mullins had a relationship with Jonathan outside of his prompting.
The night I came home, they were sitting on my bed. They was like, she was leaned up on him. They was real close and started figuring stuff out. And that wasn't the first time.
Did you say something?
I did. I asked her what was going on. She said they was just friends.
The disagreement here seems to be that Mr. Lamb thinks this threesome happened more than once, while Ms. Mullins thinks it only happened once. Generally speaking, once you start arguing over how many times you had a threesome with your partner, just know the relationship is over.
How close was the threesome to the window of conception?
within a week or two.
Okay. That's close.
Yeah.
However, Mr. Lamb insists that Ms. Mullins has always told him and insisted that he isn't the father. Ms. Mullins says she might have said it once or twice, but it was mainly out of spite since Jonathan could not be the father. Well, let's check and see what the DNA test has to say about that.
Mr. Lamb.
Sure.
You are the father.
Mr. Morris here says he cannot be Ms. Brianne's biological father because he knows her real father. Her mother, Ms. Edwards, is convinced that that's a lie and that Mr. Morris is Brianne's father. She's here to testify, supported by her eldest daughter, Caitlin. Brianne isn't in court today, but she'll be joining from her hometown.
Years ago, I run a little garage in a small town, and her husband, I got to know him. We wound up getting threesome in my backyard. And
a threesome in the backyard?
Everything about this just sounds bonkers. A threesome in the backyard? With your friend's wife? Well, it's little wonder Mr. Morris is in paternity court 20 years later. It would have been so unfair if he didn't eventually end up here.
We done it a couple times, and then I kind of moved off to another county, and things went on. But back then, if you wore panties and opened up, drop them, I got me some.
Mr. Morris isn't scared to tell his truth, and it's sort of endearing to listen to a dirty something-year-old man talk about all his whoring ways. Mr. Morris says even when he moved out of the area and Ms. Edwards got pregnant with Brianne, the couple still came over to his place for more threesomes. Ms. Edwards doesn't deny this at all and says she originally used to think Brianne belonged to her husband. But something changed when Brianne was born.
When she was born, I was on the operating table and they brought her around the curtain, and as soon as I seen her, she was born with a cleft. No. Right.
She bent that corner and you said, there goes.
I said, uh-oh. Yeah.
Well, Ms. Edwards has to have some magical third sense because it's near impossible to say who a baby looks like immediately after they are born. Have you ever seen a day-old baby? You know what they look like? They look like literally every other day-old baby on the face of the earth.
So how did Miss Edwards tell you specifically that she thought you were Brianne's biological father?
I don't remember exactly how she said it, but I didn't think so because none of my children was ever born with a clipped lip.
That may be true, but Ms. Edwards has a perfectly good counter to that. She says that Mr. Morris had told her that all his baby mothers needed to get a certain injection during pregnancies to prevent them from birthing kids with birth defects. Mr. Morris says none of his kids have ever been born with defects. But isn't that the point, Mr. Morris?
Growing up, did you know that your mother doubted your paternity. Did you know that Mr. Morris could potentially be your biological father?
Yes, ma'am.
Brianne never had a relationship with Mr. Morris whatsoever, despite knowing that he could be her father all along. Kaylee, Brianne's supposed half-sister, says she's sure that Brianne isn't her father's daughter because she doesn't have a birthmark that they all have. But Mrs. Morris is also in court, and she has something to say.
All of our children have some kind of resemblance to my husband. My husband has 7 children. Every one of them have some kind of feature of his, whether it be eyes, walk, talk, even his smart mouth.
Mrs. Morris is saying Brianne cannot be Mr. Morris's child because she's shy. That's a new one, and it's certainly not an argument that can hold up in any court. Before we go to the DNA test results, Judge Lake asks Ms. Edwards one last time if she was sure that there was no other possibility and Brianne belonged to Mr. Edwards. Her answer is yes. Let's see how well that holds up.
Mr. Morris.
Yes, ma'am.
You are the father.
Ms. Parker here says that Mr. Morton is the father of her 7-month-old child, Aaron. However, she argues that Mr. Morton has been prevented from taking responsibility for the child by his girlfriend. She also says that his girlfriend, Miss Lemon, doesn't want him to have a relationship with Aaron because she's unable to conceive a child of her own.
So, Miss Parker, how did you end up having sex with Mr. Morton if he has a girlfriend?
First of all, Your Honor, that's my baby father. Anytime I want to have sex with him, I'm going to have sex with him.
Okay, fair enough. That means that Miss Parker already has a child for Mr. Morton, and they had a prior sexual relationship before the birth and conception of Aaron. But that's not the strangest thing about this case. Not by a long shot.
We've had sex. I have sex with both of them.
With Mr. Morton?
And Mrs. Lemon.
And his girlfriend?
Yes, Your Honor. Yes.
Well, now that gives this case a different hue. This isn't a case between strangers. It's a family case because everyone in it knows everyone in it very well. But Ms. Lemon has a good reason for this.
Well, the only reason, Your Honor, the only reason why she was able to have sex with us is because I asked my boyfriend to have sex with her because she was lonely. My desires, me and my little freakiness, I said, can you have sex with your pregnant baby mother because she's in need?
So ultimately, all 3 of these people were at one time fondling one another's genitals at the same time and separately. If there's one thing that almost always guarantees people landing in paternity court one way or the other, it's literally arrangements like this. But despite the fact that all of these 3 people were sleeping with one another without protection, Mr. Morton here thinks it's time to bring out his calculator and start crunching the numbers.
It could not be my child because the timing is not right at all.
I'm not tripping off of that. I know that that's my son's father. I know. He looks exactly like my other son.
But Mr. Morton's argument does make some sense. Aaron was born in December, and he says he was last intimate with Miss Parker in May. That would make Aaron a premature baby if he was his son. And since he's not, we can safely assume that the child doesn't belong to Mr. Morton. But Ms. Parker says none of that matters since the only person she has unprotected intercourse with is Mr. Morton. However, Ms. Lemon has a different testimony.
The guy walks up to her, they talking and everything, and he swears up and down Aaron is his. She had to keep reminding him that it's not yours, boo, it's not yours. I had sex with you after he was already in my stomach.
Exactly.
Okay, Ms. Lemon, you are both all over the place. Ms. Parker clarified that she might have slept with other people during that window, but it was always protected. And she never had intercourse with anyone who wasn't her Mr. Morton without some protection. Well, anyone who wasn't Mr. Morton and Miss Lemon, because she slept with her without protection too. She then says that she was pregnant by her boyfriend before he went to jail, but had a miscarriage.
So you went to the hospital when he was first born?
Yes, I was there.
To see him? Did you sign the birth certificate?
No, ma'am, I didn't sign a birth certificate because of my doubts.
What is that evidence you're holding for me?
The birth certificate I didn't sign.
I'd like to see that.
Yeah, Mr. Morton may have doubts. But his doubts don't really stop him from posting baby Aaron on Facebook and calling him his son. Somehow, his doubts don't go that far. Anyway, let's see if Mr. Morton is correct to have his doubts or not. Let's find out who's the father of baby Aaron.
Mr. Morton, you are Aaron's father.
Thank you. I told you, like, I'm not no. Come on.
old teenager and she needs help. Furthermore, you claim that you have serious doubts that your daughter's boyfriend, Mr. Boyce, is the father of your 7-month-old grandson. You say Mr. Boyce has been a good father to the baby, but that your daughter has numerous sexual partners, and so he needs to know the truth.
Now, Ms. Coe believed her daughter was out of control. You could see from her voice and expressions that she was fed up with the girl her daughter was growing into, and at this point, she was willing to do anything to get her back on track. She claimed her daughter never liked to listen to anything she said and would rather go on to hurt herself than take advice in handling situations like a grown-up. If that was my child, she would definitely get an ass whoopong on a regular basis.
I'm here because my daughter is out of control. She has an issue with authority. She doesn't want to be told what to do, how to do, or why to do it.
Give me specific instances.
Okay, from fights at school, hitting a police officer, not once, but twice.
Hitting a police officer?
She punched twice. I get the phone call to go up to the school. I get there.
Believe me when I tell you, I don't think anyone would want to have Ms. Coe as a daughter because she sure does know how to get on her mother's nerves. Now Ms. Coe remembered a time when she gave specific instructions to her daughter not to mess up the house while she was away. Just because she didn't like her mother's girlfriend, she called some of her friends to come help her mess up the house. Now you understand what I mean by she gets on her mother's nerves.
My mother and her girlfriend just jumped on me. You come mess them up.
I said her girlfriend just jumped on me, and I did have somebody come over there.
She made that phone call. Them guys, they loaded up. They came to my house. They bust out every window. They busted out my car. They destroyed my house. This was 1 week before I was
That's your car?
That's my car. They broke out every window. That's my house.
Even the judge couldn't wrap her mind around the things that Ms. Coe's daughter did in her house. Trust me, no one would be able to stomach any of it. Now, in Ms. Coe's daughter's defense, she claimed that she blamed her mother for the way she was. She said her mother abandoned her when she was 2 years old and she was forced to have to grow up with her father, which in turn made her become what she is today. Well, I'm not buying that story at all.
I want to know, how did you get here?
Well, most children grow up with their mother, they're not their father. I grew up with my father because due to the fact she abandoned me when I was 2 years old.
I did not abandon you.
I was told she dropped me off when I was 2 years old and never came back.
No.
And the reason I believed it is because I haven't seen her until I got in my teen age.
You didn't have so much as a visitation?
Oh yes, I had visitation rights. She came over.
Wrecking her mother's house wasn't the end of Ms. Coe's daughter's violent escapades. Oh, trust me, there was a whole lot more she did. She moved a gang into her mother's house. I mean, how do you move a gang into your parents' house? That's just crossing the line on so many levels. And the worst part about the whole situation was that her daughter wasn't even remorseful at all. Again, if this was my child, she would definitely be doing some jail time till she learned some manners.
You're saying that Ms. Coe's daughter moved a gang into your home?
Yes.
It's at your house. You pay bills. If you wanted them out, you should have put them out.
I worked from 7 o'clock at night to 7 o'clock in the morning, 7 days a week.
How many people were there living down there?
They weren't even living down there.
7 people. Were you the only girl in this?
It was 3 girls. It was me, another girl that lived with us, and another girl that lived with us.
Here's where things actually get out of hand in the courtroom. Now she didn't just move in a bunch of random guys into her mother's house, and she was also sleeping with some of the guys in the house. She claimed one of the guys she was sleeping with was her boyfriend, and that was the only guy she had a sexual relationship with. But her mother said that was a fat-ass lie. There apparently was another guy in the situation she was trying to hide. Wow.
But it's not just one guy. See, that's what she's saying. But it's not just one guy. There was somebody else in the picture.
So, Mom, you're saying she was sleeping with multiple guys?
I know that there was someone else. Now, how many more it was, I'm not for sure. But I do know that there was someone else. So, when I find out she's pregnant, I go to the guy. I go to Larry. I say to Larry, look, as Zair's mother.
After so much yelling and scolding in the courtroom, some emotion was finally able to make it to Ms. Coe's daughter's heart. I wouldn't say some emotion, though, because the way she started crying showed that deep down in her heart, she felt bad for all the pain and headache. She caused her mother knowing fully well that all she wanted was the best for her. I guess she still has some good daughter spirit left somewhere in her.
Are you worried for your baby? You don't want your baby to have to grow up and feel the things you felt? What are your hopes for your son? What do you want for him?
I just want him to have both of his parents. I don't want him to grow up like I did, and I don't want him to run the streets like I did, because I don't want him just walking out to the store and anything can happen to him.
Well, today we are going to determine who his father is. And we're also going to help encourage you. Your mom feels your pain.
Now, Mr. Boyce, who happens to be her boyfriend, walks into the courtroom to talk about his own part in the whole situation. You could see it in his eyes that he wanted to be the father of the child. He claimed that as soon as the child came into the world, it changed the person he was before, and all he wanted to do was be a good father to the child.
I feel like from the beginning I knew it was a possibility, but at the same time, you know what I'm saying, he made me grow more, you know what I'm saying, since he been around. Cause my mom, she passed away. Once I told her about it, you know what I'm saying, she just, oh, that's my grandbaby. She buying him everything. I'm like,
So your mom,
she passed away in February.
and so you're hoping today, what are your hopes?
I'm hoping that he's mine.
It was finally time to reveal the results of this brawl between the mother and the daughter. Trust me, it was one crazy battle between these two, and thankfully, they were both able to make peace. Well, here are the results.
Mr. Boyce, you are not the father.
You're his father.
Yeah.
Yes, you are.
I'm still.
I know this was not the way probably any of you wanted this to turn out, because I can see it in all of your faces.
Can I just
hug him?
Mr. Rash was in court to seek the paternity results for 2 of his kids. Apparently, his doubts about being the father of the kids had gone over the roof, and he just wanted to know if the kids were his. His doubts came as a result of the fact that his wife had cheated on him repeatedly with several different men. To tell you how bad it was, she left him and slept with 5 different brothers from the same family. Trust me, this was one crazy. Guess what? She wasn't denying the fact that she cheated on her husband. She even claimed that he was never really his type of man to start with, so she loved him and didn't love him at the same time. Today definitely has to be one of the worst days for Mr. Rash right now. I mean, imagine him sitting there and having to listen to his wife talk about him like that.
I have cheated on him. I'm gonna admit that.
In Mr. Rash's mind, he believed he was in a sweet romantic relationship with Ms. Fuentes, who happened to be his wife. But that wasn't the case at all. During the window of conception, where he thought Ms. Fuentes was being loyal to him, she was busy sleeping with other men. To make things worse for him, she was sleeping with these men around the window of conception. You honestly can't blame him for taking care of the kids all this while, and sadly, it was Mr. Rash who did most of the work at least. So he claimed. He said he took the kids away from her because she wasn't giving them the necessary care they needed, and he didn't want to see his kids live in such a manner. She believed all she wanted to do was sleep around. But Ms. Fuentes claimed everything he said was all a lie, starting to change her story, and trust me, it was heartbreaking to listen to. She did agree that Mr. Rush was a good dad, but she just didn't approve of the way he went about being the good dad. She claimed he was more fixed on the fact that she was cheating with several men rather than wanting to take care of the kids. She even went as far as saying she was never. Their stories went on. Ms. Fuentes started to confess and talk about her escapades with the different brothers. She claimed that she was out on one of her several gatherings. She one of her ex-boyfriends who had been in jail at the time. As soon as they met, they had sex. In her defense, she claimed she was still in love with him. If she was in love with him, why did she go on to sleep with his brother? It just doesn't make any sense.
We had a sex.
Her ex-boyfriend walks into the courtroom to tell his side of the supposed story Ms. Fuentes was trying to give. The insane thing was, he had a totally different story to tell, and it didn't rhyme with anything Ms. Fuentes had been telling the court. A cheat and a liar. Mr. Rash definitely made a horrible choice if you ask me. The ex-boyfriend didn't even believe he could be the father to any of her children, and Ms. Fuentes' drama about who the biological father of the baby was. It was finally time to reveal the truth and put an end to the endless argument they both didn't want to stop.
Mr. Judd, you are the father.
Oh my God. I
Why are
never
you
forgive
crying?
you for that. I'll never. You should have never ever did that. Should have been straight up front.
If you are in search of a chaotic episode on paternity court, then welcome aboard. This episode was filled with so much drama and chaos that it could most likely air as a Netflix series if filmed. Ms. Valentin was in court to prove that Mr. Jordan, who happened to be her one-night stand, is the father of her child. Well, it only takes once to make a baby, wouldn't you say? Mr. Jordan, on the other hand, was firm on his claim. And by his claim, he meant there was no way on earth that he could be the father of the child.
So, Mr. Jordan, you don't believe you are little Michael's biological father?
No, not at all. That's not my kid.
That's a lie. Because this whole pregnancy and after birth, you begged me to name him after you. And you've been there through my pregnancy, and you've been there after he was born. I mean, you cut his cord. So if you want to keep lying in front of this judge, it's going to cause problems for you outside this courtroom. So I suggest that you tell the truth.
Yes.
There was no shaking Ms. Valentin in that courtroom. She stood strong like a tour that was mounted 1,000 years ago. She was firm on her decision, saying that she knew for a fact that Mr. Jordan was the father of her child. Mr. Jordan wasn't going to flinch either. These two were ready to fight like they were in a wrestling match. Who's gonna win this round? Let's find out, shall we?
How how did you all even meet? How did you get together?
So went on a dating app, okay? I went on a dating app because I was looking for a one-night stand because that's all it was supposed to be. So, you know, I was on the dating app and I saw Michael. And I swiped right on him and apparently he had swiped right on me as well. So, you know, I like my man, I like him with a dash of ugly and stuff. And it's like, he fit the description because he had a beautiful smile.
I know what you're thinking, and trust me, and you're definitely right. With the way these two came at each other, their relationship didn't start off as romantic. They didn't even act like they were ever in love to begin with. And just like we guess, Ms. Valentin dropped a truth bomb saying she went on a dating app just because she needed a one-night stand. Are those how dating apps work? Because last I checked, people, they're hooked up for love. Well, I guess that wasn't the situation with these two.
He has a dash of ugly.
Okay.
He's very handsome, but you know how
Is the ugly outside or inside?
A little bit of both. A little bit of both.
You got it all around, though.
In my day, we used to say we don't like them too pretty.
Exactly.
You all, it's a dash of ugly now.
Right.
Yeah, I get it. So how soon after you swipe did you meet him?
Ms. Valentin was one hell of a woman. After she found out that they were a match on the dating app, she immediately told him to come over. She didn't just tell him to come over, people. She booked his flight and paid for his taxi. Looks like she really wanted to get laid pretty bad. I mean, how do you just tell a guy you just met on a dating app to come over to your place? Isn't she scared things might go sideways? I don't think anyone in their right mind would want to do that.
He had unprotected sex that same night.
All right, she lying. She lying for a fact. That is not true, Your Honor. You really gonna lie like that?
Oh, you want to say that
you
I'm
really
lying?
Gonna lie like that?
You want to say that I'm lying?
Never had
Just
that
let it go. Just let it go.
Never ever happened in your life. You wish you did. That's what happened. You wish you did.
You wish it happened. It happened on several occasions.
No, never happened. Never happened.
Oh, my Lord.
Never in my life.
The story took a different turn. Trust me, what happened next wouldn't even surprise you at all. Their relationship went from being a one-night stand to them seeing each other frequently. The whole situation was getting very heated up, with both Ms. Valentin and Mr. Jordan yelling at each other and calling themselves lairs. At some point, even Judge Lauren started to find the whole chaos between them amusing.
So we know you were having sexual relationship. At what point did this turn into a sexual relationship which was unprotected because it led to the
a few weeks later.
All right. And then Mr. Jordan, how did you find out Ms. Valentin was pregnant?
I came home one night and she had somebody living with her.
Well, it was pretty evident that these two were definitely not planning to be in any long-term relationship. For them, it was just about the sex. As they kept sleeping with each other on multiple occasions, a baby came into the mix. I mean, when you decide to constantly keep having unprotected sex, they can't say they didn't think a day like this wasn't going to come. If you as me, I'd say it was inevitable.
My witness told me
and
he's seen multiple men
hold on. This select witness that he bring with him today, I didn't meet till I was already pregnant.
You brought this witness, and I want to hear from him. Please stand, sir. State your name for the court. Step over to the podium.
Elijah Krebs.
Okay, Mr. Krebs.
Yeah.
What do you know about this situation?
Well, I actually got an exhibit I'd like to show you.
Oh, you brought an exhibit?
Yes, ma'am.
The judge had to caution both Mr. Jordan and Ms. Valentin on several occasions in that courtroom. If she didn't, they were ready to bring down the roof on everyone in there just so they could both prove their point. Speaking of proving points, Mr. Jordan had a witness who he claimed saw Miss. Valentin brings in multiple men into her home. Well, she did say she wanted a one-night stand, so maybe she had the same thing with these other men. Well, let's hear from the witness.
She tried to cover up. Absolutely.
What did you see her
never
texting to Pizza King?
They was talking about linking up, meeting up at the house. That she supposedly don't bring men over.
So what did you read?
You were the only man that was there.
What did you read?
It was like baby, like just emojis and stuff like that. Like,
you are such a liar. You are such a liar. You've been lying this whole time we've been here, so why not keep lying?
Oh, trust me, after the witness dropped that truth bomb, all fingers started to point to Ms. Valentin. The question on everyone's mind was, has she been lying all this while? Or is she really telling the truth because her stories weren't adding up anymore? One thing was very constant in her story, and that was the fact that Mr. Jordan was a lair.
So is this a friend you've been intimate with at some point?
A long time ago, yes. And I admitted to that. We did have a sexual relationship months before.
Never told me that, Your Honor.
Yes, I did.
She never told me. She denied it. She said he just a babysitter. She used him. She finessed him to clean up the house, and he cooked.
Because that's all he used to do. He used to cook for my kids, and he used to clean my house.
Now that all made this last part all the more interesting. Won't you guys agree? Well, the results were in, and Judge Lil seemed about ready to deliver her final verdict on the mess these guys created. Let's find out who was the daddy.
Mr. Jordan, you are the father. He's just precious.
He is.
And he doesn't deserve this. This is messy. Because you all now just yelling to hear yourselves talk. And this little, look at this beautiful baby.
Her hope from coming to the courtroom was to see if she could save her relationship. Ms. Harden was very confident that Mr. Nelson was the biological father of her child. But due to some misunderstandings, he has been forced to deny the paternity of the child. But Mr. Nelson had a different perspective to share. He believed he was 1,000% sure that he couldn't be the father of the child.
Financially, he won't pick up a diaper. He won't watch her for 15 minutes while I go to the store. He won't watch her for 15 minutes while I get in the shower. He walk past her like she Casper. When she cry, he'd be like, hey, get your daughter crying, your daughter wants you, get her. He don't help me at all.
One, I don't see why I should have to do all of that if I'm not 100% sure that I'm the father.
The first thing Ms. Harden did when she was given the opportunity to speak was rant about how Mr. Nelson wasn't doing anything for her and her child. She even said he treated her like she was an outcast, rejected by everyone. Mr. Nelson wasn't denying the behavior. Trust me, he beat his chest and said that's exactly how he had been behaving. If he wasn't sure he was the father of the child, why should he take care of the child? First things first, how did they even end up in such a situation?
How long was he there?
He was there for a couple of months.
I said you could come if you want to. I said, but the best choice for you is to stay home with your people. That's
your
what
people.
She wanted.
But you went anyway.
Yes,
I did.
Yes, Your Honor. She came in.
All right, and then soon after that, you find out you're pregnant.
Yes, Your Honor.
Now fast forward to the time Ms. Harden finds out she's pregnant. She isn't particularly excited about the baby. In fact, she panics after realizing she's pregnant. The question on your mind right now is, why would she panic after finding out she was pregnant? I mean, was the baby not his? In her defense, she claims she didn't know how Mr. Nelson would react if she told him. Something definitely smells fishy with her story.
So you were feeling alone in the world.
Yes. And I never really had nobody in my life talk to me. You know, nobody, they would like talk, but they wouldn't listen to where I was coming from. They didn't listen to what I had to say, and he was there for me, and I gravitated towards it.
So you wanted to have his baby because this was a person now that I decided
felt like I was going to be with him for the rest of my life.
Right.
Now, what your ears are about to hear will definitely leave you in shock. Trust me, Mr. Nelson was starting to seem like a heartless man in the story Mr. Harden was narrating. She claimed when she gave birth, he was present in the hospital. But as soon as he saw the baby, he told her that was a white man's baby, and he walked out on her. Wow. I mean, even if you have doubts, that's a pretty harsh thing to do, wouldn't you say?
Multiple times and said, hey, make sure you grab your ID. You need your ID to sign her birth certificate. He left his ID at home on purpose, bought an empty wallet.
Well, on purpose.
On purpose.
Same thing, yeah.
So, Mr. Nelson, you say you didn't sign that birth certificate purposefully because you have doubt.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you've brought an exhibit to outline that doubt. Am I correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Believe me when I tell you, this was one chaotic case. The truth bombs that were dropped in that courtroom could make two countries go to war with each other. Yup, that's how intense it was. Mr. Nelson found out that Ms. Harden has been having threesomes with her ex-boyfriend and the ex-boyfriend's wife. Wait, what? Threesome with the ex-boyfriend and his wife? That definitely explains why he has so much doubt.
It got personal when he actually texted her number saying, what we gonna do about our baby? You know that's my baby. So then he called her, like.
So you say the ex was not only sleeping with her when you were gone, he's now claiming the baby.
Yes.
When the Facebook post that he's speaking on, he didn't necessarily claim Sophia. He made a statement, which, you know, he was like, how my baby doing?
As if things couldn't get any worse, when her ex-boyfriend found out about the baby, he started to put claims on the baby, saying she was his. Tell me if this whole situation isn't already driving you crazy. He was asked to tell his side of the story, and in court, trust me, he took things to the next level.
You would tell me one thing and tell Delonte something different every time.
He has the password.
All right, Miss Davis, thank you for your testimony. It was very enlightening. Now you say your husband, Mr. Patterson, said he's the father. Mr. Patterson, you say Mr. Nelson is the father. Mr. Nelson, you say Mr. Patterson is the father. Ms. Harden, you told Mr. Nelson he's the father and Mr. Patterson he's the father.
No, I did not tell John he was the father.
It's high time we brought this paternity war zone to a close. It's been one tricky ride here, but all that suspense is about to be over. All eyes are on the judge as she unleashes the truth.
The biological father is Mr. Nelson. You are the biological father.
I just want to say I apologize to you and we is gonna do this.
Well, can you get a relationship with her now? Can you help me with her?
Of course.
Provide for her?
Ms. Johnson's ways were definitely not pure. She had been fooling around with a different man who wasn't her husband. Now she's landed herself in one of the most insane situations ever. She has no idea who the father of her child is. Could it be her husband or could it be her boyfriend? Nobody knows for sure. Les Anderson, who happened to be the boyfriend in the picture, was here for one thing: to claim custody of his child. The mind-blowing revelation about this situation was that Mr. Anderson knew Ms. Johnson was married and still went on to get intimate with her. What makes him think he could be the father of the child? It was a situation of two people in a relationship coming to form a totally separate relationship. How ironic, wouldn't you say? Now, Ms. Johnson's husband was no saint. All right, the cheating started with him, and all she did was go on to have her own fun. Well, at least so she claimed. While Ms. Johnson was busy getting intimate with both her husband and Mr. Anderson, she got pregnant. What did she do? Oh, trust me, you're going to want to know. She told her husband that she was pregnant, but wasn't sure if it was his. He didn't mind at all. All he wanted was to be a daddy. Cute, wouldn't you say? Mr. Anderson, on the other hand, wasn't just going to let that happen. He wanted to be part of the babies and told Mr. Anderson that she wanted her husband to be the father of her child. He was initially cool with it, at least so he claims, but Ms. Johnson said it was all a lie. The courtroom turned into a charade with both Mr. Anderson and Ms. Johnson calling themselves Lairs. Apparently, she told her husband she wasn't seeing Mr. Anderson anymore, but that wasn't the case. They hooked up again just a year before. Child was born, her husband was by her side. He really wanted to be a daddy, honestly. But hold up, things get pretty funny here. Mr. Anderson calls Ms. Johnson to find out how the pregnancy went. Guess who picks up the phone, Mr. Johnson? Yup, you heard that right. What happened afterward was completely out of this world. Mr. Anderson brought in a whole new set of cards to the table. He was asked if he ever got a chance to meet the baby, and his answer shocked everyone in the courtroom. He said he met the baby on several occasions. He even gave instances that he could remember. But here's where things get out of hand. Ms. Johnson keeps all of this a secret from her husband. I guess she was baby daddy drama to a close. There was a lot of fighting and accusations between these two, Mr. Anderson and Ms. Johnson. The question still remains, people, who is the father of the baby? Well, let's find that out, shall we? After being told she could never have kids, Ms. Serfozo finally got pregnant and gave birth to her miracle baby. At least that's what she calls the child. But there's a plot twist to the conception of the baby, and trust me, it's going to leave you speechless. When the baby was born, 3 possible men could be the possible father to her child. Mr. Miller, who is engaged, happens to be one of those possible fathers. I told you there was a $1 million question of everyone's mind in that courtroom was how Ms. Serfozo ended up having 3 possible men as the likely fathers to her miracle baby. 3 possible fathers? That baby has to be one special baby, if you ask me. It's confession time. Let's see what her excuse would be.
Yes, ma'am.
After dropping the truth bomb about being a mischievous woman in her early days, she dropped another one, and thus one was wild. She claimed in her many escapades with men that she bumped into Mr. Miller and got into a sexual relationship with him. Mr. Miller wasn't in sync with her story at all. He claimed he couldn't remember any of what she was. Felt like Mr. Miller was a 90-year-old man with dementia. He claimed he honestly could remember any of what Ms. Serfozo was saying happened. Now Ms. Serfozo finds out she's pregnant, and obviously she doesn't tell Mr. Miller. She has one of the 3 men in question be by her side throughout the birth process. Sadly, after having a D&D test with that guy, he turned very good at denying anything. Mr. Mill fits that description perfectly. Ms. Serfozo claimed she told him about the pregnancy and how she knew he was the father of the child. Mr. Miller said he never got any calls or messages from her, and he had no idea why she was lying. Who's telling the goddamn truth?
Mr. Serfozo?
The courtroom was turning into a war zone, with both Ms. Serfozo and Mr. Miller's fiancé trying to rip each other apart with their voices. There was no stopping them, trust me. If they were placed in the streets, these two would have had one hell of a battle.
All of her friends even
They're his. Your contention is there are no other possible fathers.
There is no other possible fathers, ma'am.
I guess it's high time we brought this paternity war zone to a close. Will it be all nice, Mr. Miller, knowing it's his child, or would it be one of the other men in question? The answer to that question sits like a princess in the envelope. Let the truth be told.
Mr. Miller, you are not her father.
Told you.
His father, even though we wasn't in a committed relationship, we had unprotected sex frequently, and he has not been around. He doesn't ask about my son. He probably didn't even know my son's name was Malcolm until now, and I'm just ready to prove that he is the father.
You know you've messed up massively when you have a baby with a man perfectly willing not to find out the name of a child that's potentially his. Even if Malcolm turns out not to be Mr. Bowles' son, the fact that he probably doesn't even know the child's name is horrible. How is Mr. Bowles even so sure that he's not the baby daddy? What makes him so certain?
How can you be so sure that you're not?
That's because when we
Actually, when we first met the first night, we had sex within like 20 minutes of being in her house.
It wasn't within 20 minutes.
Then, like probably 3 weeks later, maybe 2 weeks later, I found like an open condom wrapper in her bathroom.
Well,
she had already said that
just because
like, I was the only person she was having sex with. And so then I found
just
the wrapper.
because I had sex with him on the first night doesn't mean I have sex with everybody.
Even if you had intercourse with someone just 20 minutes after meeting them, it doesn't mean they can't give you a kid. It doesn't seem like Mr. Bowles knows that. And Ms. Kavanaugh insists that the opened condom wrapper wasn't actually for her, but for her friend and her boyfriend who spent the night. Now, Mr. Bowles says that Ms. Kavanaugh told him at the time that she'd used the condoms with her ex.
Yes.
When you find out, who do you tell?
Your Honor, I told him. I told Mr. Bowles because that's who I believed was the father. It was the right date, right conception time. But I did have one sexual encounter with Mr. McElliott, and it was only because I wanted to be in a serious relationship with Mr. Bowles. And I felt like he didn't respect me and didn't care about my feelings. So yes, I did have one encounter.
If someone doesn't like you and you want to be in a serious relationship with them, the worst thing you can probably do to solve that problem is to get with someone else to make them jealous. If you do it enough times, you'll find yourself in paternity court. But that's not the only shameless thing Mrs. Kavanaugh did.
Oh, fully.
And also, before she got pregnant, she actually lied about being pregnant maybe like some weeks before. She lied about it.
That is true. The way that I found out that I was truly pregnant with my son is because I was very childish when I was talking to Mr. Bowles. Like, I really cared about him, and I desperately wanted him to care about me because we were with each other basically.
That's another thing you shouldn't do to make someone like you. No one is going to get inspired to get into a loving relationship with you just because you got pregnant for them. At best, they'll pay child support and be there for the child. But that doesn't mean they'll be there for you. Unfortunately, Ms. Kavanaugh never got that memo.
So you had a plan to pretend you were pregnant in order to keep him. And then what happened?
Well, I took both of the tests, Your Honor, and I went to go eat, and I came back and they were both positive.
And that's how Ms. Kavanaugh found out she was pregnant for real. She wanted a baby to trap Mr. Bowles in a relationship with, and she'd gotten her baby. The only problem she had was trapping Mr. Bowles.
Like, when I was pretending to be pregnant or trying to be pregnant, I don't think I understand fully the responsibility that I do now.
Yes.
So
because it's a lot of responsibility,
yes,
isn't it?
It's hard.
And I'm very proud of her. She's really stepped up.
We've heard a lot from Mr. Bowles and Ms. Kavanaugh. It's time for us to hear from the other potential father, Mr. McElliott. He probably has something interesting to say.
My relationship with Ms. Kavanaugh, I would say, is a very special one. Me and her, we met. I got her number. I called her that evening and offered her to go a movie. We hooked up and went out to eat or something like that. But ever since—
So you took her on dates and courted her and treated her like a lady should be treated?
Always.
So on one hand, we have Mr. McElliott, who says he wants to be the father of Malcolm because he wants to be with Miss Kavanaugh. And on the other hand, we have Mr. Bowles, who says he hopes he isn't the father and never wants to see Mrs. Kavanaugh again. Hopefully one of them turns out to be the father and we can bring this chapter to a close. Let's see what the DNA results have to say about that. The first result we have is from Mr. McElliott.
Mr. McElliott, you are not his father.
You can see that this hurts Mr. McElliott. Of course, this means that Macomb has to belong to Mr. Bowles, right?
Mr. Bowles, you are not his father.
Oh, sorry.
Calm down.
Right? So who is the father of Ms. Kavanaugh's child, Malcolm? Well, to get answers to that question, we actually have to check out another appearance of Ms. Kavanaugh on paternity court. Ms. Kavanaugh is in court again to find out who the father of her child, Malcolm, is. This time, she brings along with her a good friend of her mother, the defendant, Mr. Spence. Mr. Spence here says he had intercourse with Mrs. Kavanaugh once after repeated attempts from her to sleep with him. And now he says there's a good chance he could be Malcolm's father.
The mother's friend?
Yes, Your Honor. I know how bad it sounds. It is bad. I started calling him up, asking for like rides, to the grocery store, to get stuff from my house, and subconsciously I was trying to seduce him. I was wearing inappropriate things around him.
And why were you doing this?
In all honesty, I was drinking a lot. And I don't know if I did it for a challenge.
At least Kavanaugh is smart enough to know how badly she messed up to be in this predicament. Mr. Spence says he is just a friend of Ms. Kavanaugh's mother. So this isn't a case where Mr. Spence was sleeping with them at the same time.
It was like she said, came over a couple of times. She was in inappropriate gear. The first time, I shunned it off. Second time, I said, hey, watch yourself. Third time, it's starting to look good.
And the third time's the charm, isn't it? The fourth time, there was a lapse in judgment, and now Mr. Spence could be Malcolm's father. Interestingly, Mr. Spence says he was intimate with Ms. Kavanaugh just once. So if he really is the father of the child, then that's really amazing. But Ms. Kavanaugh disagrees.
Time, Ms. Kavanaugh?
Your Honor, I do not believe it to be once. It was at least twice. But that's just how
Ms. Kavanaugh says she thinks Malcolm looks a little bit like Mr. Spence, but she's unwilling to make a judgment on his paternity with that. That's really smart, Ms. Kavanaugh. But what it also means is that there is at least one other possibility that Ms. Kavanaugh isn't telling us about. If the two other men she tested weren't Malcolm's fathers, then Mr. Spence has to be. Unless there were other men in the mix. And now, that would be extraordinarily irresponsible. It's insane to have up to 4 potential fathers for your child.
It's like, I thought Mr. Bowles was the dad. Well, after the court, I started thinking, well, he could be a possibility that Mr. Spence is the father. And I texted him, and I asked him, when was the last time we had sex? He told me it was the end of October.
And when was Malcolm born?
So when you do the maths, it's a real possibility that Mr. Spence is Malcolm's father. Mr. Spence's friend and Ms. Kavanaugh's mother, Mitchell Kavanaugh, is in court today to say her piece as well. One can only wonder how she felt to know that her very good friend slept with her daughter.
Good friend.
It was very devastating, just because the relationship was inappropriate. I felt betrayed.
Well, anyone would feel betrayed too to learn their friend was having that sort of fun with their child. Interestingly, Ms. Kavanaugh says she questioned her daughter and Mr. Spence because she noticed some chemistry between them, and they both denied that anything happened. Now, Ms. Kavanaugh, the one who seduced Mr. Spence, says she cannot take all the blame for what happened between them.
I do admit that I did come on to him, and it was probably really a strong come on.
You did admit that in court.
But he is a grown man. He could have told me no.
Well, Mr. Spence could have told her no. But he isn't the one with the baby, and he isn't the one who's been on paternity court twice. So maybe he could have said no. But the consequences of such irresponsible and shameless behavior are always majorly borne by the woman in these situations. So she should probably be more careful. But Mr. Spence isn't totally off the hook either.
So, Mr. Spence, let me ask you this. Are you in a relationship?
I'm married.
Okay. Now I do understand why you're hoping he's not your child.
That's not what I'm hoping.
What are you hoping?
I hope for...
Well, Mr. Spence, if you hope for the truth, then the truth is what we are going to get. However, Ms. Spence's truth doesn't look very good for Ms. Kavanaugh, because it seems there were other people, other than Mr. Bowles and Mr. McElliott, who were involved with Ms. Kavanaugh during the time Malcolm was conceived.
Oh, so she told you?
Yes.
What did she say?
I'm sleeping with other people. I got a boyfriend.
Oh.
Which was Mr. Bowles at the time, Your Honor.
Understood.
Yeah.
But we also know that there was Mr. Scott, too.
Yes, Your Honor.
Yeah,
He's been tested and
So there are now 2 potential fathers, Mr. Spence and another man, Mr. Scott.
we understand that you had a sexual relationship with Miss Kavanaugh.
Yes, ma'am.
And it was during the window of conception. Do you agree with that?
Yes, ma'am.
You were not using protection?
I use protection every time. I don't recall, not using protection.
So you don't recall. Now, she says there was an instance when you did not, right?
Yes, Your Honor.
And you say there was no instance?
No, ma'am. I strongly, I don't believe that, Malcolm is mine.
Hopefully, these are the last two possibilities. Hopefully, Malcolm's father is in this courtroom today, and this can just be the end of this episode.
So these are the last two possibilities, Ms. Kavanaugh?
There's one more, Your Honor.
Well, Ms. Kavanaugh, there's nothing more that can be said about you. All we can do now is hope and pray that one of these men is your baby daddy. Let's see what the DNA test results have to say about that.
Mr. Scott, you are not his father.
Okay, that was a bust. Hopefully the next one won't be. Hopefully Mr. Spence will be the father.
Mr. Spence, you are not his father.
Ms. Seaton is in court today because she believes her mother committed paternity fraud and lied to her about the identity of her father. She was raised believing one man is her father, but she now knows that another man is her dad. Ms. McPeak says this is a lie and that her ex-husband is her daughter's father, not Mr. Bryson, the man Ms. Seaton thinks is her real father.
Well, Your Honor, I just want to start by saying I haven't seen her talk to this woman in 5 years, almost 5 years. The reason that I haven't seen her talk to her in almost 5 years is because she's a liar. I was raised to think that a man named Jesse Seaton was my biological father. He signed my birth certificate. He cut my umbilical cord, and he was awesome. I have since found out that there was another possibility that Mr. Bryson could be my father.
That's a very candid and straightforward testimony from Ms. Seaton. Ms. McPeak also has choice words for her daughter.
My daughter doesn't care who she hurts at all. She's a very cold-hearted person, and she just does not care who she hurts.
Have you lied to her about her father?
No. They could have had DNA when I had her, but Jesse and them all didn't want DNA. So evidently he must have thought he was the father because he didn't want no DNA.
Well, maybe, but that cannot be the reason Jesse Seaton is her father, right? You can't say someone is another person's father just because they didn't dispute it. Yes, fathers don't dispute the paternity of their kids, but that lack of dispute isn't the reason they are their kids' fathers. Right off the bat, it looks like Ms. McPeak is hiding something here. You know what? There's probably a good reason why mother and daughter haven't seen or spoken in 5 years.
Back in 2011, I had complications and I needed a blood transfusion. My mom was supposed to make it to the hospital. She never showed up, whatever the reason was. So my grandmother and my Uncle Paul had both donated blood for the blood transfusion, and it came out that they were not, either one of them wasn't a match. So
it wasn't like Ms. Seaton went out looking for the truth about her identity. It just landed in her lap. However, Ms. McPeak disputes this in the strangest of ways.
She's a liar. She always has been. She does whatever she can to hurt anybody. She doesn't have a heart at all.
But is she lying about the hospital saying there's not a match?
Yes, she is. Liar.
Your Honor, I would just like to say my grandmother did submit a statement if you would like to.
Calling someone a liar doesn't make an argument. And the evidence Ms. Seaton submits checks out. The issue of the blood at the hospital is true. And Ms. Seston's grandmother's letters say that when Ms. McPeak started going out with Jesse Seaton, she was already pregnant by Mr. Bryson. What does McPeak say to that? Well, it's more insults from her.
She's never liked me. She's just as big a liar as her granddaughter. Plain and simple. She never thought that I was good enough for her son. He could have had DNA at that time, and he didn't want DNA. He said he was 100% sure it was his. And ever since Jessica's been old enough to talk, maybe kindergarten, she's been nothing but an habitual life.
You know what would be the strangest and the most shameful thing? If the DNA results come out and show that Mr. Bryson is actually Ms. Seston's father. One wonders what Ms. McPeak would do then.
Mom, however, had told me on more than one occasion that she had DNA done between me and Mr. Seaton. She also told my grandmother, Karen, and when asked about the results, I contacted our local DNA centers and did some research.
Mr. Bryson says that Ms. McPeak had told him the same thing. But Ms. McPeak says that's a lie, and everyone is lying against her. Let's see what Mr. Greg Bryson has to say about this.
Do you believe you are Miss Seaton's, Jessica's biological father?
Yes, I guarantee you, Your Honor.
You do?
Oh, yes.
Why do you believe that?
Look at her. She looks like my other daughter. I guarantee you, the money I got in my pocket, she's mine. Secondly, the grandmother, Jesse's mother, told me if she's between the ages of 6 and 10, that she knew that that was my daughter, not her son.
But that's not all. Mr. Bryson has even more damning accusations for Ms. McPeak. He says she'd come over to him and told him straight to his face that the child she was carrying belonged to him and not to Jesse Seaton.
You were the only one she was having?
Oh, no, Your Honor. There were several other men she had been with. I found this out later on. But, you know, it's,
How many men did you find out she was with?
4. Wow. But, you know, it's the kind of thing, without being rude to anybody, and anybody taking anything offensively, there are those people that need multiple men for multiple things. This young lady was one of them.
Phew! That's a lot to unpack. Let's see if Mr. Bryson is really telling the truth about the paternity of Miss Seaton. And let's see if Ms. McPeak is the biggest liar in the courtroom or the biggest victim. It's time for the DNA test results. To determine paternity, 2 tests were performed. One was a DNA test between Ms. Seaton and her uncle, Jesse Seaton's brother, and one between Ms. Seaton and Mr. Bryson.
It has been determined by this court. The biological father is Mr. Bryson.
Thank you.
Where was you all your life?
You lie. I never once.
Okay. Just hug your daughter.
Okay.
Yeah, Arthur Ellis and Eugene Ellis have brought their mother to court today to learn who their real father is. That's because they recently learned that their mother, Ms. Shivers, slept with both their father and his brother. So their uncle could actually be their biological father. Ms. Shivers admits she did this and is in court today to find out who fathered her boys and beg for their forgiveness. Phew!
We were at a family gathering, you know, just having some drinks or whatever, and Uncle Ronnie came up to me and said, "You know, I'm your son. You know, you my son, right? You know, so."
Yeah, it was basically like a family get together. It was a family function. You know how people get when they, you know, indulge or whatnot. I guess he overindulged and the truth came to light, you know. So he approached my brother.
It's not the truth.
Well.
Believe whatever you want to believe.
Okay, we're leaving the door open. Believe what you want to believe. Assume what you want to assume.
Yeah.
He assumes Ronnie's.
Ms. Shivers admits that she slept with both brothers because she had no choice and nowhere to go. Now, one of her sons, Arthur Ellis, believes he is his uncle's son, and the other son, Eugene, says it's possible because their father treated Arthur differently while he was alive.
He didn't even write me that much when I was in jail, but he wrote him, you know, send him money, you know, so that made me feel some type of way as well, you know.
Unfortunately, we had to take a trip down the road, and my dad, my father, he wrote me more than he did my brother, you know what I'm saying? And you don't do that if that's your child, you know, you're supposed to be there through thick and thin like my mom, you know. I heard from her every day of, you know, that place or that situation, but when we were in that situation, he didn't reach out to my brother at all, not really, like, at all.
That's really cold. And it's true, Arthur Ellis deserves to know the truth. On the flip side, the man who could be Arthur's father, Ronnie Ellis, has always shown him more love than his actual supposed father. Eugene Ellis, on the other hand, is sure of his paternity.
Look at me, and you look at my dad. I mean, if you had a full body shot of my dad, I'm slim like my dad. I'm built like my dad. My features like my dad. Arthur is big. He's a big guy right here. Uncle Ronnie is big. That's a big guy right there. You know, they broad. I'm skinny. I'm slim, you know.
Well,
his hair is different from my hair. I mean, if we got the same dad, okay, wouldn't you think that his texture of his hair would come out the same as mine? Because I got...
Yeah, Eugene might be sure of who his father is, but his mother isn't that sure. She has reasonable and credible doubts about who Eugene's real father is. And Eugene is finding this out in real time right in paternity court.
Well, Your Honor, I was married to another man before I left and went to Detroit, and that's when I got pregnant with Eugene, so.
Do you feel there are reasonable, credible doubts as it relates to Eugene as well?
Yes, Your Honor.
That's insane. Hopefully this testimony from Ronnie McClellan can clear all of this up and paint a clearer picture of the paternity of the Ellis brothers.
This young man could be your biological child.
My brother had put her and Eugene out, and they came back to Chicago and lived with me. And while they were living with me, she said we only had sex once. She must have meant we only had sex once sober. You hear me? That's what she must have meant, you know? Because she can't even remember the first time, you know?
But you remember.
Oh, boy. Really?
No more details needed.
Okay, so the potential father is between Ronnie McClellan and the now departed John Ellis. Hopefully there is no other potential father for Arthur Ellis.
Ask you this respectfully, are there any other possible fathers?
Yes, Your Honor. Cool Breeze. I met him when I was waitressing in the restaurant, and he ran a big hotel. And he also, gave me jobs and stuff. That's when Eugene was like about 4 or 5. We had a couple of little nights, where we had a few drinks and we did have intimacy. He died, it might be a possibility because when I was staying at Mama Mildred's with Ronnie.
And there we have it, folks. 3 potential fathers for Arthur Ellis and 2 potential fathers for Eugene Ellis. We are going to check the results for Eugene first.
John Ellis is your biological father. It has been determined by this court. John Ellis is your father.
I knew that. I said that from the beginning. I knew that. Look at me.
Now let's check the results for Arthur and see whether Ronnie, John Ellis, or perhaps even this fellow Cool Breeze might be his potential father.
Pertaining to whether John Ellis or his brother Ronald McClellan is your biological father, it has been determined by this court. John Ellis is your father.
This is one hell of a paternity mystery. Trust me, guys. 3 sisters drag their mom to court to uncover the stories behind their birth. Trust me. The things they get to find out are beyond surprising. Stay tuned because this is going to be one hell of a ride. Now, these 3 sisters felt something fishy was going on in their family. Apparently, things hadn't been sweet and beautiful for them while they were growing up. They find out that their mom has been keeping a big, dark secret all this time. Well, they are here, and the truth is definitely going to pop out. Trust me. Trust me, these sisters were here to fight their mom to the death. They weren't going to go easy on her. It almost felt like she wasn't even their real mother. The crazy thing about this family was their mom wasn't hiding the fact that she was mischievous. Oh, trust me, she was fooling around with a lot of men. Her daughters? They wanted to rip her apart for not taking care of them as kids. Another shocking thing? She wasn't certain who their fathers were. The deposed dad was asked if he felt he could possibly be the father of the daughter. I promise his replies will leave you speechless. Even the sisters were quite surprised by what he had to say. Do these girls truly have a father? Your guess is as good as... Well, it's finally time to clear the doubts in the air, people. It was one hell of a brawl between these sisters and their mother. Would they get to find out who their real dad is? That answer lies in the envelope, sitting pretty on the table.
Mr. Williams, you are her father.
The case of Whitman versus Anderson and Mapson had everyone feeling different things at the same time. One minute, one felt disgust with the lack of shame shown by certain parties in this case, and the next minute, everyone was over the suspenseful grip this case held. Ms. Whitman was in Judge Lakes' presence to determine who might be the father of her baby, and to also save her month-old relationship. Mr. Anderson, on the other hand, was not here for the suit as he claimed he was not Whitman's baby father, as even though they had slept together, she was definitely sleeping with other men too.
Ms. Whitman, the man you claim you love standing in our courtroom hallway.
Yes, Your Honor.
But you confess you cheated on him with the defendant.
That's right, Your
Mr.
Honor.
Anderson. So today you're here to determine the paternity of your 1-month-old daughter, Michaela, in hope of saving your relationship.
Yes, Your Honor.
Narrating how she had met Mr. Mitchell, she said they had met on a bus and after getting to know each other, had started dating, but, and it gets even messier, she met Mr. Anderson 2 months into her very brand new relationship with Mitchell. She says they were pretty much like friends, but started having an affair because she thought Mitchell was cheating on her, which is quite crazy. Cheating because the other person might be cheating. Mr. Anderson didn't share her fears that he might be her baby father, and clearly the very idea of it was hilarious. Let's see why.
So, Ms. Whitman, you were in a relationship with Mr. Mapson.
Yes, we were in a relationship.
Then you ended up cheating on him with Mr. Anderson.
That's right, Your Honor.
So now explain.
Well, me and Mr. Mitchell met at a bus station when I was coming from Chicago to Arkansas. And we kind of like...
Mr. Anderson had seen Ms. Mitchell with a certain family member of his who had even allegedly stayed with her for a week. Mr. Anderson, claiming this is a small town where everybody knows everybody. He said the guy in question is one of his cousins who stayed up with her for a week. This cousin slept with Ms. Whitman and he was aware, but she bluntly refused everything. Although she sent her pregnancy test to both Mr. Anderson and Mr. Mapson, within 2 weeks, she changed her mind.
I have doubts because I know she was sleeping with other men.
Specifically, how do you know that?
Because I've seen them up there, Your Honor.
Up where?
Me, for
No,
one.
I need details. This is court. I need details. I need facts.
Yeah.
Explain
yes.
to the court.
Look, we are all, this is a small town. It's a small town. Everybody knows everybody. Everybody knows who drives what.
Introducing Mr. Mapson, the love of Ms. Whitman's life, Mr. Mapson was asked if he knew she was sleeping around, and he replied that he had suspicions because it was a long-distance relationship. He claimed that he wanted to show up at the hospital where Ms. Whitman was, but knowing it could be someone else's child, he changed his mind. Ms. Whitman had to deal with the whole pregnancy alone because of Mr. Mapson's continuous promise and failure. They had been going through a rough patch at the time because of his suspicions.
Maybe go up to the witness stand next to the judge. How you doing, Your Honor?
Hello, sir. Thank you for joining us, Mr. Mapson. So we're here, of course, discussing the paternity as it relates to beautiful Michaela. And we understand Ms. Whitman has testified that she was in a relationship with you at the time.
Ms. Whitman said she went through the whole birth alone, the whole 9 months with both men being absent, and couldn't get hold of them because Mr. Mapson stopped talking to her, and she couldn't reach Mr. Anderson because he blocked her on every socials and even the telephone. Mr. Anderson was quite pissed about the fact that Ms. Whitman went public with their relationship and claimed he was her baby daddy while knowing fully well she was with other men, and this cost him his relationship.
Showing up telling her I was going to show up, but it was just the situation. It wasn't right.
I went through the whole birth alone, the whole 9 months. He even stopped talking to me, and I couldn't get a hold of Mr. Anderson because he blocked all communications, Facebook, telephone, and he stopped answering the phone for me,
Mr. Anderson confesses to having doubts and subsequently requesting a DNA test done, but they had a huge argument, and the issue was Ms. Whitman didn't want to pay half the fees for both men to find who her child's father was. Even the judge at this point found this crazy. Mr. Mapson had tried to bond with the baby and had to resort to comparing the baby's features with his other family members. Ms. Whitman was hoping he was her baby's father, as a contrary result would end their relationship for good.
What's the argument? She admitted she didn't know.
He wanted me to pay half of DNA test, but Mr. Mapson also wanted me to pay half. I wasn't finna pay half for both.
Daughter Michaela has a right to know. Yes. Has anyone bonded with her? Have either of you two gentlemen? You have, Mr. Mapson. So now that she's here.
I went to see the baby, and
This case had clearly taken so much from everyone mentally, financially, and most definitely emotionally. Mr. Anderson breaks down in court as he acknowledges that he is stressed out by the case and wants the best for the child and himself. Ms. Whitman, on the other hand, only cared about not losing her relationship with Mr. Mapson. Everyone was ready for the truth, and Judge Lauren shared the truth.
You seem like you feel emotional right now, Mr. Anderson. What do you feel?
I've been through so much. Y'all don't know. Y'all don't know what I went through before I got here.
What are you feeling now?
I'm feeling pain.
Because this situation really bothers you.
This situation has affected my life, you know. My baby mama.
This case had us all clutching our pearls as there was just so much to unpack here. Ms. Andrea Wallace had summoned her ex-husband, Mr. Ryan Wallace, and his new wife to court to prove he is the father of their 2-year-old daughter, Araylon. Ms. Wallace asserts that Mr. Wallace has been too focused on his new family and has neglected their daughter. She is determined to end this undeserved bout of nonchalance today.
Hello.
This is a case of Wallace versus Wallace.
Thank you, Jerome. Good day, everyone.
Good day.
Ms. Wallace, you summoned your ex-husband and his new wife to court to prove he fathered your 2-year-old daughter, Araylon.
Mr. Wallace refutes this, claiming that Ms. Wallace lost track of her own actions during their marriage. He basically called her everything but crazy at this point. He insists he has no issue taking care of his children, but has serious doubts about Araylon's paternity. Ms. Wallace firmly believes that Mr. Wallace is denying their daughter due to the influence of his new wife. She feels that their honesty in the past is at stake, especially regarding their children.
No, Your Honor.
Tell the truth.
We separated after so many years. We separated. She was doing her thing and I was doing my thing, and it was just a spur of a moment.
So why, if that's the case, why treat our daughters different?
Okay, so let me get to the conception window. I want to understand, you all are husband and wife, you separated.
Taking a walk down memory lane, she recounts how Mr. Wallace was present when she informed him about her pregnancy. She states that if he had been committed to being a husband, they wouldn't be in court today. Mr. Wallace responds that their separation led them both to pursue other relationships. The judge presses for clarity on their relationship and the circumstances of Araylon's conception.
How long after that did you find out you were pregnant?
I felt it immediately, but 3 weeks later.
Up there at the sun?
I felt it as soon as I got back down and I woke up and came back to reality. Like, oh, I just had sex with my husband.
Explaining the night of conception, Ms. Wallace kept insisting it was an intimate moment that left her certain Mr. Wallace was the father. She describes how they reconnected after some time apart, and she felt a deep connection during their encounter. However, Mr. Wallace struggles to recall that night, leaving doubt hanging in the air.
People say that because we so dark, she shouldn't have been light at all.
You know, it doesn't have anything to do with like light and dark, brown. I mean, we sit up in here and hear too much testimony about what color a baby's skin was. It's about the DNA. That's what it's about.
The judge asked about the timeline, asking when Ms. Wallace realized she was pregnant. She confidently states she felt pregnant shortly after their encounter. Mr. Wallace is then asked about his reaction upon learning of the pregnancy. He reveals that he was initially supportive, but became skeptical when Ms. Wallace suggested the possibility of another father after signing the birth certificate.
It's definitely reason that someone may have some doubt.
I mean, he could have had some doubt if that's how he felt, but he should have voiced that opinion, though. He should have said, hey, Ray, you know, I ain't been home in months. You know, I got this girlfriend out here, and I ain't been home in months.
Tension rises as the judge confronts Ms. Wallace about any infidelity. She maintains she did not have unprotected sex with anyone else during the conception window, asserting her belief that Mr. Wallace is Araylon's biological father. However, Mr. Wallace recalls being told later on that he might not be the father, intensifying the conflict between them.
Said, no, that ain't my baby. I asked him, what we gonna do? Well, let me know when you go to the doctor. Let me know this, let me know that. Like I said, he was there. He took off work. He was there.
All right. So what I do understand is you are very clear on that.
As the courtroom debates the child's appearance and traits, Ms. Wallace points out that Araylon's light skin color has led to additional confusion about her paternity. The judge reminds everyone that skin color does not determine paternity, emphasizing the importance of DNA testing. This moment showcases the emotional turmoil of both parents as they navigate these personal and societal pressures.
Call my baby on her birthday. Yeah, I don't celebrate, but so what? Call her.
I respected you because I knew it.
It ain't no respect to it.
Did
Can
I call
say
her?
this? If it's about the baby, why they worried about me?
We video call her.
At the end of the day, I only call him when I want something.
I video
and it got
call
everything
her.
to do with money.
The judge focuses on the timing of the conception. Ms. Wallace confirms the date of their encounter, which aligns with the estimated conception period. The judge uses a conception calculator to solidify this timeline, showing that the dates match Ms. Wallace's account of the events leading up to Arelon's birth.
You don't know?
She's talking to you.
2017.
All right, I'm gonna put that birth date in my conception calculator and press calculate. The probable conception dates are December 28th to January 2nd. It's asked that this falls right in the window of time.
However, Ms. Wallace admits to having had sex with someone else shortly before her encounter with Mr. Wallace. The judge highlights the significance of this information, reminding her that these details complicate their case. The emotional weight of uncertainty looms over both parents as they grapple with the implications of these revelations.
All my other kids, all the 7 kids have my arch eyebrows.
I understand, Ryan.
Raylan eyebrows are straight.
Are we talking about eyebrows?
We talking about eyebrows. We talking about real eyebrows.
Okay. Let me look through my court papers. Oh!
As the episode concludes, both parties agree to undergo DNA testing to determine paternity once and for all. Ms. Wallace expresses her hope that the results will confirm Mr. Wallace as Arelon's father, while Mr. Wallace grapples with the possibility of a different outcome. The judge underscores the importance of family, encouraging them to remain committed to their daughter regardless of the test results.
Mr. Wallace, you are not the father. You all right?
It's okay.
Mr. Wallace? Mr. Wallace, what are you feeling? You really thought you were?
Truly, nobody wins when the family feuds as seen in the case of Dixon versus Hunt. Ms. Dixon has brought her husband, Mr. Hunt, to court to prove that he is the father of her 14-month-old daughter, Tanea. She's angry that Mr. Hunt questions the child's paternity, which she believes is rooted in her past infidelity. Mr. Hunt, who caught Ms. Dixon cheating earlier in their marriage, suspects that her previous mistakes still impact his trust. He states that today's DNA results will determine the future of their marriage.
Hello, Your Honor.
Hello.
This is a case of Dixon versus Hunt.
Thank you, Jerome. Good day, everyone.
Good day, Your Honor.
Ms. Dixon, you are furious that your husband, Stephen, denies he fathered your daughter, Tanea. You believe because you cheated in the past, he is holding previous mistakes against you.
Ms. Dixon admits her past mistakes, acknowledging that her infidelity has caused lingering issues in their relationship. She explains that in the beginning of their marriage, Mr. Hunt would frequently leave for extended periods, which created tension between them. On one of these occasions, Mr. Hunt caught her cheating. Ms. Dixon confesses that she was open about her actions at the time, partly wanting Mr. Hunt to catch her, as she felt neglected and wanted him to understand her frustrations. Mr. Hunt recalls finding her with another man in front of their house, a painful memory that continues to fuel his doubts.
The reason for me cheating and when I did it, it wasn't.
There is no reason.
It wasn't.
There's
it
no
wasn't.
good.
Okay, it wasn't right. I was intentionally trying to hurt. So I was not trying to hide that I was. I'm not gonna lie. I was intentionally.
Judge Lake delves deeper, questioning Ms. Dixon's intent at the time. Ms. Dixon admits her actions were driven by anger, but insists that this was a one-time occurrence. Judge Lake then asks about the timeline of Ms. Dixon's pregnancy. Ms. Dixon shares that she found out she was pregnant a few months after the infidelity incident. She claims she only had unprotected sex with the other man once, which happened well before the conception timeline for Tanea. She states that Mr. Hunt was around when she likely conceived, though her husband recalls being absent during that period, further intensifying his doubt.
I got back basically July 1st. July 1st. No. She's trying to tell me that I was. I left. He was there with me on my birthday, so
I left for the whole month
How
of
did
June.
you
I
get
did
back
not
in
come
July?
So he never left?
He left.
Mr. Hunt explains that he was gone for most of June, casting doubt on whether he could be the father. Ms. Dixon asserts that he returned by July 1st, which aligns with when she would have conceived. However, the situation becomes more complicated as Mr. Hunt reveals that his brother was around during his absence, leading him to wonder if his brother could potentially be the father of Tanea. Ms. Dixon denies any involvement with Mr. Hunt's brother and feels insulted by the accusation. Judge Lake senses the tension and decides to hear from both families to better understand their perspectives.
It's a possibility.
And why would you think that's a possibility? That's your family member. What makes you think that's a possibility?
I mean, because she clearly cheated. And I mean, he's gone. What is
Okay.
If he's still there, when he's gone, why is he still there? I'm going to take my brother with me.
cheating.
Ms. Dixon's aunt, Ms. Cooper, testifies, casting doubt on Ms. Dixon's character. She believes that given Ms. Dixon's past, it's possible that she was unfaithful again, this time with Mr. Hunt's brother. Ms. Dixon vehemently denies any such affair, asking her aunt what behavior she has ever shown to suggest she'd betray her husband with a family member. Ms. Cooper insists that Ms. Dixon's previous actions speak for themselves, adding that she had been willing to cheat openly before. Ms. Dixon finds this assumption insulting and clarifies that her past infidelity doesn't mean she'd crossed such a boundary.
Listen, I want to be clear. You don't believe your daughter had a sexual relationship with her husband, brother. You don't believe that.
No.
Do you believe that there's any chance that the other man could be Tanea's biological father?
No, because it don't add up. The months don't add up.
Finally, Ms. Dixon's mother takes the stand to defend her daughter. She asserts that there's no question that Mr. Hunt is Tanea's father, pointing out a strong resemblance between them. She criticizes Ms. Cooper for spreading unnecessary suspicion within the family. Despite her defense, Mr. Hunt remains uncertain, struggling with his deep-seated doubts and unresolved trust issues stemming from Ms. Dixon's previous betrayal. Judge Lake encourages the couple to reflect on how these trust issues affect their relationship and reminds them of the importance of honesty in moving forward.
That's why I decided to come here, to just get this out of the way, get it done. Look, so I that can't- way.
look, I can't sleep. I hold my daughter, and instead of me loving my daughter and looking at my daughter, I'm analyzing my daughter. I'm looking at my daughter like, is this my baby instead of me?
With testimonies from both sides heard, Judge Lake is ready to reveal the DNA results. Both Mr. Hunt and Ms. Dixon wait anxiously, knowing the result will deeply affect their marriage. For Mr. Hunt, a positive result may be the path toward rebuilding trust and stability. On the other hand, a negative result could drive them apart, ending their marriage. Judge Lake talks about the significance of forgiveness and transparency.
Mr. Chris Hunt, you are not the father. Mr. Stephen Hunt, you are not the father.
Who is the daddy?
You are not the biological.
No.
Who the daddy, Janae?
No, it's no possibility of nobody else being her dad.
The very depressing case of Young versus Terrell Patton was really something. Ms. Young, joined by her daughter, was there to prove that her late common-law husband, Johnny Wallace, was not involved with Ms. Terrell, the mother of Ms. Patton. According to Ms. Young, Ms. Terrell wrongly received over $12,000 in Social Security benefits by claiming Mr. Wallace was her daughter's father. Ms. Terrell, on the other hand, insists that Mr. Wallace knew about and accepted her daughter, Ms. Patton, but that she kept their daughter away due to Mr. Wallace's lifestyle. Both sides await DNA test results for closure and justice.
Ms. Young, you and your daughter are here in court today to prove that your deceased common-law husband, Johnny Wallace, did not cheat on you with Ms. Terrell and father her daughter, Ms. Patton.
Yes, Your Honor.
You say once the results prove he is not Ms. Patton's father, you will sue to recoup all of the Social Security benefits from Ms. Patton that she wrongfully received after his death, totaling over $12,000.
Ms. Young recalls the first time she heard that Mr. Wallace could be Ms. Patton's father. It was only when she received a notice from Social Security, months after her children began receiving benefits, indicating that someone was applying for benefits on behalf of Ms. Patton as Mr. Wallace's daughter. Ms. Young claims she had no knowledge of Ms. Patton until that moment. Meanwhile, Ms. Terrell tells the court that she and Mr. Wallace had a relationship, and he never denied being Ms. Patton's father.
We was together every day. We would go out.
Did you know he was in a relationship with Ms. Young?
He had other baby mamas. He was around with all of them.
So, Ms. Patton, what was your relationship like with your alleged father, Mr. Wallace?
I didn't have a relationship with him. I saw him. I had a conversation with him, and that was pretty much it.
Ms. Patton describes a childhood memory when her grandmother took her to meet Mr. Wallace. She was around 8 or 9 years old and recalls meeting him in a large house. Although they exchanged a few words, the encounter was brief and left her with more questions than answers. She remembers him calling her pretty and later saying he was her father, but there was no clear acknowledgement. Ms. Patton was left confused, wanting to feel accepted but unsure about her place in his life.
That encounter and the way you remember it it's amazing, actually. Just a young girl, 8 years old, having that kind of encounter. Did you ever hear about Miss Patton?
Yes.
You did?
Yes.
What did you hear?
One day, Mom said, you know, Kaisha's supposed to be your sister. And I was like, yeah, right. You know, thought she was playing. She was like, no, for real. She's supposed to be your sister.
Growing up, Ms. Patton's mother, Ms. Terrell, explained to her that Mr. Wallace was supposed to be her father. However, it was an unclear connection, and Ms. Patton recalls a sense of not really knowing where she belonged. Ms. Young's daughter, who played with Ms. Patton as a child, also remembers the confusion. Her mother had mentioned that Ms. Patton might be her sister, but her father denied it, creating a lingering question that followed both young women into adulthood.
To raise her child, I don't know. I know of Miss Young. I don't know her, just as she doesn't know me.
And you're saying as a young girl, you would be picked up and you would do things with Miss Stapleton? As if you were sisters?
Yes.
Ms. Terrell reveals that Mr. Wallace's name does not appear on Ms. Patton's birth certificate, adding another layer of complexity to the case. Despite the lack of formal documentation, Ms. Terrell insists Mr. Wallace knew about the pregnancy, as his family was aware and had informed him. She shares that when she first met Mr. Wallace, she was young and inexperienced, and they spent time together at each other's family homes. As she presents her side, Ms. Terrell is eager for a resolution that will settle this matter and provide her daughter with clarity about her identity.
Miss Patton and Miss Stapleton, you are not related.
Already knew it.
Miss Stapleton, are you okay? I see you overcome with emotion. What are you feeling?
I feel like we should have known this a long time ago.
The case of Ball versus Cox was definitely one that gave a bad headache. This definitely tested everyone's beliefs in miracles. Do you believe in miracles? Well, Ms. Cox definitely did, as Ball claims that Ms. Cox informed him she could not get pregnant, yet she is now asserting that he is the father of her daughter. Mr. Ball argues that Ms. Cox was involved with multiple men at the time of conception, supported by statements from her best friend. Ms. Cox, on the other hand, insists that her relationships with other men ended before she and Mr. Ball became intimate, and she is determined to prove that he is indeed the father of her child. Additionally, she has filed a counterclaim against Mr. Ball for $460, citing an unpaid loan.
With until after the grocery store.
And so hold on, Miss Cox, I need to clarify. While he was away, were you in a relationship with another man?
We wasn't. We was in a physical relationship.
Sexual relationship.
And he knew about this.
Did you tell Mr. Ball?
No. Yes, I did. I wrote him a letter and I told him everything that was going on.
Mr. Ball narrates the period of his time in jail during which he maintained frequent communication with Ms. Cox. He reveals that, towards the end of his sentence, he received letters from her best friend, indicating that Ms. Cox was not being truthful about her fidelity. When confronted, Ms. Cox reassured him that everything was resolved and claimed that her relationships with others were over. Upon his release, Mr. Ball learned more troubling details, including a confrontation with one of Ms. Cox's alleged partners, who revealed their ongoing relationship. Mr. Ball expresses his feelings of betrayal and confusion over Ms. Cox's actions during his absence.
So why did he have to hear from your best friend?
She beat me to the punch because my best friend at the time is his other child's mother.
That has nothing to do with it. She was basically telling me, you know before you come home and look like a fool to yourself and all your friends.
Judge Lauren attempted to clarify Ms. Cox's relationship with this other man while Mr. Ball was in prison. She reveals that there was a sexual affair, but emphasizes that it was not serious. She claims to have told Mr. Ball in a letter about everything that had transpired, which he quickly rebuts. He argues that he had to hear it from her best friend instead. The conversation becomes heated, as Mr. Ball insists that Ms. Cox's best friend was attempting to undermine their relationship, while Ms. Cox defends her loyalty to Mr. Ball, asserting that she never intended to deceive him.
So I seen that she was, telling him that she missed him. They wished that they were still talking. They wished that they were back together. The whoop, and I told him I love you. And I asked her.
She's admitting to that.
Right, but it's easy now. But when I asked her, it was easier to deny. It was easier to deny.
So did you have any cheating?
Yeah, okay. One day I was at home on the internet.
Mr. Ball continues to express his suspicions, noting that when he returned home, Ms. Cox's behavior changed. He describes an incident where he discovered over 100 text messages from the same man, revealing the depth of her infidelity. Ms. Cox, however, defends herself by stating that she was simply communicating with friends and insists that the messages were taken out of context. The argument intensifies as both parties accuse each other of dishonesty, with Mr. Ball presenting evidence of photos showing Ms. Cox with other men, which she vehemently denies, stating those pictures were misrepresented.
But we do know you were intimate after he got home, why we're here today, because at some point you find out you're pregnant.
Right. Yeah, he slept with me unprotected the day that he came home, and during intercourse told me he wanted me to get pregnant.
Okay, well, she also made sure that she didn't tell me anything about her being pregnant until after the fact of me dropping her off at work.
As the conflict continues, Ms. Cox shares her side of the story, explaining that she had a complicated friendship with the man in question, who was also the father of her best friend's child. She accuses Mr. Ball of not taking their relationship seriously and of failing to provide support while she was caring for their daughter, Gabby. Mr. Ball counters that he was unaware of the extent of her relationships during his absence and expresses frustration over her actions. The tension builds as they each try to assert their position and prove the other's infidelity.
Had any doubt at all whatsoever, and when it came down to signing the birth certificate, he wouldn't. And he would not sign the birth certificate because he said he wanted to make it hard for me with child support.
Why would I tell you I wanted to make it hard?
And I
when
offered
I'm
to,
there,
I offered
I'm there, but I want to make it hard for you, but yet I'm there.
On my way to pick Mr. Ball up for the DNA test, he wants to give me stories. Oh, we don't need the DNA test.
The discussion shifts to the pregnancy and the events surrounding their daughter Gabby's birth. Ms. Cox claims that Mr. Ball was present during her labor and supportive during her hospital stay, stating that he never expressed any doubts about paternity at that time. She insists that he was committed to her and their child from the moment Gabby was born, showing photographs of their family moments together. Mr. Ball, however, interjects that he began to question her fidelity soon after they were back together, indicating that his doubts were rooted in the trust issues that arose during their tumultuous relationship.
His eyes and realized that Gabby is not his child. I have the text messages right here, Your Honor. And I have the messages.
Well, you had that.
I have the messages from her where she's telling me he only wants something to do with me and Gabby when they're broken up. So, anyways.
Let me read these from Britt, and that would be Ms. McDonald. You talk so much, shut up. He don't want nothing to do with you or Gabby.
The courtroom drama escalates as the judge attempts to regain order amidst the chaos of accusations. The focus returns to the critical question of paternity. Ms. Cox reaffirms her belief that Mr. Ball is Gabby's father, emphasizing the timeline of their relationship and the circumstances surrounding Gabby's conception. Mr. Ball remains skeptical, citing the uncertainties of their relationship during that period and questioning Ms. Cox's honesty. The case is complicated by the emotional history between the parties and the various narratives they present, leaving the court to sift through the evidence to reach a conclusion.
And your hopes for today is that the DNA testing proves that.
I want closure. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you so much. You may be seated. All right, so Ms. Cox, you've also brought your mother. Ma'am, please stand and step up to the podium. Now, Ms. Cox, I know you struggle a bit with your voice. This is a statement that you've prepared.
The tension in the courtroom could be cut by scissors as both parties present their final arguments. Mr. Ball expresses a desire for the truth and the need for a paternity test to determine who Gabby's father might be. Ms. Cox, who was looking to establish Mr. Ball's role as a father, pleaded with the court to acknowledge their family bond. The judge summarizes the case, highlighting the conflicting testimonies and the emotional stakes involved. The episode concludes with the court's decision pending, leaving the audience to contemplate the complexities of relationships, trust, and the quest for truth in matters of paternity.
Yes, we were.
A week ago.
A week ago. Might have been like 9 days ago, a week and a half ago.
No, during that time.
Mr. Ball.
It was not 9 days ago, Your Honor, but yes, we were intimate. We were intimate, but it was
within the last 2 weeks.
It was within the last 2 weeks, Your Honor. That is true, but we were not.
9 days, 2 weeks. The bottom line, because
Yes.
you
Yes.
were intimate with her
Yes, Your Honor.
recently.
Yes, Your Honor.
He's not even listed under that, but there was somebody else's name under that same file as mine.
So
that's 2 people now, and that's 2 people other than me. So that's 3 people total that I know she's been with. So, I mean, you tell me do the math. You do the math.
What are you talking about?
So, like, we were having sex around the end of November, beginning of December of 2015.
This is a shady situation from the beginning.
You said it's shady.
It's a shady.
Oh, who's shady? I never had a conception date.
This is a shady
Your honor.
situation.
Never had.
Okay, hold on. Wait, just wait.
44-year-old Mr. Lewis believes 61-year-old Mr. McAllister is his biological father, but Mr. McAllister beloved otherwise, and he's convinced Mr. Lewis's mother may have muddled things up when she told Mr. Lewis whatever story she told him.
Mr. Lewis, you say you've always known the defendant is your father and say his paternity denials are mere excuses as to why he was not there for you. You hope today's results put an end to this 44-year-old mystery. Is that correct?
Yes.
Mr. McAllister, you claim
These two full-grown men are in Judge Lake Paternity Court to find out if Mr. McAllister truly fathered Mr. Lewis 44 years ago, or Mr. McAllister's opinion about knowing who really fathered Mr. Lewis is right.
How has Mr. McAllister's denial affected you?
Well, growing up in South Central Los Angeles, you know, it was tough not having a father there. You know, knowing that you have one, you know, just different things that went on through my life that, you know, not having a man there to answer different questions, you know.
Mr. Lewis explained politely how not having his father accept him as a son did a number in his life, as it was quite tough to roll with that. But Mr. Lewis' future turned out better than most kids in his situation did. Man is a college football coach. Way to go, Mr. Lewis. But we still need to know if Mr. McAllister is his real daddy.
Mr. McAllister, do you hear Mr. Lewis's testimony?
Yes, I do.
It was very difficult growing up knowing he had a dad, but that he was nowhere to be found.
Yes, ma'am.
Why is that? Were you doubtful all of these years?
Yes, ma'am. And the reason why I was doubtful is because I heard maybe 3 or 4 different versions of...
3 to 4 different versions? Whew. That can put doubts in anyone's mind, to be honest. But a DNA test would have sufficed and cleared your doubts, Mr. McAllister.
Mr. McAllister, can you tell the court what was the nature of your relationship with Mr. Lewis's mother?
Me and Miss Lewis, we attended the same high school together, and I knew her as a casual friend. However, the young lady that I was dating at the time, we either had our differences or whatever, and somehow me and Mrs. Lewis...
Oh, wow. It was a one-time thing, and Mr. Lewis's mother supposedly kept the result of it. It seems Mr. Lewis's mother already had a crush on Mr. McAllister, and then laying today was her greatest joy, and she couldn't let it go. She had to keep the baby as a souvenir. Sorry, Mr. Lewis.
So what did you hear about the relationship, Mr. Lewis?
Well, with my mom, you know, because the type of woman she was, she didn't want to allow the turmoil from that, a fear, interfere with my life. But as a woman, we had to move on. What did she say specifically?
She let me know who he was as a father. She had a picture of him.
Was or was this always just got this picture and you had the name? Did you ever say, I want to look for him? Where is he?
I was roughly probably a junior in high school, so I had a lot of things going on.
Okay, Mr. Lewis's mother told him about his father in high school, but it's rare to think a high school kid would want to go looking for his long-lost father. He already had enough school situations to deal with. Only a few high schoolers would be willing to add daddy issues to the list.
Kind of, you know, moving on with my life.
So she gave you the picture of him when you were in high school?
Yeah, at that point, yeah.
Okay, so Mr. McAllister, all of this time, Mr. Lewis says it wasn't until high school that he even got a picture of you from his mother. All this time, you never knew you potentially had a son?
No, ma'am. I traveled to Los Angeles back in '81, and I ran into a relative of the family.
Oops. Mrs. Lewis dug a really deep hole for her son, seeing as she told Mr. Lewis's potential father that the son's real father was dead. Only Mrs. Lewis understood her reason for lying like that to her baby's supposed biological father. Or was she not sure at that moment who the real father was? Again, only Mrs. Lewis can answer the question.
I also heard that it could have been my first cousin, Michael. Unfortunately, I don't know. I also heard that, as I said, that a family member told me there was someone from the location, the city that I stayed in, and then I also heard from the mom that he died. So those are 4 different versions. The young lady that I was dating back during this time, she was the first one that brought it to my attention because she knew me very well. She knew I'm an accountable man. She knew what my morals were. I used to look down on men that would not be supportive to their son. And for me to...
Cousin? Oh, there were really a number of versions for real, and that could mess with anyone. But then again, Mr. McAllister was hearing all of these from the person he was dating. What if she was lying so no one would threaten her life in her man's life? You never know. However, Mrs. Lewis also made it hard to understand, so this is a little bit confusing altogether.
I'm sure there was opportunities that she let him know. That's why when she told him, and I'm not sure if she did say that, but I can see my mother, if she did say he was dead, it was to protect me because we had already moved. Things were, you know what I'm saying? When he didn't show up and do what he was supposed to do, and she knew that, she had to move forward. Single mother
would let the father know. She's never told me that she was pregnant by me. She's never told me that I was his father. To today, when I finally found out about that there was a possibility here, my thing is, again, before I leave here, within myself.
Mr. Lewis says his mother told Mr. McAllister that lie to protect him. Okay, if you say so, Mr. Lewis. Mr. McAllister then says Mrs. Lewis never reached out to him, and that was his first reason for being negligent about the baby 44 years ago. Anyway, just like Mr. McAllister highlighted, we need to know the truth too.
When it comes to 44-year-old Jermaine Lewis, it has been determined by this court. Mr. McAllister, you are the father.
Ms. Duncan likes to get the freak on, but Mr. Green isn't active enough to sweep her off her feet. But that doesn't justify her infidelity. As a sexually inactive man in his 50s, Mr. Green has never fathered a child, so it's no surprise he was wide-eyed when his girlfriend got pregnant. But could the baby be a genuine blessing in disguise or a jab at his infertility? To fuel his doubts further, Mr. Green claims he wasn't present at the child's birth because he wasn't informed. What's more is that his name isn't on the birth certificate. Now, why didn't you invite the man you claimed is responsible for your pregnancy to your delivery, Ms. Duncan? This sounds like she had another candidate and was weighing her options for the child's paternity.
I figured that if I'm supposed to be the child's father, I would have been there at the time of birth. My name would be on the birth certificate, Your Honor. And in fact, while she was pregnant, I was informed that she would call me. I said, call me when you get ready to have the child. I would like to cut the cord.
In her defense, Ms. Duncan claims Mr. Green never wanted to be there as he didn't show any interest in the pregnancy from the beginning. But guess what? Someone else stepped up. Who else but the other guy she claimed she stopped talking to? And he did more than just showing up at the hospital.
Your Honor, he wasn't nowhere around me. During my pregnancy, this other guy, he stepped up. So that's a lie,
No.
Your Honor. That's a lie.
I was there, but not there like you want me to be there, waiting for her to come home.
Ms. Duncan claims the other guy was there for her during the whole process, which explains why he felt so entitled. However, Mr. Green was nowhere to be found. Although he was hurt, which is understandable, he should have been there for her for the baby's sake. Right now, both of them are definitely guilty of several wrongdoings.
The other guy was around all the way through my pregnancy.
Really?
Yes.
If he isn't, it will crush him to his bones. But let's get it over with.
Paternity of 2-year-old Angel Bryant. Mr. Ronald Green, you are not her father.
Miss Allen, today's plaintiff, has been playing the role of father and mother to her daughter since she gave birth to her. Alive and well, Mr. Tolliver, the potential baby daddy, wants nothing to do with the child. Now they are both in court to confirm the baby's paternity. If he turns out to be the baby's biological father, he will pay every dime of the child's support.
Ms. Allen, you claim the defendant got you pregnant and now refuses to do anything for your 2-year-old daughter, Novella, who's been diagnosed with severe allergies, leaving you in financial and emotional distress. You claim today's DNA test will prove that he is Novella's father, and you need him to step up.
Yes, Your Honor.
The defendant has never for once tried to play his fatherly role for the little girl. No child support, no visitation, not a care in the world. Now that's very cruel. What reasons could he have to neglect his responsibilities?
Ms. Allen, what has he done for your daughter?
Absolutely nothing, Honor.
Nothing?
Nothing.
Wow. Has he paid any child support at all?
No, Your Honor.
Been involved in her life?
No, Your Honor.
Come to visit her?
No, Your Honor.
I have several reasons that I can prove that I'm not the father.
It's funny how mommy and daddy don't like being around each other. Since the child's birth, both parties have made little attempts to do a DNA test to confirm her paternity. But they surely enjoyed being around each other when they had the sex that led to the pregnancy, didn't they?
I've tried to get her to do a DNA test. For instance, just the other day, said she's not going to do the test.
Really?
Yeah.
Have you been avoiding the test, Ms. Allen?
No, I haven't not been avoiding the test.
Why haven't you taken it if he's volunteering?
He's the reason why. I honestly do not want to go take a test by myself with him.
Apparently, the plaintiff had been trying to work things out with her alleged baby daddy, but that didn't sit well with his new girlfriend. She made sure there was nothing to settle between them.
But you don't have to be present at the same time to get the DNA testing done.
She texts him saying that she misses him, and, you know, I accidentally saw that. It was on Facebook Messenger that she missed him. So I don't know where she's getting this. She doesn't want to be with him. You know, it confuses me.
At this point, Judge Lauren wants more clarity on the nature of their relationship during the window of conception, but not for the first time today. Their responses contradict one another. It appears that they both have different views on how serious their relationship was. Isn't this just interesting?
You two were in a sexual relationship at some point,
yes.
am I correct?
Yes.
Was it during the window of time that Novella was conceived?
Yes, ma'am.
How long were you together?
A couple months, not long. It wasn't a heavy, steady relationship. We weren't.
So you weren't committed?
Yeah, we was committed.
We seen each other on the weekends every now and again. It's not like we lived in different counties.
The defendant claims Ms. Allen gave him some inappropriate details about her sex life after a few drinks on their first night together. Funny enough, she doesn't remember saying those things. Well, in wine, there is truth. Now we are getting why he didn't feel committed to the relationship from the onset. But someone needs to tell this man that it doesn't change the fact that he could be the baby's biological father.
Yes, we were having drinks, talking, and I don't want to hear about that. You know, I don't want to hear who you had sex with, but I mean, you know, alcohol does that. Alcohol opens people up. That's what she told me. And I mean, the first night we met, you know, we had sex. You know, I've heard that. I'm not the only one that she's been like that.
As it turns out, Ms. Allen didn't help the situation at all. Could you believe she didn't invite the defendant to the hospital while she was having the delivery? Guess what she did instead? The plaintiff had another man with her at the hospital during the delivery. Oh boy.
She's saying that, and it's on the Facebook.
What are these pictures of, Mr. Tolliver?
That's Miss Allen with the guy she was seeing at the time that she's telling me that.
So this is her in the hospital having birth, and that's the man there on the phone in the corner.
Her boyfriend, or she's telling me that that's going to be Novella's father.
The whole situation is so confusing right now. It's hard to tell if Mr. Tolliver is indeed the baby's biological father or the other guy. But another askable question is this: did the plaintiff sleep with someone else other than the defendant during the window of conception?
When you got pregnant, were you dating anyone else at the time?
No.
Did you call Mr. Tolliver and tell him you were pregnant?
Yes, I did.
What was his response?
I called him when I was in the doctor's office, told him I was pregnant, and his basic response was, it was not his problem, it was my problem.
In her defense, Ms. Allen claims she called Mr. Tolliver after the baby was born, but he gave her an uncultured response. Defending himself, the alleged baby father claims she only reaches out to him whenever she has relationship issues with her boyfriend. So that's why he responded to her the way he did. Regardless of what he thinks of his ex, he should have considered the baby's well-being and showed up when his presence was demanded.
I asked her who the father was. That's what I told her. I said, you need to find out who the father is.
And what was the answer?
She said, well, it's mine. She said I was the father. But it's only when she's getting in a fight with her boyfriend or breaking up with her boyfriend does she come to me and want me back.
After the child was born, she developed severe allergies. These allergies give the defendant more reasons to doubt the kid being his because there are no allergy histories in his family. Isn't that hilarious? For clarity, the judge invites a doctor to the courtroom to explain the connection between allergies and human genetics.
So it's hard for us to drop a thumbnail and say, oh, you know what? Because of these allergies, her father is...
Exactly.
We can't do that.
No.
That's what I needed to know.
You know, not willing to do the DNA test.
But part of your argument was, too, that you don't have allergies and no one in your family has them.
But that's because she told me that the baby had allergies and they had to come from my side of the family.
Now we've had enough of the plaintiff and defendant going back and forth with their arguments. It's time for Judge Lauren to read out the test results. Let's get to it.
Mr. Tolliver, you are her father.
Okay.
Are you happy?
A little bit, yes, ma'am.
Just a little happy.
Well, I mean, I've always wanted a kid, but the other thing is, though, I mean, now I want Rachel to understand this. I'm going to be in the baby's life, but you know, I know you said you're over me, but we're done with the going back and forth, okay?
Ms. Ray has been getting child support from 2 men who are potential fathers to her 2-year-old son, Jordan. This right here sounds like a love triangle. Today, both men are present in court for the paternity test, and whoever comes out positive gets to pay the child support in full. Now how did they get here? Apparently, the plaintiff was initially in a relationship with Mr. Josh Wise. Then they went on a break, and while on the break, she kicked off with Mr. Dave Easton. Predicting the plaintiff's previous claims, Mr. Easton asserts that he had sex with her more than once. Whoa. So he really was offering Ms. Ray more than a shoulder to cry on whenever she had issues with her main boyfriend. That's so scandalous. Mr. Wise didn't realize he was participating in a love triangle the whole time. Wow, how crazy is this? But eventually, his girlfriend broke the news to him because her friendly shoulder was on her neck with claims of being the baby's father. So, in a blink of an eye, their relationship went from love triangle to paternity triangle.
Mr. Wise, when did you find out about Mr. Eastham and the fact that Ms. Ray was in a sexual relationship with him?
That is when I told Josh that Dave could possibly be the father, that we had partied together, and we do not know what happened. Neither one of us could remember. We've had multiple conversations about it.
Something amazing comes into the light when Mr. Easton presents a baby picture of himself and that of Jordan to the court. But hey, looks can be deceiving, you know. Let's not jump into conclusions just yet because Mr. Wise presented his own pair of pictures too. And you couldn't have guessed what transpired. You haven't heard it all. Jordan addresses both men as daddy, so that means he's connected to both of them. But in truth, there can only be one daddy. What a crazy scenario we've got here. So her family can get back together, but Mr. Easton thinks she's being hypocritical. Now, why would Mr. Easton didn't like the fact that the plaintiff only comes to him whenever her relationship got muddy and leaves whenever things are settled. Another twist to the story is that after Mr. Wise learned the truth about his girlfriend's infidelity, they split up, and since then, she and her son have been living with Mr. Easton. Now this is becoming really confusing. Why move into his house with Jordan if you don't think he's... Before we go into this love triangle story, the crazier and more confusing it gets. I think it's high time we heard Judge Lauren read out the test results. Here we go! Ms. Brown has known Mr. Burks to be her father since childhood, but in court today, he's claiming he's not her biological father. Regardless of his claims, one thing is certain: if the result proves him wrong, he's got a lot of child support debt to pay.
Mr. Burks, you claim to be more than $26,000 in debt due to child support for the defendant, Ms. Brown, who you say is definitely not your biological daughter. Ms. Brown, you state that for 30 years you've known only one man to be your father, and you are devastated that he is now claiming you are not his biological daughter.
The question is, why did Mr. Burks wait this long before coming out to state his claims? If he had doubts, then he should have found ways to clear them in the early stages, not now. Presently, he's got this young lady emotional as she tells the court how he makes offensive statements about the time he spent with her mother. No, Papa, that's unacceptable. You need to do better.
How do you feel about Mr. Burks denying that you are his daughter after all these years?
I am hurt. I'm disappointed. I don't even know how to feel. I can't even believe somebody even have a question of how I feel. I'm 30 years old. 30 years old. And I have to deal with this, you know, and then he brings up talking about it was a one-night stand with my mom and all that kind of stuff like that. It wasn't no one-night stand.
Eventually, Papa spills the beans on how he met the defendant's mother, but Ms. Brown is having none of it and claims her mother told her otherwise. It seems the air conditioners aren't working properly. Or can someone explain where the heat in the courtroom is coming from?
And we went to a hotel. I did my thing, but I did not.
You didn't. Y'all had a relationship. Yeah, they had a relationship.
I didn't have no relationship.
Yeah, you did. Yes, you did.
You wasn't there. How you know?
You wanted to.
You wasn't even there.
Cause she told me.
I know for a fact because
she's not gonna lie.
It took Judge Lauren's intervention to calm Ms. Brown's nerves as she's not holding back in her heated argument with her alleged father. So he continues his explanation on how he found out about her pregnancy and the effect it had on his marriage. Now we're getting a clearer picture of what his relationship was like with the young woman's mother.
I'm back in the house with her. I'm at work. My ex-wife get a phone call. It's her mother on the phone saying she's pregnant by me. So my house get tore up all over again. Bam, I'm out the door again. So in the process, she said I'm the father, so I go find her.
Apparently, Mr. Burke's name isn't written on Ms. Brown's birth certificate, and this strengthens his belief that she is not his biological daughter. As believable as his claims sound, they are not enough to get him off the child support debt because his name is on the child support document. Only one thing can, and that's the outcome of the DNA test.
My name is not on the birth certificate. I'm not a father.
That's evidence you'd like to present?
Yes, ma'am.
Ron, will you pass that to me, please?
But my name is on the child support paper.
This is Miss Brown's birth certificate listed as father, no one.
None.
And yet you also have a paper that indicates that there is an order establishing the parent-child relationship and you are responsible for child support.
Wait a minute. How did they get his name to be on the child support document when it isn't on the birth certificate? As it turns out, while Mr. Burks was away, there was a court case and the outcome caused his name to be on the child support document. The further we get into this, the more absurd it gets.
At some point, did you acknowledge paternity or was there a court case that you didn't show up?
Exactly.
Okay.
That's what happened.
So you're named the father by default?
I was away. They had the court without me even being there. They had already been to court, determined I was behind a real rich of $40,000.
In a counterattack, Ms. Brown presents a photograph of herself and Papa's other daughter. Now this is where it gets more interesting. The two ladies in the photograph look alike, but you know what we always say, looks can be deceiving. This isn't enough to confirm that they are biological siblings.
That's evidence to prove that we look alike. Look, y'all look up those noses.
So. No.
And you want to go around saying I'm bigger than everybody. You sound like a fool for saying that. That's the only thing you got?
This is a picture of you and Mr. Burke's other daughter.
Yes.
And you're saying you see the family similarity without...
With the noses, to me, the noses is
I don't think so.
Lips are like that.
Initially, it seemed like Mr. Burks was getting an edge over his alleged daughter in their arguments, but his victory was short-lived when Judge Lauren learned he tried to keep Miss Brown and her mom a secret. For some evident reasons, he never wanted to be her father.
Because, I wanted to keep it hush-hush. I wanted to deal with it myself. I wanted to make sure I went to her mother, I gave her money, I bought diapers and everything.
So basically, you didn't want the fact that you had cheated on your wife to come out?
Exactly, yeah.
Right, okay.
Judge Lauren can't help but notice the disconnection between the possible father and daughter, and that prompts her to ask questions. Presumably, there's something about Ms. Brown that Mr. Burks detests.
Hundreds of families I've helped, I've never really seen this much complete disconnection between a possible father and a daughter at this age. So I want to understand how this happened, how we got here.
Enough with all the drama. It's time to hear the test result. Brace yourselves for impact.
Mr. Burks, you are the father.
See, I told you, and you sat up there and do me like this. That's what you gonna do? See, it's all about my life now. But you know what, after this, he don't have to worry about me. I promise that he don't have to worry about me, because if it took all this for you to do this to me.
Ms. Backus appears in court today against her alleged father, Mr. Wooten, and stepsister, Ms. Smith, regarding a paternity dispute. If she wins this case, she demands that her potential father and siblings apologize to her for all their wrongdoings. That's not all. The outcome of the test will determine whether or not Mr. Wooten will have a chunk of his monthly earnings chopped off for child support. Oof!
Ms. Smith, you and your father, Mr. Wooten, are suing to prove Ms. Backus is not his biological daughter. You say your dad owes more than $92,000 in back child support for a child who isn't his and is on the verge of losing everything because his income is being garnished by 50% each month to pay off that debt.
Yes, Your Honor.
So there is a rumor within the family that Ms. Backus's mother was playing Mr. Wooten from the beginning of their relationship. Now where is all that coming from? As it seems, the Wooten family refused to claim Ms. Backus because of the amount of debts Daddy owes in child support. But is the young woman to be blamed for that?
Primarily through the actions of her mother by being very deceitful with my father from the very beginning of their relationship. They initially did not start garnishing his wages. It wasn't until later when he was started drawing Social Security that they began to garnish half of his wages.
Now there's an argument between the ladies on how long Papa Wooten and Ms. Backus's mom were together in their relationship. This argument raises huge questions on the young lady's paternity. Eventually, Daddy cuts in and sheds the light on how things actually went between them.
Your Honor, my father never received any paperwork requesting his presence to have a DNA test done. He was not requested to come to court to prove that he was not her father.
My father knows I'm his child. And guess when I was conceived? I was conceived when a year later after him and my mother was together. And they was together for 7 years. So you tell me.
They were not together for 7 7 years.
There is so much tension in the courtroom right now. Mr. Wooten claims he had no doubts at first when Ms. Backus's mother told him she was pregnant. But along the line, his doubts began. Hearing Daddy say he doubted her mom made the young woman lose her cool. And not for the first time today, the arguments began again.
So when did you start doubting that?
When she had...
My mama said I was a playing
She
child.
became pregnant again years later, and she wanted to get back together. When I got back together with her, I'd asked her, has she been seeing anybody else before we got together? And she said no. We got together 3 weeks after we was together. Then she
Father,
told me
no
she was
disrespect
pregnant.
and not to interrupt you, but my mother told me y'all sat on the couch.
Ms. Smith and her alleged stepsister have been on each other's throats since the beginning of this case, and they are not backing down now. She claims she and her siblings knew a child was born at the end of Papa Wooten's relationship with Ms. Backus's mother. However, they never spoke about her amongst themselves. Now this raises the question, could it be that they never accepted her from the onset because they never really accepted their father's relationship with her mother?
Your mother, when I met your mother 3 weeks into knowing her, she wanted to know why.
She told me y'all was together a whole year and then I was born a year later.
Alondra, please.
Man, Daddy, I can't. I'm not even feeling nothing that y'all saying right now. That's why I brought y'all here and we finna find out the truth. Cause you and Cece will apologize to me and my mother today.
I do not owe you an
You're not
apology.
gonna-
Yeah, you are. You gonna see one.
No,
you gonna see one.
This is where it gets interesting. The young woman presented a handwritten birth certificate to the judge. In this certificate, it is stated that Papa Wooten is her father, but the original certificate presented by Papa states otherwise.
True enough, my mama was wrong for handwriting it in because he was not there when I was born. He came later. She wrote it in because she know who her baby daddy is. That's one thing my mama
let me
do
see
know.
this evidence. This is your birth certificate?
That was my birth certificate. But when I filed for my new one, it came up blank on his name. That means she wrote it in.
This case gets more intense. The deeper we look into it, Ms. Backus keeps providing more evidence to prove that the man in question is indeed her father. Apparently, there are baby pictures of her and Mr. Wooten as well as her alleged half-sister. This means she was accepted into the family as a baby, but was kicked out as an adult.
Don't seem like that he denied me. And in this picture, with my sister holding me next to my mother, didn't seem like they denied me.
Will you hand those up, please? Please explain to me, what is this a picture of?
That is my mother. That's me in the middle, and that's Cece on the end. That's why I can't never stop loving her. And she making me mad right now, but I still got love because I am my sister's keeper for life.
The hatred for Ms. Backus's mom isn't just within Papa Wooten's legal children. Even Granny hated her and never accepted her child as her granddaughter. But on her dying bed, her son confessed some things to her, and that changed how she felt about her alleged grandchild. Now we get that at some point, amidst the family drama, the young woman was accepted into the family as an adult. But the question still remains, if it wasn't for the huge child support debt, why did they suddenly decide to exclude Ms. Backus from the family rights?
So, Mr. Wooten,
you know that's a lie.
That. I know she felt like she had a part of that. Why that came about is my mother was dying, and I, would not deny her. In other words, my mother for years kept saying, she's not your daughter.
That's right.
And up to that point, when I told my mother, I said, yes, she is, And that's when my mother decided to apologize to her.
As the case goes back and forth, M.S. Smith decides to drop a bomb. She claims that Ms. Backus's mom had secret affairs with other men when she was living in Papa Wooten's house. Now that's a strong allegation, Ms. Smithy. Due to this reason, she always had doubts about the young woman being her father's biological daughter. But if she's right, then there are dark clouds hovering over Ms. Backus's paternity.
During the time that her mother was with my father, when my father left for work, because she did not work, when she was at our home, she would have men come to our house.
You 12 years old and you need to stay in your bed. What you not gonna do?
Let's calm down, ladies. Let's calm down.
What you not gonna do?
She would tell me that was either her cousin or one of my dad's friends.
At this point, I think we've heard just about enough from both sides. All the arguments between the two ladies are not as important as the DNA test result. Is Mr. Wooten really Ms. Backus's biological father? There's only one way to find out. Don't drop your phone just yet.
Mr. Wooten Jr., you are not her father. I know this was not the answer you were expecting.
No, it wasn't, but I had to do it. I had to do
yes,
it.
Yes, you
I
did.
was tired of the rumors. I was tired of being treated. So now I know why I got treated like I am, and I'm good. I wanna apologize to the Wooten Pryor Clayton family for my mom's BS. CC, I came here with the confidence of knowing he was my...
Mr. Ahmad, you say you were overjoyed to be a father after the birth of your first child, 22-month-old Nevaeh. However, you claim that you were crushed when the defendant later told you another man could be her dad. You are here today to prove you are Nevaeh's father. Is that correct?
Ahmad was over the moon with the baby news. After years of anticipation, this felt like his big break. He was ecstatic at the thought of being a father, something he had always dreamed of. The joy of knowing that he had a daughter filled his heart, and he imagined all the special moments they would share. But as soon as he started feeling this happiness, things got complicated. Ahmad's elation was clouded by doubt, a nagging suspicion that gnawed at his excitement, leaving him in a state of uncertainty. Could this really be his daughter? The more he thought about it, the more unclear everything became.
To be my first child, so I was overjoyed. She was high risk, so she couldn't work. So what I did, I tried to do as best as a man that I could do.
And you all were in what kind of relationship? Committed, or were you just casual friends, or what?
Boyfriend and girlfriend.
Boyfriend and girlfriend, okay.
But then we learn Ahmad wasn't the only one in this mess. Mommy had her own set of commitment issues, to say the least. She called their relationship nothing more than a friendship. Ouch. Imagine the shock Ahmad must have felt hearing that. It was like being blindsided by a truck. Here he was, imagining that he was building a family, and all along, she viewed their connection as nothing serious. The look on his face said it all. This was not the love story he thought he was in. It's like a rom-com, except there's no romance and definitely no comedy here.
It was more of a friendship for me. I loved Mr. Ahmad, but I wasn't in love with him. It was just, he was there for me, and I needed somebody to be there for me.
And how I found out she was pregnant, she came one morning and knocked on my window.
And just when Ahmad's heart was swelling with hope, Ms. Day started whispering doubts. She openly questioned his paternity skills, throwing shade at him every chance she got. For Ahmad, this wasn't just about proving he was the father. It was a test of his emotional strength. This was a full-blown emotional roller coaster. One moment he thought he might have a daughter. The next, he was being painted as someone unfit to claim a child. He had to navigate the space between love and heartbreak, hoping that the court would give him the answers he so desperately needed.
She was at my residence every day.
That's not true. We didn't even get along that much. I was not at his house every day. We argued so much, I never lived with him. Like, he would, when I spent the night, some nights he would kick me out at 2 in the morning.
Why are you so upset now? Because you feel...
I just feel like he trying to make me seem like a bad person when
No, ma'am.
But hold up. Turns out Ahmad wasn't so innocent himself. Ms. Day wasn't going to let him off the hook easily. She started spilling some serious tea about his behavior. Oh yeah, she dropped bombs that could bring any man down. Accusations flew fast and furious, revealing details of their relationship that painted Ahmad in a very different light. But he wasn't about to let it slide. He fought back, trying to defend his actions. It was a battle of wills right in front of us, and the drama just kept escalating.
Another possible father.
I've never known another man. She's been...
That's not true.
I went to work.
When I told him,
and I
he was
came home.
intoxicated, and he kicked me out the same night that I told him.
I disagree with that, because now I feel like you're trying to make me feel some kind of...
Ahmad was trapped in a "she might be mine" nightmare. Despite everything, he was still involved in the baby's life as much as possible. But when it came time to sign the birth certificate, everything came to a head. Ms. Day had different plans. She refused to let him sign, and Ahmad was left stunned, wondering what on earth had just happened. It felt like his world was crumbling, and the fatherhood dream was slipping away faster than he could grasp it. What could he possibly do next? It's the type of twist you don't see coming.
Sign a birth certificate?
I didn't let you. You did it on your own.
How did he do it on his own? Did the hospital get the information from you?
No, they asked him, was he the father? And he told them yes. And they asked him, did he want to sign a birth certificate? And he told them yes.
And what did you say at the time?
As the court dug deeper into the case, it became clear that this situation was far more complex than it appeared. The judge explored the finer details of hospital protocol, revealing a critical piece of information. A father can only sign the birth certificate if the mother provides the necessary consent and details. This raised an important question. Was Ms. Day actively blocking Ahmad from being listed as the father? Was this all part of some larger plan? The tension in the courtroom grew with each passing moment, and it felt like the situation was on the verge of spiraling out of control.
We actually contacted the hospital because we wanted to find out what the protocol was for the execution of birth certificates. And per the hospital where Nevaeh was born, the procedure is when they admit a mother of a child into the maternity ward, she is asked to fill out a form for the birth certificate, including...
But here's the kicker. Everything flipped when the baby stopped resembling Ahmad. This was the moment that turned everything upside down. Ahmad had always harbored doubts, but seeing that the baby's features no longer matched his was a blow he hadn't anticipated. Ms. Day, however, maintained her stance, insisting that she had been honest all along, but actions speak louder than words, and her social media painted a very different picture. Posts, comments, and pictures revealed information that suggested she hadn't been entirely truthful. Was there more to the story than Ahmad could have ever imagined?
Father's Day to my child's father. Even though she's not here yet, he's already amazing. He takes damn good care of us. I'm proud to call him mine.
That's because he was there. He was there. He wanted to be her father. So
that was before she was born.
What's even crazier? The unveiling of a second baby daddy, Mr. Flowers, another man who could potentially be the father. His involvement complicated things even further, and Ahmad's frustration grew as it became clear that Ms. Day had a deeper connection with this man. Ahmad was not happy about this revelation, and understandably so. What started as a simple paternity test was now a tangled web of relationships, lies, and secrets. The tension was thick as the court tried to make sense of this increasingly chaotic situation.
That's who she know as her father. That's who she know as her dad.
Where's the other man? Do you know where he is?
Yes.
Does he want to be a part of her life?
Yes.
He does.
He takes care of her.
You live together.
Oh.
Right.
I think I want to talk to this other gentleman. He is
Finally, the moment of truth arrived. The results were in, and the entire courtroom was on edge. Ahmad's face was a mix of anxiety and hope as he prepared himself for the final revelation. Would his worst fears be confirmed, or would there be an unexpected twist that no one saw coming? The air was thick with anticipation as the results were read aloud, and the outcome was set to change everything. Let's dive into the results and see who walks away with the truth.
Ahmad versus Day, pertaining to whether Mr. Ahmad or Mr. Flowers is the biological father of 22-month-old Nevaeh Ahmad. It has been determined by this court. The biological father is Mr. Flowers.
Our next entry features a shocking tale of deception, chaos, and the ultimate paternity test, showdown. In this case, viewers are in for a roller coaster ride with Mr. Scott and Ms. Kahlon, who, together, bring a whirlwind of accusations and unexpected twists. From the outset, it's clear that this is not just a simple paternity decision. Mr. Scott believes that he has a rightful place in this child's life, while Ms. Kahlon's actions suggest a deeper story filled with secrets. As the drama unfolds in the courtroom, little does he know that Ms. Kahlon is about to present her own version of events, leaving everyone in shock. Enters the courtroom with an almost eerie calmness, leaving everyone questioning how she managed to maintain her composure through spiraled out of control, leading to a whirlwind of chaos and heartache. The contrast between her tranquil demeanor and the emotional turmoil that surrounds her creates a palpable tension in the courtroom. As the layers of her narrative begin to unravel, it becomes clear that the truth behind her calm exterior is far more complicated than it seems. They played the role of two people falling fast, lost in the thrill of new love and the excitement of their budding connection. However, as anyone who watches Paternity Court knows, things are rarely as simple as they seem. Behind the initial allure of their romance lurked complexities, and the cracks began to show. What started as a whirlwind romance quickly spiraled into chaos. Things took a dark turn, unveiling hidden insecurities and misunderstandings that escalated tensions between them. If Romeo and Juliet's story was tragic, this tale feels more like a soap opera gone terribly wrong, filled with melodrama, unexpected twists, and heartbreak that seemed almost scripted. Their journey, rife with emotional upheaval, transformed from a passionate love story into a cautionary tale about the dangers of rushing into love without addressing the underlying portrayed Scott as the biggest liar of all time. As the details of their relationship came to light, viewers learned of motels, secretive meetings, and the mystery surrounding their whirlwind romance. What began as a seeming back and forth, it was time to announce the results, and let's just say Ms. Kalon's confidence soon became deflated.
Ezra Edward, Mr. Scott, you are not the father.
I apologize.
I guess my assumptions was right.
Now, if you thought things couldn't get more dramatic, let's consider Mr. Vadaboncoeur. This man was done with his wife's compulsive lies and the emotional turmoil they caused. He insisted that his wife had been involved with another man when she conceived their baby. From the very start, Mr. Vadaboncoeur was adamant. This wasn't just about proving paternity, it was about exposing the deceit that had shattered his life and trust. He felt betrayed and needed the truth to reclaim his peace of mind. The courtroom was set for a showdown, and the stakes couldn't be higher.
Please be seated.
Hello, Your Honor.
Hello.
This is a case of Vadboncoeur versus Fernari.
Thank you, Jerome. Good day, everyone. Mr. Vadboncoeur, you have petitioned the court to prove to Miss Fernari that you are not the biological father of her one-year-old son, Dawson.
Yes, Your Honor.
You claim you can prove you're not.
Mrs. Fernari didn't make things easy. She was quick to dismiss her husband's accusations. Even as the courtroom buzzed with the tension of their confrontation, the air was thick with emotions, making it clear that this was no ordinary dispute. Mr. Vadaboncoeur, however, wasn't about to back down. He painted a picture of a relationship built on a foundation of lies, with his wife's infidelity at the center. While he believed they'd been together barely months, she suggested it had been 2 years. He claimed she had numerous relationships behind his back, and now he wanted the truth to come out once and for all.
Want her out of your life for good.
Yes, Your Honor.
Miss Fernari, though you admit to sleeping with 2 other men, you say there's no doubt that Mr. Vadboncoeur is your son's biological father.
Yes, Your Honor.
So, Mr. Vadboncoeur, tell me about your relationship with Miss Fernari.
One thing was true, though. She had indeed been cheating, and she confessed to it herself. The difference was, it wasn't multiple times, according to her. So, who then was telling the truth? We'll find out soon enough.
He hear about you being with other men.
I did tell him.
You told him?
Yes, I did.
What did you tell him?
That I had sex with another guy while he was away.
So, Mr.
The drama escalated when Mr. Vadaboncoeur revealed that he had been approached by one of his friends, who confessed to being one of his wife's alleged lovers. This revelation, he claimed, was the final straw, proof that she had been unfaithful. The courtroom erupted in an uproar, with emotions running high on all sides, each person caught in the storm of conflicting narratives.
You know, Miss Fernari is out there cheating on you. I'm one of the guys she cheated on you with. All right, now, I'll let it go. I was thinking he is mine. Now, I get to talking to another guy, and he tells me he's had sex with her, and I look at Dawson, and I look at him, and I'm thinking it's his kid.
How did that affect you?
I was sick.
The surprise thickened when Mr. Vadaboncoeur's sister came out to testify, siding with Mrs. Fernari, believing it was in the best interest of the child. This unexpected turn added another layer of complexity to an already tense situation. Mrs. Fernari, visibly shaken, did not deny the allegations. Then she stepped foot on Chaos's gas, claiming her actions were in response to Mr. Vadaboncoeur cheating first. This bombshell sent shockwaves through the courtroom.
Bonker?
Yes, that's my brother.
Oh, so you're the sister that told him about the cheating, but you're standing with Miss Fernari today?
It's about this little boy right here.
Tell me what you know.
That's what it's about.
Tell me what you know.
One night after we had all been drinking, she slept with one of the people that came to our little get-together.
The drama heightened when Mrs. Knox, David's fiancée, stepped in, transforming the court from peace to chaos as the 3 women took the stand. The crux of the matter lay in their attempts to secure a paternity test, but Ms. Fernari had taken their requests with a pinch of salt, leading to even more frustration and accusations.
You went out and went to the bar with 2 other girls and had sex with them.
That's irrelevant, Your Honor.
Okay,
Why? Our son was in the hospital.
We was not together at the time. She asked me to come up and
Yes,
see
we
Dawson.
were together.
So I did come and see Dawson. She tries to say we've been together for 3 years.
After so much argument and emotional turmoil, the moment arrived to reveal the truth of the matter. As the judge read the results, you could cut the tension with a knife. The truth was finally out, and the outcome. Let's just say it left everyone in that courtroom, and probably everyone watching, completely stunned.
Diagnostics, and they read as follows. In the case of Vadbonker versus Furnari, when it comes to 12-month-old Dawson Furnari, it has been determined by this court, Mr. Vadbonker, you are the father.
That's you.
In this dramatic episode of Paternity Court, we are thrust into the world of Funzie vs. Irvin, where secrets and emotions collide in a high-stakes battle for paternity. Ms. Funzie enters the courtroom with a mix of determination and anxiety, ready to confront Mr. Irvin over her claims about their child, asserting that the child is indeed theirs. The air is thick with tension as she prepares to lay bare her truth, hoping to validate her claims and put an end to the uncertainty that has loomed over their relationship. All eyes are on her, and the stakes couldn't be higher as the truth hangs in the balance.
Good day, everyone. Ms. Funzie, you have opened your case to save your family. You are here to prove your 1-month-old baby, Joakim Irvin, is your boyfriend, Mr. Irvin's biological son. You say you and Mr. Irvin have 2 other children, and you plan to have this 3rd child.
However, Mr. Irvin wasn't having it, as she had alluded to having an affair a few weeks before the pregnancy. The atmosphere was charged, and the tension palpable as both parties prepared to air their grievances.
You blame his sister for stirring up his ridiculous doubts. Is that correct?
Yes, Your Honor.
Mr. Irvin, you say that Miss Funzie confessed to having an affair weeks before you learned of her pregnancy, and
She revealed that cheating had been a trend in their relationship, noting that Mr. Irvin had cheated on her earlier. Since he confessed, she argued it was only fair for her to do the same. She then reinforced that it was only a one-night stand, trying to minimize the impact of her actions.
When he had told me he cheated, and I would feel like I should come to him because I cheated.
So how soon after you found out she was cheating, confronted her,
I'd say
did you find out she was pregnant?
When we went to the mobile ultrasound, I wanted to see how many weeks she was, and when she came out with the paper, I couldn't understand the number of how many weeks she was.
Seeds of lies and deceit started to take root when Mr. Irvin relayed the incident of an adulterated ultrasound scan result. He, along with his sister Jada, believed it had been doctored to suit Ms. Funzie's narrative, a claim she vehemently denied, escalating the drama in the courtroom.
For ultrasound, I wanted to see how many weeks she was, and when she came out with the paper, I couldn't understand the number of how many weeks she was. Like they drew the number in cursive or something.
They drew 1 week and 2 days, and you saw the lady hand me the paper off the bus. You parked right outside, and you saw her hand me the paper.
I didn't know if she was pregnant by me or someone else.
In a bid to further substantiate her claim, Ms. Funzie presented a picture of their boys, revealing they all had knock knees, arguing that this should count for something, as it may be hereditary. She felt this visual evidence would bolster her case.
Like they got the same knock knees. Oh, they're okay. All the other kids, they say they all got the same knees and the same body shape, and you say Joakim got the same thing.
Yes, Your Honor.
And you believe these knock knees are hereditary, and the body shape is an indication.
The court, however, had better plans, and in search of the truth, invited a medical expert who established that it was difficult to say with certainty that children at that age with knock knees had a biological relationship. This revelation struck a blow to Ms. Funzie's argument.
This minor child carries that trait.
I would say, my expert opinion, it would be very difficult to determine this at this age.
Okay.
Knowing that the variants happen in children less than 6 years old.
So, Ms. Funzie, as you listen to Dr. Richardson's testimony, does that change your belief?
The shock was palpable. This finding counted for nothing as Ms. Funzie held on strongly to her belief that the children were indeed Mr. Irvin's.
Y'all understand what he's talking about, but it's still, they all have knock knees.
Have you ever told this other man that he is the biological father?
No, Your Honor, I haven't talked to him since the day that I cheated on Jordan with him.
All right. So, in this courtroom, we get to the truth. So this courtroom has tracked down this other man.
Ms. Funzie's earlier statement soon faced a challenge when a message submitted to the court by the man with whom she cheated came to light. He, without mincing words, revealed to the court that they had been intimate multiple times. Of course, Ms. Funzie's jaw dropped, and the entire courtroom marveled at this unexpected twist.
We kept sleeping with each other 3 to 4 times after that with no condom. This was between the months of October 2017 and November 2017. Miss Funzie, I'll let you respond now.
That don't even make sense. They say November 2017. I blocked him October.
Okay, Bria.
Eventually, she surrendered and admitted that it indeed happened multiple times, shifting the dynamics of the case once more.
Yes or no?
I'm sorry?
Yes, Your Honor.
Yes, it was more than one time, or it was a one-night stand?
It was more than one time.
Okay.
You lied. You lied to me.
Listen, let her explain it. She's telling the truth now. She's getting to the place where she's ready to talk about this, and this is good because this is what's going to...
While the court prepared to get the results, Mr. Irvin proffered hope by stating that he was willing to accept the child as his, if indeed he was. This declaration brought a moment of calm to the room, showcasing a glimmer of potential reconciliation. However, if the child was not his, he wasted no time in expressing that it would mark the end of his relationship with Ms. Funzie.
Yes, I'm hoping he's mine for my son's sake.
And if he is not?
If he's not, I'm gonna be done with this relationship for good.
I'm ready to get the result. Jerome. These results were prepared by DNA Diagnostics, and they read as follows. In the case of...
With this, the tension built up again in the room, setting the stage for what could be a decisive factor in this strained relationship. Would they stand united, or is this the end? Let's find out.
Or Mr. Winfield is the father of 1-month-old Joaquim Irvin. It has been determined by this court. The biological father is Mr. Winfield.
I know what I told you,